Supervisors. Meetings are being held virtually, and you can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of our agenda. At this time, I would like to ask for a roll call, please.
Good morning, everybody. Supervisor Bass.
Here.
Supervisor Bohn.
Good morning, Humboldt.
Good morning. Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Supervisor Wilson.
Here.
And Supervisor Madrone.
It just hadn't quite made it onto the.
Has anyone seen him in the hall yet today? Michelle or Mike?
I have not seen it.
I'll go look.
Okay. We're on a search. And if-
So crazy over there too.
9 o'clock every Tuesday.
I know, every once in a while, sometimes there's troubles getting hooked up.
No, he's not here.
All right, well, we'll proceed then, marking him not here at the moment. So at this point, I'd like to do the flag salute. So Nikki, do you have a flag for us? Perfect. All right, please join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so just some reminder for those of you who may not have been to our meetings in the past. For those of you who want to call in and make comment on an item, once you call in, press *9 to raise your hand. As soon as you know you want to speak, best at the beginning of the item if possible. Be aware that if you don't turn your TV volume off, you'll get confused because there is a significant time delay and you want to be listening to what's happening on the phone. So, and at that point, when it's your turn to speak, you'll be asked to press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. I'm pretty strict on the 3-minute rule. And when you have gone 2.5 minutes and you have 30 seconds left, you'll hear this, which basically lets you know you have 30 seconds to finish up your comments. Don't take it personally. I try to do this so that everyone's got the same amount of time to talk to the supervisors. So at that point, I'd like to ask our CAO Hayes if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There are a number of modifications. Item D5 will be pulled from the consent calendar and will return at a later date. Item D9 will be pulled from the consent calendar for a reevaluation. Item D6 and D10 will be pulled from the consent calendar for discussion. And item D4, we would like to update the name to reflect Thomas Dale Sarver with an R in the last name. That's all of the modifications.
That's quite a few. Thank you. And welcome, Supervisor Madrone. We've got everybody now. So yes, Supervisor Wilson.
To the chair, just a clarification. What's reevaluation on D9? What does that mean? Is that coming back or what's the?
With a new interim HR director who started this week, she would like to evaluate the department and determine what the best course of action moving forward is. Okay. So it may return at a later date or it may return with modifications.
I appreciate the clarification. And with that, I'm happy to make the motion to move consent minus D5, D9 for potentially a later date and having D6 and D10 for further discussion today.
All right, so basically you're moving approval of the consent calendar with the suggested modifications on the CAO.
Second.
That's easier. Second, and Supervisor Madrone seconded. I would like to, at this point, we do have a resolution I wanted to read into the record. Technical difficulties. And this is our resolution. Oh my gosh, where is it? Hold on, I got too many resolutions here. Okay, so Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of Humboldt County. Whereas the theme of National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week is being homeless is not a crime and housing is a human right. And whereas people from all walks of life, including individuals, families with children, employed and unemployed workers, elderly residents, veterans, disabled individuals, youth and individuals are impacted by hunger and homelessness. Whereas the community recognizes that hunger and homelessness continue to be a serious problem for many individuals and families living in Humboldt County, and no one should have to worry about whether they have food on their plate, or a roof over their head. And whereas the California Center for Rural Policy reported in their Humboldt County Food Assessment that hunger is a daily experience and more than 31% of adults experience food insecurity, while 37% of households with children experience food insecurity. Most live on fixed incomes or survive paycheck to paycheck. And whereas hunger is a daily experience for many people in Humboldt County, with more than 40% of low-income adults experiencing food insecurity, over 17% of seniors and 28% of children living in poverty, which more than doubles to 57% if the household is led by a single parent. And whereas while homelessness creates barriers to accessing essential services such as affordable healthcare, housing, childcare, and education, the cost of these necessities often contribute to hunger, food insecurity, and people experiencing homelessness on any given night. And whereas the aim of the National Coalition for Homelessness is to eradicate homelessness by solving the root causes of it, to educate the public about the many reasons people are hungry and homeless, including the shortage of affordable housing for low-income residents, and to encourage support for the organizations committed to sheltering, providing supportive services, as well as meals, food supplies, clothing, and hygiene products in the homeless and hungry. And now they're hard to talk this morning. Now for there it be proclaimed that November 13 through 21, 2021 shall be designated and set aside as National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, and encourages all people in the community to work together to find meaningful solutions for these problems. We read that on behalf, I believe it's Winchell. The gentleman, I can't remember who had asked us to sponsor that, and we just felt it was really important that we read it into the record. And it certainly is, and there's so much on there in such small writing, you can imagine there's a lot to cover when we're talking homeless and hunger in our community. So I did say I'd read that into the record, and at this point, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I had a couple comments on consent. First of all, I'd like to recognize Tom Starver was a union steel worker in the Southern Humboldt area, built a lot of bridges in our community, and was tragically killed in a car accident at Jordan Creek. And actually this bridge that we're suggesting sending this letter of support at Omen Creek, he worked on for several years from start to completion. So I just really want to, say that to his family, that we're really thinking of you guys and recognizing what a contribution he made to Humboldt County as a steelworker. Also, I would like to recognize that we're offering the Garberville Vets meeting place at our new building, which is amazing. And there was a little bit of concern about them having to get some insurance, which is normal standard contract language. However, they are not going to be required to pay for that insurance out of pocket. So that was really good. Also, I've had lots of questions about the drought continuation, given that we've had the wettest October in forever. If we could get some clarification possibly next week at our meeting, that would be great.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If it's all right with the board, I'll go out to the public comment now on items on the consent calendar. And at the moment, we have a couple of speakers, and the first one is 7108. If that is your last four digits of your phone number, please press *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and I'm calling about the rental agreement for the Garberville Veterans Association that is contained in this, that says that the veterans, in order to use the county campus room, that for 2 days, 2 days a month, totaling 4 hours, that this rental agreement says that they shall not enter the campus or use any portion of it unless and until a certificate or policy of general liability insurance has been obtained by veterans, naming the County of Humboldt, its Board of Supervisors, officers, agents, employees, and volunteers as additional insured. The amount of said coverage shall be a minimum of $1 million. So I just heard Supervisor Bushnell say they're not going to have to pay for the $1 million coverage. My question is, I thought this was supposed to be a county building for the public use, and if the veterans are required to have a rental agreement saying they're going to provide this insurance so that they can meet in that room, is this something that the county is planning to require of every group that wants to meet in that conference room, or is this just something special for the vets? So I'd like to hear the answers to that, because I just can't believe a rental agreement to meet for a few hours a month in a public venue. And as I said, is everybody else going to be required to have a rental agreement to meet for a few hours in that building? Thank you, and I look forward to hearing your response.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. And we will cover that when we come back to the board. Our next speaker is 3635. If that's you, please press *6 to unmute, so you'll have your 3 minutes. 3635. Well, while we're waiting to do that, let's go to 3053. That's Thomas. 3053, you press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I'm calling in regards to, I believe it's item 2, the Drought Task Force. I missed the last Board of Supervisors comment when there was a presentation on it. Zoom doesn't always work the greatest. It would be nice for those in the community when this comes back, when there's a presentation, if there was just like bars set, if we get X amount of rainfall percentage of our annual, then we don't have X amount of percentage of rainfall, then we need storage for our water use of September and October. And if it's worse, maybe storage for August. It'd be nice if there was clear focus on that, because from the way I've seen the drought, the presentations of what I've experienced with the Drought Task Force, it's mainly just cannabis related. So it'd be nice for those that are in that industry to know, hey, if we only get so much rainfall, we need to have this much water storage in anticipation of those droughts. I don't know. It'd be nice to have clarity rather than just philosophical. We don't have enough rain. What are we going to do to mitigate those issues? How much storage do we need? What month's use of water storage do we need to have if we want to continue cultivating all of our square footage without enacting that square footage reduction as they talked about this summer? It would just be nice to have those. And then also, as I said, I missed the last conversation, but it'd be nice to talk about all water use, not just one specific industry. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Our next speaker has the last 4 digits of, we're going to try 3635 again. If you were there, 3635, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. All right, we're going to move on. There you are. Welcome, 3635.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now. Welcome. You're speaking on the consent
great.
calendar.
Thank you. My name is Winchell Billenbeck. I'm a resident of McKinleyville and a board member of Affordable Homeless Housing Alternatives, also known as AHA. AHA wants to thank the Board of Supervisors for their recognition of National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. AHA has gratitude for the efforts of all organizations that address the needs of food insecure households and those who are unhoused. There has never been greater challenges for individuals and families in our communities than during the ongoing pandemic. AHA will be hosting a rally on Monday, November 15th at 3:30 in front of the courthouse in support for ending homelessness and hunger. it is clear that Humboldt County will not have sufficient affordable housing in the near future. AHA supports the federal court decision that ruled that people experiencing homelessness cannot be punished for sleeping outside in the absence of adequate alternatives. AHA encourages the Board of Supervisors to continue to act on the shelter crisis. AHA also encourages the board to continue to provide adequate funding to the Housing Trust Fund and Homeless Solutions Committee. It is important that Humboldt County Board of Supervisors encourages, supports, and moves forward with short-term solutions for the homeless, including safe parking places, legal camps, and tiny house villages, while planning and implementing long-term brick and mortar permanent housing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Winchell. So our next speaker is last four digits of 3816. If that's you, to press *6 to unmute so you can speak on the consent calendar. (3816). Okay, before I go on to the next speaker, I'm going to remind people again, if you are watching this at home and you're on the phone wanting to speak, turn the volume off on your TV or your screen because there's a significant time delay and you will miss your opportunity to speak if you're not listening to the right one, which would be the phone. So I have a feeling that might be what's happening. So we're going to go and try 7429. If you are there, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Gil Grigori, and I am a vet and also a community member. And I'm kind of new to this, so it seems like in order to hear the answer to Bonnie Blackberry's question, I would have to wait and then not be able to say anything. So I'd like to say it just in case. It looks to me like you're going to ask the vets to pay for insurance to have meetings in a little bitty building that they are going to be in because the county allowed their building to be destroyed. And now they have no place to raise any money, and you're going to give them this little room, I guess, and you are perhaps asking them to pay for insurance, which is, to me, totally outrageous. Also, if it's a community building, the question goes, are you going to ask me if I have some community thing happening and want to have a meeting there, am I going to have to pay money for insurance? So that is also my question, and I'd like a really crystal clear answer. And I have something else to say. The gentleman before me talked about water storage. I live out in the country and have been here for 50 years. And 10 or 15 years ago, I could figure out that we had a water problem and started saving water. Many other people did also, say sanctuary forest. So it seems to me that if you have any extra money, you could get storage and try to have enough so that you don't use any water during the critical months, whether you're growing marijuana or not. And I guess that's it. So you have a nice day, and I'll wait for your answer.
All right, thank you, Gil. All right, so our next speaker is the last four digits of 3816. If you're there, press *6 to unmute. And if not, this time around, I'll call on that number last. Oh, there you go. Welcome.
So hi, this is Jeff Adine. I'm another vet concerned about, as much as anything, the wording in item 4. And I'd like some clarification here where it says veterans shall not enter upon or be entitled to use campus or any portion thereof unless and until a certificate or policy of general liability insurance has been obtained and on. And it seems unduly generous. I'm assuming you're talking about just the use of the one conference room, not the entire campus. Not that we necessarily would be, but it almost sounds like we can't go to the library, if we're banned from the campus in general if we do not have an insurance policy in place. So I would just suggest to you guys that we get a real clear description of what use opens up with an insurance policy, et cetera. Thank you.
Super.
Thank you, Con. Supervisor Bohn, we'll just answer it when we're done, because I know Supervisor Bushnell.
I don't know if we can give a clear, succinct answer afterwards. I think it should be addressed to the veterans, because I don't know if we're going to be answering questions during. So I'm just saying, I think we got it. I think Michelle has worked very hard on this for an answer.
Okay.
So.
Well, we'll go back to Supervisor Bushnell like I was going to do originally, and we'll make sure that before the end of the period here. All right, if you are 2905, press *6 to unmute. Welcome. Are you there? 2905. We cannot hear you. There you are. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Thank
Yes.
you. Ken Sawatsky here. I'm going to have an alias today. It'll become apparent why. Later in the day, I will be known by John Doe et al. And that will be something you'll find quite interesting, I think, later in the day. So right now, I'm talking about the need to help the veterans down there with their project. They've been thrown under the bus by the county. I know Michelle's been attempting this, but the county easily can put a rider on there, is my understanding. You might check to somebody who knows a little bit about insurance. A rider for the veterans. I'm sure you do it for all kinds of other organizations. And I don't think that's asking too much, considering what these people have gone through. Not during the term of Michelle, but I'm guessing Michelle should be able to hopefully facilitate that some way, or the county should find some way to fund this insurance policy because of what's happened to these poor people down there. I mean, you know, they've lost their building because of the gross negligence of the county, even though they had a contractual arrangement. And it's kind of appalling to see these people treated in this manner after all they put up with, without filing litigation, without going through those things. The second topic, of course, regarding the drought issue there, I think we're in good shape. I haven't talked to John there to see how full Ruth Lake is. I have no problem with Thomas's concerns about all people being treated with the water thing. I do want a lot of people to understand on drought issue and water that there are senior users of this. If a ranch has been using this for 100 years, he has senior rights to water, and the last ones to go are the last ones who have gotten permits during the near past here. So hopefully the county will proceed to deal with the drought issues and the topic at hand there for everybody equally on a basis that works for everyone. Thank you, Mike. Chance to comment on your consent item.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is 0116. And if that's you, please press *6 to unmute. 0116, welcome.
Hello, this is Ash Teeter. I just wanted to add my, I guess, support for the previous callers on trying to help the vets with their building situation and see if there's some kind of workaround for the insurance, because that does seem kind of lofty and just, I mean, really difficult to attain there. But I also wanted to comment on the drought situation, and just that, like, and I read an article that, like, in I think it's like the end of 2019, like all of our reservoirs were full, and like due to some, like, I think it was like some kind of state-run salmon restoration project, they were just like dumping water into the ocean, which drained our reservoirs and left us really vulnerable during the fire seasons. And I just wanted to see if there's any any second guessing or any thoughts at a local level to go against mandates like that at a state level that like put us in danger in fire season. And just the whole central planning from the state, it's another example of it not working. So I just like like some consideration for that. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, thank you, Ash. Our next speaker is 0151. And if that is you, press *6 to unmute. That might be Dottie.
Hello, it's Dottie Russell again from Southern Humboldt. So I just want to start off with we're addressing things for the homeless and what this week is all about, but it's what every day is all about, is finding ways for people to have appropriate shelter. So I use the word appropriate shelter because it would be really nice if, when there's gentrification going on, we included the people that didn't have any housing in the same opportunity and the same dignity. So I think that would be really nice. It doesn't mean that's what's going to happen to start off, but in any kind of project that should be considered, that people of all income levels, this might sound a little bit extreme, but if you give someone that has been without a house or without shelter a nice place to live, there's a much greater chance that they'll take care of it. Doesn't mean that they will. It doesn't mean that somebody with a lot of money will. It just means that there's an opportunity there. As far as caseworkers, everybody knows there's a shortage and it's a problem. I think that a caseworker, of the money that you're giving out for grants, that you need caseworkers that are actually going to go, like Pamela Millsap did almost 20 years ago, into the camps, like really into the camps, not meet them at the grocery store, but go into the camps, see what they can do, see what kind of help that they need, and make sure that they get that help, and not help that's just going to be for a few months or maybe even a year, but because of a pandemic, it matters that they should be housed. But when the pandemic's over, then the vouchers are over. And the first day of rain, people were outside, didn't make any sense. I got lots of calls from the county, from the health center, from everybody begging me for places for people to live. And I can't do it without a caseworker. I can't take one application without a caseworker. And the caseworkers need to be able to help people with their finances, or with a team, or have a place for them to go to learn about finances and to learn about cleanliness and, taking care of things. Because that's the first, that my 30 seconds?
Yes, it's your 30 seconds.
Okay. So that's the first sign of a real break. When somebody's starting to really lose it with their house and trash all over inside everything, and filth. Having too much stuff is one thing. Having a lot of filth that's dangerous is another thing. And if that starts happening, these caseworkers need to know their ombudsman program, however you do it, need to know.
All right. Thank you, Dottie. Thank you. Oops. All right. So our next speaker is, sorry, I can't stop this buzzer now. All right. So our next and final speaker on this item is 5607. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute. 5607. All right. Well, while we're waiting, we did have one more come in. And what I will say is, if you are watching this on TV and you're on the phone, please turn the volume off on your TV because it does confuse people. All right. 5607.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome, 5607. Are you there?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are now. Thank you.
Okay, hi. I am a county worker, and I wanted to talk about the payroll transition.
Ma'am, we're actually going to bring that when we pull that off the consent calendar, so that will have its own discussion item. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I call back in during that time?
Yeah, or, yes, that would be lovely. Or you can stay on the phone and just pay attention, but probably calling in at that time would be good. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you.
Yeah, I can stay on.
Okay. All right.
I can stay on the phone and then address it during that time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so 2223, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this the appropriate time to deliver a comment about the Project Trellis item that's on the agenda?
Did that one get pulled also, I believe? Yeah, it got pulled also, sir. So there'll be another time for that. I thought it was. We had several, but you'll get an opportunity later on that.
Oh, do you have an idea about what time that would be?
Another meeting.
Another meeting.
It's kind of in the future. Well, then, in that case, if you want to comment on this, since it's coming back to another meeting, you can probably comment under regular public comment period, since it's no longer on our agenda specifically.
Sure, thank you. And I'll make it very fast. I appreciate.
Actually, no, I said on the next item. I'm just gonna. Shoot.
Go ahead.
This was listed on ours, so I'm gonna let you speak at this time just to make it simpler. We try to kind of make a definition, but it was listed, so I think it's appropriate. Go ahead, but we're not making a decision today, is basically. But you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is Craig Johnson, and I have a. I first wanted to. I got rattled there for a moment. I just want to say I want to thank all the support we're getting from the counties, the supervisors, Project Trellis, Peggy Murphy and her team. It's amazing, the outreach and the community support that I'm seeing. I think what's really important is to finally get these funds out into the community. It seems that process is taking time, I think, because I'm trying to dot all the I's and cross all the T's properly. To that, the new emergency funds grant process is open, and it's a competitive one. And from what I understand, and maybe the supervisors can take this under consideration, that is, if I miss the document, if I miss part of my application, and I'm a little bit technically challenged, my application won't be part of the consideration. So I almost feel like I need to hire a professional grant writer, which is going to cost funds, to make sure that everything is processed properly. So again, I appreciate everything going in through Project Trellis and all these emergency funds, but to make it so complicated that the person that really needs the funds might be excluded because they don't have the funds to hire someone to get the funds, we come back around to more challenges. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all the time and forethought. Bye.
Thank you, Craig. All right, so that is the last of our speakers on this item on the consent calendar. Back to the board. Any further comments by supervisors? We have a motion and a second, so we can vote. Supervisor Bushnell, would you like to explain the insurance dilemma?
Thank you. Yes. So to answer, I don't really want to answer questions, but I do want to make a statement. So any county facility that is used by a group has to have a form of insurance. It's a standard contract and not meant to point out or be discriminatory to the veterans. We would never do that. The veterans will not pay out of pocket for this. And of course, you're allowed anybody to go to the library or the sheriff's department on that campus. However, if you're going to be meeting in a meeting set, that would be where the insurance requirement would come in. And with an organization as large as this, anybody that utilizes a facility that's not a county employee has to have insurance. It's standard that way anywhere in California. So thank you for everybody for defending and speaking up, but it was taken care of last night. So thank you.
All right, thank you for providing that. I don't see any other supervisors with hands up, so I think we're probably ready to vote. Supervisor Brown, you look like you have a question on your face.
Supervisor Brown.
Bohn.
Oh, no, I was just it's been 4.5 months since we voted to tear down the old vets and work on rebuilding a new building that is going to work in conjunction with them. So it took 7 years or 6.5 years to do the Eureka vets, quite a while for the Fortuna vets. It does take a while. I'm sorry, it's government, but we are moving forward. I think that's because we understand what our vets mean. I know that Mike Wilson is working with his Arcata vets on some improvements. I mean, these buildings are old and we're having to move forward and we work in partnership. So I do believe, has it been too long? Oh, hell yes. But we're moving forward. So I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell for picking up the torch and running with getting the guardrail vets. As I said, 4.5 months ago, we had a vote to tear down that building and build a new building. And you have to understand, it'd been 4 or 5 years as we decided what we were going to do with it. And I think we decided that was the best decision with input from the vets. So we're moving forward. Be patient. We will all be enjoying a new vets hall sooner than later. I'm not going to paint myself into a corner, though.
Thank you. Nikki, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to the public comment on non-agenda items. So this is the period of time where you can speak on items that are not officially on our agenda. If that's you, press *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. And we do have a few people. So 0116, you are the first under general public comment on non-agenda items. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ash with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. Today, I would like to discuss how these mandates are unconstitutional. According to the 14th Amendment, no state shall make or enforce any law shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. Nor is denied.
Ash, we're not hearing anything from your recording. I'm sorry, but the clock is still, I have to have the clock continuing, so.
Powerless to end the state of emergency.
You're not hearing anything?
Officer Hoffman,
We do now.
level, is a supreme medical being.
Well,
he is the science.
yeah, and I just wanted to talk about how the vaccine mandates are unconstitutional just because they do not represent people equally. And some people have to test as county workers and some don't. That's not equal representation under the law. And that's my main point for today. I guess my pre-recorded spiel did not play as planned, but I'll save that for next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Ash. Our next speaker is the last 4 digits of 5300. Let's press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig, Lost Coast Populist, calling in here from District 4. First of all, I'd like to review County Code 2210-8, County Health Officer Declaration of Local Health Emergency. Sectionary states, if the county health officer declares a local health emergency, it shall not remain in effect for a period in excess of 7 days unless it has been ratified by the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors shall review at least every 14 days until the local health emergency is terminated the need for continuing the local health emergency and shall proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant the termination. So if we go over to the CDC COVID data tracker county level that Dr. Hoffman loves to refer to, we can see that we are now in the moderate transmission, the yellow zone, and our current percentage of hospitalizations for ICU is currently at 15%, and the current hospitalization, the beds for beds are at 5%. So it's not COVID jamming up the hospitals anymore. Our cases are down, even though our testing has remained the same, and our vaccination rates are right at the national average. We are right completely average for the country. So what we have going on now that we've given all control over to Dr. Hoffman, and as he said at the last meeting, he meets with other people in the health department and local health professionals to reach his decisions. So we have a group of people that are unelected that meet in secret. We don't know who they are, but they make these decisions. And the 5 representatives that the people of Humboldt County elected, they don't make the decisions anymore. They've turned over the control now for over 18 months to the health officer to make these decisions. And as we stated before, and we all agree, there's 2 sides to this issue. For the sake of this discussion, we can call it the Florida approach and the California approach. Those are probably the 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. And if we're looking at the national map right now, Florida has half the case rate of California. Florida actually has the best numbers in the country. So what we have at the health department is 100% the California approach, no recognition whatsoever of anything outside of that. Hoffman won't even recommend vitamin D, ivermectin, things such as that. And Florida's doing much better with no mask mandates, monoclonal antibody treatment centers everywhere. So we need to at least consider the Florida approach. We need to end this emergency because you're a violation of the code now. And there has to be, you have to follow the code. That's it.
Thank you, Adam. So the next speaker is 2905. Press *6 to unmute.
Again, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can't.
Okay, thank you. I have a great concern as far as what's currently happening with the county. I'm under the perception, and the public's under the perception, that your employees are fleeing at an ever increasing rate. And this is usually indicative of poor management. I can be corrected if this trend is not true. My understanding is, and there's a rumor, and I have not had it confirmed, that even the director of the department that hires our people, of human resources, was going to resign, or did resign, or was fired. And these kind of things concern me a lot, because my perception, and a lot of perception of people in the public, is that the politics that are involved on this board and going after people and employees and elected as elected is leading to a great amount of differentiation amongst your employees. They're not happy. I mean, who would be when you're expected to go to the mat on this? It's just kind of like a bunch of children fighting all the time, or parents fighting all the time, and the children aren't happy. I mean, they just don't want to be there anymore. And this is coming down from this board. This is you. This is you that are tearing apart the county. I also have a great concern regarding our DHS department. Apparently, that department is leading a lot of this disenfranchisement amongst your employees and amongst the elected. And yet, I find it to be finger pointing, which happens when somebody is guilty of something themselves. They try to make somebody else look like they're the problem, take the attention away from themselves. And I believe that's happening with Connie Beck in your department there, and it's a great concern. I do not believe any other department that I'm aware of, other than the sheriff for a short time, has had the state attorney general saying that they're not taking care of children that are being molested. Why do we even have a department? Why hasn't somebody been fired? Maybe it's not Connie, but it rests with her. Somebody has put us in the position where we really look very poor because a child could be molested, and the state attorney general had to step in. This is just not right. This is gross negligence. It's incompetence at the expense of the children in our community, especially the tribal children. And for people to be backing this kind of thing, condoning it to the point where you're able to continue and fighting it, and then finally having the state attorney general have to enforce it. is really sad. So that's my comments today, and I'm not happy with what's happening with this department and how it's being run, and the public isn't also. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker has the last three digits of 7108. That's you. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Morning. This is Bonnie Blackberry again. I wanted to talk about the Garberville campus, as it's known, which in actuality is a library that's smaller than the one we had, and a sheriff's station, and restrooms, and this conference room that I had previously thought was for community use, but it sounds like if the community wants to use it, they'll need to have a rental agreement and $1 million insurance to meet in that room. So our campus, which is nothing to call a police station and a library, a campus, is if those are the requirements to use that conference room, then it's not really for the community, because I don't know how many groups could afford to do something like that, to sit around a table and talk. So, yeah, and I'm not sure where to get that information. So just the fact that you're having the veterans have to sign a rental agreement, but I guess I understand we all will if we want to use that building. So your campus is a library and a police station. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next speaker, and we're getting close to the end of all the speakers, so 0151. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome, Dottie.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk about case managers and the posting, making a poster that says how to find your case manager. Anybody that you're funding, if they have a case manager, it's important that on the location, if it's a specific case manager for that location, there needs to be a poster that like there is for HUD for the housing requirements. So I think it's really important that the police station knows about it, because I stopped with the CHP and the sheriff the other day to get help for somebody that was homeless. They had no idea of one telephone number to call. So we need posters. They need to be set out in public places. So grocery stores, definitely the library, where people can find a case manager. So that's one thing. The other thing is that people living in a trailer park, in a trailer, typically do not pay as close attention to their environment as somebody that's living in a travel trailer on a private land. On a private land, they have a little bit of space. They can have a garden. They can grow some of their own food. In a trailer park, it's close proximity. It's still a fine place. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that having one trailer or two in a on a private land where there's some space is a really positive thing for people and very helpful. That's been happening for over 50 years, and now the county is saying nobody can have a trailer situated on a private land, even with a septic and water system and electricity. So I think you need to rethink that for the next 2 years. So maybe you can have a moratorium on all of that concern and let people stay where they are or on vacant lands that have appropriate things, so that we can solve the problem of housing. So if in less time than 2 years, you have some place for them to move to that's nice and will work for them with a little bit of a yard too, then that's great. But in less that's going to happen, you should do a delay on that. Abatements also are very vague. It's not specific. I have some abatement or cases that are open. I don't even know what they want me to do. I don't even know what they want me to change. They don't seem to know what they want me to change, but it's that I have this problem, but I don't know what the problem is. They don't seem to know what the problem is either. And then there's the grandfathered in part. Let's get clear what's grandfathered in and what's not, and then be nice enough to tell somebody, okay, your trailer that's on a private land is grandfathered in, and we're sorry that we told you to move it. Anyway, I think we can do way better for everybody. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dottie. What appears to be our final speaker is 3053. Thomas, I think that's you. Press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder again. So last week I called and during COVID-19 and asked for the mask mandate as far as outdoors to be in line with CDC guidelines. And I was actually informed, I was misinformed before that it was the Board of Supervisors. And actually, I thank you for the questions that were made by the supervisors that made it apparent for the public to realize that under this emergency ordinance, that I don't honestly even remember hearing an update on in the last 14 days, as the previous speaker commented about, we're stuck in this. So the health director has all these decisions. So it'd be really, really nice for the community to have that emergency ordinance looked at. It'd be nice to know when the end zone is, or the goalpost, or the end of this urgency ordinance, when we can start moving forward in a different manner. Because right now, having our elected officials not in control of the different masking mandates and things like that, it makes it very, very challenging. There's a lot of disgruntlement towards elected officials, which actually we can't even be disgruntled because it's up to the health officer and whoever they meet with. So those are things that'd be nice to be before the board soon. The housing thing that was out, the survey, I was unable to deal with it. Some of these county surveys are really challenging, just like the district mapping for me. It would be really, really nice to promote market rate housing, I understand the need for subsidized housing, but I think our county is really, really lacking in market rate housing. Market rate housing, which a family that works full time could be able to afford a mortgage payment and buy a house and, you know, some sort of starter home and start building on their equity and future for the next generations. With that, also, I believe it'd be nice to get in a better position where we're promoting all the multiple industries that are within the county to continue providing sustainable jobs where people can go to school here, they can go to college and get specific professional or work trades, and they can stay in this community and continue to raise a family of their own later on in life. Because if we don't promote those kind of things, we're telling people to just leave our community, learn, extract the resources and leave our community, where I would like to see something where we're promoting for people to live here, get an education here, support one of the different industries here, or bring a new industry here and continue promoting and making this a better county and community. Some things I would like to see. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. We do have one more public speaker on general comment, and that is 6098. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Mark Seitz, and I'm a resident of Fortuna, Supervisorial District 2. I also pastor the Fortuna Church of the Nazarene, and I appreciate all of your diligent work for our community. However, I must protest the current restrictions upon civil freedoms, which has been enacted by a few individuals in government upon the surprise majority of citizens. The science regarding COVID is far from settled. One example is the inventor of mRNA technology, Dr. Robert Malone, who in many media interviews, as well as his website, says that mRNA technology is not a type of vaccine technology for the entire populace to be using, but rather those who are at highest risk, which of course is our elderly and other categories. I'm no scientist by any means, but I do have a problem with the enactment
of a medical apartheid in our community and across the nation, which is being done in the name of science, as if science trumps our individual rights as citizens of this great American republic under the Constitution, as well as just human freedoms. The fact is that every man and woman is a free moral agent, responsible for all personal choices, including injections into their bodies and masks on their face. Human freedom and conscience are irrevocable gifts from God, which cannot be abrogated, denied, or surrendered. Free will and conscience are human rights to be defended and preserved. And normally, Western civilization has guarded free will and conscience as human rights. And so I would like to see our Board of Supervisors, as well as our state legislators and our federal government, protect the human right of an individual to either wear a mask or not wear a mask, to receive an injection or not receive an injection. So I hope that in the future, as well as the present, that you supervisors err on the side of freedom, because coercing people or bribing them into a quote unquote vaccine or other therapies or other things is kind of a bad harbinger of things to come. So thank you for your time. I hope that you err on the side of freedom. And I believe that in the past, we've already erred on the side of medical apartheid, and it's time to stop. Thank you for allowing me to give input.
All right, thank you. And so now we will go back to the board and move on to our next item. And we have a couple special presentations, and I appreciate everyone hanging in with a while during all of our comments. The first one, I'm happy to bring Michael Davies Hughes as the new Humboldt County Superintendent of Schools. Congratulations. Last time you spoke to our board, I think it was about you riding your bike like crazy distances. So would love to hear from you and what your expectations are and how we can help, if there's anything we can do to help.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Are you able to hear me?
Actually, Michael, I just made a mistake. Not about you. Hold on for a second. We've noticed that there are multiple Kathy Hayes on the Zoom. So anyone who Zoomed in using Kathy's invite, please turn on your camera so that we can rename you the right name. So I hope that makes sense. And then we'll do that while we're going to Michael. Okay, Michael, sorry about that.
No problem. Are you able to hear me, Chair Bass?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. I'm happy to be here this morning with you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself and to speak. I want to speak a little bit about what we're up to here at the County Office of Education. We're focusing obviously on helping the 31 school districts, as well as our own organization, through the challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. And student and staff safety is our #1 priority. And I'm grateful for the opportunity our office has to work with Dr. Hoffman and his team in public health in navigating these ever-changing landscape of COVID-19 prevention and mitigation. We're also supporting school districts in the county to address the academic needs of students. As you can imagine, many students are experiencing difficulties in the classroom due to interrupted learning as a result of this pandemic. And the difficulties aren't only academic, we're also seeing students having an increased need in our county school for trauma responsive care, including social emotional learning and mental health services for students and families. And I'm grateful here to Connie Beck and her team in behavioral health for being partners in this area. And we look forward to strengthening that relationship into the future. Like many other organizations in both the public and private sector, our districts are experiencing challenges in filling staff vacancies. I was on a call a couple of weeks ago with a district superintendent in our county, and he shared that he had 42 classified vacancies and 4 certificated vacancies. And as a county office, we're looking at ways in which we can help attract and retain a stable workforce for education here in Humboldt County. And finally, I'd like to say that our role in the county office is also to help districts beyond the pandemic, helping districts plan for the future. You know, what are the skills and competencies that our students need to be successful in the workplace of tomorrow? And I'm very excited about the opportunities we have as a county office to build upon existing relationships with other organizations, businesses, and institutes of higher education that share in that common goal of investing in Humboldt County children. So just a little overview of the things that we're focusing in here at the county office, both in the present and in the future. And I appreciate once more the opportunity to come and be introduced to you this morning.
Great, well, thank you. We probably have a few supervisors who may have comments for you or questions. Supervisor Bohn?
You're muted.
Michael, how are you doing? Hey,
morning, Rex.
Yeah, congratulations. I think this is a great thing. I think this was a good choice, and it's kind of amazing the great choices they had. I mean, there was no doubt about it. We could have picked any of them. They could have chosen, and it would have been great. And the nice thing about it, I think Chris gave you a smooth sailing ship to step in and take over the wheel. So, I mean, those are all positives, and I know you're going to do a great job. I think Eureka City Schools has lost a good second in charge, but I'm excited for you being over there. And I know I was one. I'm sure there was a couple others that would have loved to have been at your little swearing in the other day, but when you have a meeting go till 7 o'clock at night, which is anyway, we were there in spirit, and congratulations. I know you like to keep an eye on what's going on over here since you have connections over here as well. So anyway, glad to see the family's healthy at this moment too. So
thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Good morning, Michael. I haven't met you as of yet. I look forward to meeting you in person. I also wanted to attend your swearing in, and we had the marathon meeting. So I look forward to working with you and collaborating with the schools in any way that our department can help. And, it's our future, our young generations, our schools. And so it's so important. And congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. I will say, speaking of marathons, the oath of office that I took was definitely a marathon. You missed a zinger there.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, thank you. Welcome aboard, Michael. Really happy to have you in that position, and look forward to working with you as well on lots of projects, including taking some of these high-speed internet lines that run to some of our rural schools and getting turnouts on them to the families that actually live along those lines, so that they too can get that connection for their students and the rest of it, and other issues. But very much look forward to working with you, and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Madrone.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Congratulations from everybody, it appears, today. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be reaching out to you about some projects in my area that have to do with clean energy future and some of the programs that that schools are doing with regards to that. And I'm really happy to both assist in that in any other way with helping. I got a couple kids in the system myself right now in public schools, and so anything we can do to help is always a good thing.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Wilson. I look forward to those conversations.
All right, I think a lot of it has been said. I will go to Connie though first, and then I'll say what I was going to say. Yes, Connie, Director Beck.
Thank you. I'd just like to say HCLE is a huge partner to DHHS in many programs, and so super important that we have a good relationship and collaboration. And then just on a personal level, I'll just say on behalf of the family, we're so proud of Michael. So congratulations, Michael.
Thank you, Connie.
Yeah, and I was just conversion on the way out, but we were all trapped here for a while, and right. Oops, it was unfortunate, but what'd you say, Supervisor Bohn?
The internet is freezing.
Okay, yeah, mine says it's unstable. We must have a lot of people on today. Anyway, congratulations. We look forward to working with you, and feel free to reach out to us anytime. I know Chris had all of our cell numbers, so you'll probably have them too. And we definitely want yours. So with that, I think we'll go into the public comment period on this item. Again, this item is regarding Michael Davey Hughes and his new position as the Humboldt County Superintendent of Schools. Just make sure that the speakers know which item we're on. All right, so we have one speaker at 0116. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Yeah, just wanted to know, like Michael's position, if you had one on just like maybe a unified mask policy, because it seems like different schools are taking like different approaches that some run contrary to the even Health Officer Hoffman's recent mask recommendation for allowing no masks outside. And like additionally, like I've heard that on a national level, or maybe perhaps it was a state level, that a kid merely showing up to school is considered consent for getting one of the COVID vaccines. In fact, in Oregon, there was a kid that went undercover into school and asked to get one of the vaccines, and they were told that they would be allowed to do so without parental consent. So I wanted to ask those questions of our new superintendent of schools. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Ash. All right. Well, we have no other public speakers, so I will go back to the board, and I don't know, Superintendent, if you wish to comment on that, or if not, you don't necessarily need to, because you didn't know this was going to be a question and answer. So
that's okay. I'd be happy to address the question from the caller. The first matter, as far as the masking and the masking outdoors, I will say that we've been consistent in our approach to following the guidance of public health. And recently that guidance included the lifting of the requirements of masking outdoors, including in schools. However, the recommendation was still to continue masking outdoors to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. I will say that we do go by the requirements. It is up to each individual school district how they would like to adhere to the recommendations. And so some schools are indeed choosing to unmask outdoors for students, and others are going with that recommendation. But again, we have been consistent in our guidance of following public health. As far as the second question around mandated vaccinations in schools, or it sounds like a little bit of a undercover or covert operation for vaccinating students, I'm not familiar with that, and it's certainly not a practice that we would endorse or encourage or allow in our schools. So,
right, thank you, Michael. All right, any other comments from the supervisors before we let Michael go and get about his day? Thank you for waiting so long for us this morning. Looks like we're good. Nikki, do you need any official action, like we receive and file this report without objection? Will that work?
That one works.
Okay. Well, thank you, Michael.
Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
So now we'll go on to our second special presentation of today. And we're going to hear from Maggie Gaynor from Zero Waste Humboldt, and to hear what's been going on over there. And nice to see you as always, Maggie. It's better in person, but at least we've got you by Zoom.
Thank you so much. Good morning, supervisors, and appreciate some
I think we're having internet issues, Maggie. We can't hear you, Maggie. Oh boy. Looks like she's going to do voodoo there. We can't hear.
Now I hear you. Yeah, it just says internet unstable.
I got that.
So my colleague Kira Skylark is our public education coordinator. If I drop out here, maybe Kira can pick up where I leave off. So let's just quickly go to wait a minute, a PowerPoint presentation that'll keep us on track and swift here. It's been 5 years since we've given an update to the board 5 years ago. So now, let's see. I want to do share screen.
There you go. That looks
all right.
right.
Good. And a free movie night on reuse. And I'll just move right along to the next presentation. Zero waste, and I would say the broader planning, if you would just as soon not learn very much about hours, then we're fine. And we're all about advanced planning. And so the old 3 R's that everybody learned in school, reduce, reuse, recycle, that is a serious hierarchy for planning, for investment, for environmental impacts, assessment. We no longer say reduce, we say waste prevention. We learned from public health research that people understand prevention better. And so this is the hierarchy. Waste prevention first gets you the biggest bang for your buck. It's upfront, proactive strategies, habits, and business practices, and then reuse of materials. We've learned about the carbon footprint of all these different actions, and much better actually than recycling. Third priority, the third R in the old hierarchy. And then we're just as concerned about the toxicity of our waste as we are the quantity, and so safe disposal is important. So we're just going to zero in very briefly this morning on laws that are coming down the pike affecting small governments and local governments across the state. So there are many different forms of reuse. The top left photo here is deconstruction of buildings and used building materials. Deconstruction is becoming much more mainstream than demolition, and slowly, including in Humboldt County, we're valuing used building materials more. So secondhand shops, thrift stores, all those kinds of things are forms of reuse. There's the kind that has to do with all of our beverage makers in Humboldt County, wineries, breweries, dairies. Nationwide, we are returning, it's called Return to Returnables or Refillable Revolution, and we're going back with some modern improvements to returnable containers. On the right side here, you see Darren Ferreira, proud third generation dairyman who has invested in sanitizing equipment. You can now buy your milk in Humboldt County from a Humboldt County dairy in a bottle that you just take back to the store when you're done with it, and then you buy again. And it's the old system and it works well. The other photos here just illustrate daily habits, and it translates into business operations too, but what we work hard on is public education. And so more and more stores are adopting ways that people can take their own containers, their own bags, and not come home with 10 times more plastics than they really need. The average minutes that single-use plastics are used are around 12 minutes. And then it lasts in the environment forever. So at the bottom, you see a little yogurt. It's actually a large yogurt container. That's my habit. I don't like to carry glass jars around in the car. So I take that, I fill it up full of the grains or whatever I am buying and bring it home and put it in my glass jars. So another example of different forms of reuse. We now have a couple of water bottle refill stations at the county airport. And I know, Virginia, you were involved in trying to early on help to make that happen. We started just a couple of years ago before COVID, what we call the Refill Not Landfill Network of local governments and 2 high schools. We worked hard as a small organization to raise the funds to award 10 water bottle refill stations in local governments and 2 schools. And just in the first couple of years, a very modest, see, they all have a clicker, a counter on them. So it made it a good project to really see what kind of a difference it would make. And annually, it avoids 50,000 single-use plastic water bottles from our waste stream. That was a modest beginning. And since then, there have been more installed. I think local governments and their parks and rec programs and everything are seeing the value. And if people are interested, we've become experts in all the different kinds of outside and interior models for water bottle refill stations. Real quickly, this is what me as an old timer, I see evolving in legislation and what's coming down the pike to local governments. So in the 60s and 70s, recycling was introduced kind of as a healthy alternative to tossing it out the window. Litter became a statewide embarrassment, especially for our tourism industry, and farmers were finding too many fast food containers and things in their cows' guts that, you know, when they died. Awkwardly put, but you get that. Folks who were really caring about this had strong allies in the tourism industry and in agriculture. And then it moved on. These things come in, it seems, waves, flurries. So then the concern in California became landfill space shortages and not in my backyard. And where are we going to site all the landfills and where are we going to get it is all about California real estate. And then now, it's all about climate change, and people are finally starting to get it, that when you make some decisions when you go shopping about not extra plastics and those kinds of things, just real basic habits, you are doing climate action, you are taking a stand. So since around 2014, I would dozens of laws that are related to waste in one way or another directly come out of this concern of plastic pollution and the problems that are caused by global warming. So next, Kira.
Hello, everyone. Yes, so the current focus for local governments is to comply with the mandates of several laws related to food waste. CalRecycle has prescribed requirements on planning and implementing SB 1383 and AB 1826 that will include changing habits in business operations, food waste prevention, edible food recovery, business-to-business support, food waste to farm animals, food waste to compost, carbon farming, and digesters. We have recently completed an assessment of edible food recovery future potential to increase capacity for the cities of Arcata and Eureka. Next slide. There are many waste-related laws that were just passed within California. They were signed in by Governor Newsom in October, and they will all go into effect on January 1st, 2022. All of these regulations will need time to be finalized for implementation, so changes won't happen immediately. While more laws will not solve all of our waste and climate change challenges, we are happy to have this legislative support for our work. Of the 5 laws listed on this slide, there are 2 new laws that are of real interest to us, AB 962 and SB 343. AB 962 makes it easier for brewers and other beverage producers to create reusable glass bottle systems to reduce the need for single-use beverage containers. We've been working on a project for a long time to see if local beverage businesses can make the switch to reusable bottles. And the Truth in New Packaging Law, SB 343, requires products to meet certain standards to be advertised or labeled as recyclable and prohibits manufacturers from using the chasing arrow symbol. The chasing arrow symbol, along with other misleading labeling, has been an ongoing problem that has resulted in confusion and prompted many non-recyclables being put out onto the curb. Next slide. Thank you all for your time.
you have any questions for us?
Well, if you want to stop sharing, then we'll be able to see everybody in one screen. Well, almost everybody in one screen. All right. Any questions? I just want to say thank you for those water bottles on the inside of once you get through security. That's the best thing. The water that we used to take onto a plane from there was like not good. So I appreciate those efforts. Michelle.
Thank you through the chair. Hi, Maggie. It's nice to meet you over Zoom. I look forward to in person. I was curious of this item just because I'm new to the board, and so I really appreciated the presentation and what a great presentation that was. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Maggie and Kira. Great presentation, and thank you for your 10 years of dedication as a board and in education of our community and everything you all have been doing. And I really look forward to a robust system of collecting our food waste, our green waste, composting it, making energy from it, all kinds of things that we can do. So very much look forward to partnering with you and figuring out all of that kind of stuff. It's been done in so many other places. I know we can do it here. And of course, everything gets diverted to my compost system that I've got 4 generations of Madrones working to turn and feed the worms, so to speak. They always make fun of me when I'm mowing all our lawns. They say, I'm feeding the worms, so at any rate, great stuff out there. And I think we're going to see some really neat and innovative things coming about here over these next few years. So anything we can do to help support you all, I'm on board. So let's keep at it.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Good to have you here this morning, Maggie and Kira. I just with the new great appreciation for really the long time work even before this organization and the organizations before that you helped forge to help us get to this place. With the new legislation that you see that was listed here, where do you feel like kind of the biggest challenge for us as a county in adapting to what we see coming from the state?
Well, right now, Kira really zeroed in on SB 1383. That is the equivalent of what passed in 1989. It was landmark, it was significant, it changed everything. It was a big game changer, and for pros and cons, actually. This is equivalent to that. It is major. It will be changing how we think, how we do things. And it was driven by, we have to keep food waste and other landfill because of the that is generated from that. The other things I will tell you.
My signal went away.
The frustration is, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if anyone else's computers went completely out. All of a sudden mine shut off, but it's back.
I started off this morning just reminding you of the hierarchy. And for a myriad of reasons, early on, we skipped over the 2 most important strategies, the most important things to do, and we went right to recycling. So decades later and billions of dollars later, if just a teeny tiny, I'm answering your question, Supervisor Wilson, a teeny tiny percentage of public and private resources that have gone toward recycling, collection, processing, had gone toward waste prevention work and materials reuse, it would all be in a lot better place today. There are all kinds of changing factors, and it's moving all the time. It is not China's fault. We did this to ourselves. So to answer your question, reuse is something this county could really do a lot better job of, and we hope to work in that direction. And if ever you'd like to have a study session or anything at all, we're happy to help you with that. We will start to see more legislation at the federal and state level that promotes reuse and prevention more.
And Maggie, I was going to say, it seemed to be in the past, there have been past presentations where, weren't there even like purses made out of recycled materials? You've had some really interesting things that have come to us in the past. And how long have you been working in this? You know, Supervisor Wilson mentioned you've been doing this work for a long time, and I think you're probably in it back in the 70s-ish. I know you you knew my dad, so I figured I'm dating you a bit there.
Yeah. I got started as, you know, really with my overalls on and gloves and out working with the public and collecting from businesses in 1976. And what I'm thrilled about really is Zero Waste Humboldt has my colleagues who were the early founders with me 10 years ago for Zero Waste Humboldt have one by one retired. I will soon retire from the board, which frees me up to go back to working more at the national level, bring that information home to Humboldt, and I'll continue to be, I guess, a coach and you know, work on projects to help Zero Waste Humboldt. But yeah, it's been a long haul, and I do have that benefit of seeing patterns evolve. And the biggest change has been the content of our waste has changed dramatically since the 70s. Many more kinds of plastics and all the kinds of things that make it more difficult for people to do the right thing. And so a lot of our work, Kira's work, will be in public education related to how to shop right, upfront, proactive.
All righty. Well, let's see if anyone in the public wants to okay, Supervisor Bohn, we'll go to you. And if you are listening and you want to talk and you're from the public, please do press *9 now so that we know you're interested. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. I get to hear all these things 2 or 3 times, but being on HWMA for so many years. But SB 13, we're 5.5 years into 1383, and our involvement both with HWMA and our involvement with the RCRC has been really big, because the biggest challenge, we keep talking about the challenges, the biggest challenge is collections for some of these places. We're 4,400 square miles, and we're gonna have to have either dedicated trucks or dedicated compartments do that, and that's one of the things they're trying to work out. But you're right. Are we going to put it in digesters? Are we going to compost it? Are we going to, all those things being worked on, and then making it, we never want to spend more money than the power it provides or what it does. So we have to do this economically too. We like to throw money at things, but we need the community's help on this. And I know Zero Waste is trying to get the community's help, but and they keep pushing out, but if they're not listening. So he says it's probably up to everybody to make that happen. So that's why Zero Waste is probably important. And I do too remember those recycled purses they made at the recycling center in Arcata and a lot of other things. But just like everything else, if you don't own one of those recycled purses, you might be part of the problem that they're not still here. So again, support what you can along these avenues, and we'll try to find answers that are best for the planet and good for the economy at the same time. And there is a happy medium somewhere in there.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, we'll go to the public. There is one hand up. And 0151, press *6 unmute, and you'll have your 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Dottie Russell from Southern Humboldt. I just want to say fabulous, fabulous, fabulous to Zero Waste Humboldt. We've been part of the certification, doing part of that for the certification of Zero Waste. The store also had that before we became the owners in Phillipsville. So we're very interested in what's happening, and the work they do, that you do, Maggie, and everybody with you, is amazing and wonderful. There are a couple things that I'd like to talk about in terms of the ink people. Once had these big container that was divided into 3 different areas, I think it was, and people could just drive by and put things in there. If we could do something like that in Southern Humboldt, I would be a part of it. I'd like to embrace it and see if there's a piece of property that maybe we could have it on. We did that for the bus stop, so maybe we could do that for recycling as well. So that's one thing. The other thing is that the use of the water is so interesting, because if we don't have confidence in our community service district and the water that they're delivering to us, then that grossly impacts people reusing their water, even if it's with a Brita filter or something. So if we can get on top of people having a lot of confidence in their community service districts, then, and I don't know how to do that except for to work with the Water Resource Board, and see that we really are comfortable using the water just with something as easy as a Brita filter. So that would be wonderful. And infused water done with the confidence of the water board's water could be a huge, gigantic factor in saving things and not using so many bottles. And with the support of Zero Waste, we are using almost no plastic food delivery system other than utensils at this point. We hope to eliminate that as well. So we're on board with you, and we love Zero Waste Humboldt. Thanks.
Thank you, Dottie. All right, and that is the last speaker, or the only speaker we have at this moment. So we'll go back to, back to the board. And so any other last comments for Maggie and Nikki? Do we need an official action, or can we receive and file if there's no objection? Is that simple enough? Is that safe enough to do?
Simple enough.
Okay.
You can do that.
Well, Maggie, thanks, and we'll get you back here sooner.
Great, good. Thanks so much.
And Kira too.
Good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, so now I know we had multiple moving things with the consent calendar. I believe D6 is one of the ones for discussion, and that comes to us from it's the appointment to special districts special district directors. I can't speak, from the county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters office, and I believe Supervisor Madrone pulled that one. Is that correct? Supervisor Madrone, would you like to share the reason you pulled it or your thoughts to start the conversation? Or should we have Kelly Sanders do her report since she's on here first? Whoever I see first show up on screen, how's that? Okay, Supervisor Madrone, can you let us know why you pulled it? And then we'll go to Ms. Sanders. You're on mute.
Yeah, my apologies for stepping away. My sweetheart's homesick and I'm doing double duty right now. At any rate, the item was pulled because as it talks about in the staff report, there was a couple of districts that still had some vacancies. One of those was the Oric Community Service District. The other was Orleans, and then the Blue Lake Fire Protection District. And so on Monday, the Oric Community Service District contacted me, and they actually have another community member who lives in Oric who would like to serve. And I noted in our agenda item that it states at the end of the discussion that our board can fill these vacancies with qualified individuals or leave the seats vacant. So I wanted to bring forth, I think you all received the letter from, let's see, her name is, toggling back and forth, is Brianna Denlis. And this was sent to me by the Oric Community Service District. And I asked for it to be forwarded to the elections office. So I'm simply bringing this forward so that we might timely consider this appointment of Brianna in addition to the other appointments that are on our agenda, so that the Oric Community Service District would get back to 5 members. They've been down to 3 members for over a year, maybe a year and a half, and that's been really hard to do business. So just trying to bring this forward timely and hoping that we can add Brianna Denlis to the list of appointments for today.
Great, thank you. And now I'm going to turn this over to our county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, Kelly Sanders.
Good morning. Yeah, that's totally acceptable for the board to do so. If you had any questions about our report or anything, we're happy to answer any questions. I didn't have anything additional to add today.
All right, thank you. All right, well, Supervisor Madrone, would you like to make a motion to move forward staff report with the addition of Brianna? Oops. If not, I see Supervisor Bushnell has her hands up. So, well, maybe, let me go. Sure. She has a question first.
I just wanted to know how we received the letter. Was it emailed to us? Because I didn't receive it.
Yes, it was emailed out by Tracy yesterday.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
I did receive
apologies.
It.
Yeah, apologies for the last minute thing, but sometimes that's the way this works. And Oryx is a small community. Like other communities, it's actually really hard these days to get all of these seats filled. So I was ecstatic when they had this other individual, and appreciate Kelly being on board here to back up that that's part of the process. It all works. So with that, yes, I would make the motion to approve the slate of candidates for special district governing boards pursuant to election code section 10.515 and 10.517. And also to receive the staff report.
Okay, and that included adding Brianna as on that slate.
I'm sorry. Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second? And then I'll go back to Kelly.
Second.
Okay, yes, Ms. Sanders.
Yeah, I just had one comment on the spelling of Brianna's last name. It's Denlis instead of Denits.
Okay, duly noted. Right, well, let's go to see if there's any public comment on this one. I see no hands up, so we'll go back to the board. And I think we're ready for a roll call vote, Nikki.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And before we'll be moving on to D10, which may have quite a bit of discussion, and I need a brief break. So with the hopefully the board is fine if we take a 7-minute break and come back at 10:45. If not, Supervisor Wilson can take over. But okay, we'll be back at 10:45. If I can have everybody on camera on the board, that would be great. Supervisor Bushnell and Madrone, when you're in. Okay. And Supervisor Madrone, are you where you can turn your camera on? Hopefully you will shortly. All right, so we're going to start with an item that was pulled from consent, which is D10 regarding the payroll report, and I believe it was pulled by Supervisor Bushnell. So I'll turn this over to you this time.
Thank you. Through the chair, I pulled this item because I have had several inquiries over the last month and emails, and I wanted to be able to ask questions, and I wanted to be able to talk to staff and see how it's going. I also had some questions about the, we got an 8-page accountability sheet, and so I wanted to ask some questions according to that sheet. I see Ms. Paz Dominguez on. Are you going to participate? And
there she is.
Okay.
Good morning, or yes, still good morning. Yes, I'm here and ready to participate.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Karen. So I just wanted to ask some questions around the report, and I also wanted to give staff an availability to ask how it's going with payroll. And so the first question I would have would be this report that you sent us around the disability and workman's comp items for payroll, and it seems like there's a little bit of it says AC ran out of time to process, and so I was wondering if you could like maybe tell us what's going on there.
Please forgive me. I'm not sure which report you're referring.
So did you create this report?
Oh, the changes log. Yes.
Yeah.
So I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation that outlines all of the questions that you've asked and probably some that are coming. Would it be okay if we start there? Because it does address the report that you just held up.
Sure, but let's get everybody's questions and then you could address it. Would that be okay? Okay, so with giving that, and thank you for that, and thank you for preparing something for us. I wanted to ask department heads how's it going and what questions you may have of our AC, if there are any, and if not, then we can go back to Karen's presentation.
I don't have any specific questions yet. I do have some more general bit. So, Supervisor Bushnell, would you like the AC, Ms. Paz Dominguez, to show the report then, or her?
Sure. I mean, I had some more questions around the committees I'm on, but if she, as there's no other questions, I guess if she wants to do a report, that'd be great, or her PowerPoint.
And Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez, if we have questions, would you like us to ask during your PowerPoint, or just hold those until after you're done with the PowerPoint?
I think we can use your judgment. You know, I am part of a team that's here to present, so I'm not alone. I will introduce the other people who will share their perspective as well, who have participated in the payroll transition. If something comes up that you just have to know something, feel free to chime in, or there will always be room at the end to ask questions or have a discussion.
Okay.
Okay. May I share my screen here?
Yes, please.
Can you see the screen? Not the one with the notes and the menu, but the actual presentation.
Yes, I believe, yes, with a bunch of books on the side.
Thank you. Can you see this that I'm moving? I think it's the Zoom sharing menu. I wasn't sure if it showed on your screen. Okay, so today we're here to talk about the county payroll transition. I have with me Zach O'Hannon from Human Resources. He's a project manager who's been part of the transition team, as well as Michael Schroer, who's an administrative services officer, also part of the transition team. I apologize to Director Dar. This is all mostly new to you, but we are excited to have you join the team, and we will fill you in on everything as soon as you have time. Okay. I would like to remind everyone that this transition took place on September 5th. That is the effective date. That is the first day that the county payroll function was under the Auditor Controller's office. It has been 2 months. The outline of today's presentation. I'd like you to know ahead of time the items that we're going to discuss so that you know when it is best to ask any questions or when it is most appropriate to bring up any topics for discussion. First, we're going to talk about the transition team. Who is on the transition team and what roles do they play? We're going to talk about the payroll life cycle as we understand it here in the county and as it applies to the financial software that we use called Finance Enterprise. we're going to address some of the challenges that we've identified as part of the payroll processing. We're going to identify for you some of the present conditions that are potentially threaten public funds and increase risk of payroll theft and payroll fraud. It's not all bad news, though. We do have a lot of accomplishments and success that we're going to share with you. Then we have next steps and closing and discussion. This would be the appropriate place for questions that can be held till the end. This is the transition team that has been working on this project since August, I think. Yes, August. There are 2 people on this team who are no longer here with us, but I do think it warrants recognition of their efforts and the time and energy that they've spent working on this project. From the Auditor Controller Department, there were 4 of us, Amanda, Chance, Jim, and myself. From Human Resources, we had Cassidy, Casey, Kelly, Linda, Michael, Patty, and Zach. IT, we have Archer, G, and Steven. And we have our external vendors who are helping us from Koa Hills. They are John and Mary. We've learned so much from them. And MGO, Scott and Rebecca. We have also learned a lot from them, and we've benefited from their expertise and insight. We have found ourselves having weekly meetings, sometimes daily. We have been researching and investigating a lot of dense government codes, IRS codes, and labor codes. And when I put what fun, I'm not kidding, it is fun. We do enjoy reading and learning and building our skills. We have spent a lot of time training and educating ourselves on the financial software, as well as the 6 different MOUs that the county has for the 6 different bargaining groups. Trial and error, rinse and repeat. So I bring that up because there are a lot of tasks related to payroll that were brand new to everybody on the transition team. And when there are no instructions and no direction, we did have to practice a lot of trial and error. We tried certain things, they didn't work, we tried them again. We tried them and tried them until they worked. And some of the things we are still trying, but we are not going to give up. And lastly, networking, not lastly, there's another one. Networking and fellowship. It takes a village. We have bonded over this experience of the payroll transition. We've learned a lot from each other. Zach and Michael, please feel free to chime in on this one too. Not just within our own departments, but with external vendors and all the agencies that we have to work with as they relate to payroll and the public service and sacrifice. I say public service because this is why we do what we do. I say sacrifice because we've worked a lot of overtime, a lot of double time, a lot of time on the weekends. It is a big undertaking to complete payroll. And Zach and Michael, feel free to unmute yourselves if you want.
And while they're doing that, I was going to say, Supervisor Madrone, we'd like to know if you're on there now, because I know you kind of missed you in the beginning and just want to make sure that you're with us. So continue, Auditor Paz Dominguez, and I'll keep checking on Supervisor Madrone, just so we know that he's hearing us. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, board members and Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez. Yeah, it's been a huge learning experience. That's what I can confirm. It's taken a lot of collaboration, and as Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez stated, it's only been 2 months and we are still learning every single day. Myself, Michael, and really everyone that you see on the HR team never really touched anything. I'm using quotations, payroll, because I'm trying not to coin it as payroll in HR anymore, because we don't do payroll. But we're having to build these processes kind of from the ground up due to some of those things that Karen mentioned, because we haven't done it before, or there's no instructions, or the experts that were doing it are no longer available. So that's why sometimes when we're working through that trial and error, for someone who had done it in the past, it probably would have taken them something like 5 minutes. Whereas for one of us, through that trial and error, it could take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour to figure out how to do one presumably simple task. But we're moving in the right direction on those things. And again, I think it's going to take a little time to get to a place where we're doing those things as efficiently as we could be. But we are, I think, moving in the right direction.
I agree with those sentiments. We are moving in the right direction. We are learning. We're also coming in with fresh eyes so we can see how processes were done in the past and trying to make it better for all of our county employees working as a team. So it's been a hard road, but very enjoyable working with everybody.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Zach. I'd like to introduce you all to the payroll lifecycle. We're going to do it in list view for those of us that like lists, and then you're going to see a visual for those that like flowcharts and arrows and circles. The very first part of the payroll lifecycle involves the system setup. This is the part of where we have to work, auditor, controller, human resources, and IT on defining finance enterprise. We tell it what our organization is. We set up our tax ID. We set up, that's what timing information is. How often do we pay employees? What is our pay cycle? Salary information includes the salary index. The compensation table that the board approves has to be translated into numbers and data to put into finance enterprise, and position control as well. Payroll information is related to how many cycles of payroll do we have. In our county, we have 2. Cycle 1 is the main payroll, which is the one everyone is familiar with. We get paid every 2 weeks. And the second is the supplemental pay cycle. That is when we issue payments to separated employees, retired employees, or we issue any corrections for any employees who may have been missed or underpaid. The next part of the life cycle is the employee setup. This is where human resources shines. This is where they define employees. They set up your profiles, our addresses, our next of kin, our pay assignments, our deductions, our contributions. If you want to join a union, they will set you up with your union dues. If you want to have money redirected to a retirement account, they will set up the pay assignment to make sure that it goes into the correct account. Then it's time card processing. This is really where the payroll function starts. There's been some confusion about what is payroll? How does HR do payroll now? And what Zach said earlier is we don't really do payroll anymore. That's 100% accurate. They're doing the employee setup. They're doing the employee profiles, the personnel side. The payroll starts with the time cards. When employees turn in their timesheets, then we can start applying their pay rates, any incentives they may have, and we calculate those deductions and contributions that human resources set up so that we can generate a paycheck. After the time card processing is what is called the force calculation and pre-list. This is one of the more time-consuming tasks related to payroll. This is related to that trial and error that I shared with you earlier. We won't always know when a paycheck is accurate until we do the force calculation and we run the pre-list. We won't always know if an employee has sufficient leave time to use until we run the force calc and the pre-list. The next part is distribute and pay. It is at this point where we've finalized payroll, we've eliminated all of the errors, and now we're going to post it to the general ledger. This is when departments see all the charges in their budget units, but it is not when the paychecks are issued, because that is the next step. After we do the general ledger postings, we do the postings to the pay accumulators. These are the running totals of pay for all employees that will, at the end of the year, inform the W-2s. This is the last step for issuing payroll, where we do direct deposits and we print paper checks and we run reports. This is what the payroll lifecycle looks in flowchart view. I've added some labels here that you can see in red boxes to remind you of the list view. but then also to give you a visual representation of how all of the information that IT inputs into the system, that human resources inputs into the system, ultimately generates payroll. You have 1, 2, and 3, the time card, all processing here through force calc and pre-list. This is the critical step. This is the processing of payroll right here. And when it comes to reports, there's a neat little list down here that tells you all the different reports that are generated every time we do payroll. I want to be very transparent and share with you that this flowchart came directly from Central Square. I've just taken the liberty of adding labels to it, but this is what was provided to us from the vendor that owns Finance Enterprise. Because we've been doing this for 2 months, we've identified some challenges. Before I start listing all the challenges, I want to make sure that everyone knows we don't anticipate these challenges will be here forever. We just want to let you know that they have existed over the past 2 months, and we are going to actively work on resolving them. The very first one, which is probably the most critical one, is staffing capacity, not just within the auditor controller, but also in human resources and also in county IT. Limited payroll expertise countywide. There was very limited instruction or instructional materials in existence when we started this transition program or project. We are actively working on developing instructional manuals that we can provide employees as soon as they get hired by the county. And we also want to provide them to departments so that they can assist their employees with basic, simple inquiries related to payroll. Inconsistent submission timelines make it difficult to plan. For the past 3 months since we started the project, Human Resources, County IT, and Auditor Controller have been trying to solidify a work plan. When do things need to be done in order to make it in the next payroll? How often do things need to be done? What is the actual deadline before we can make any corrections? And it's difficult to plan around that because there is no consistency in when we get time cards, if at all. Even with the vendors that we work with, we are not getting the report of workers' comp at the same time on the same day. There's also a dependency on employees to submit their disability payment statements. Those come sporadically throughout the days, throughout the weeks. There seems to be an expectation that as soon as you submit it, it's going to be paid in the current payroll. But because of the process that currently exists, sometimes even if you submit a document on payroll day, it doesn't mean it's going to make it in the payroll cycle if we're already too deep into the payroll steps. Compressed time frame for AC to complete active payroll. The very last deadline for timesheets to be submitted to the Auditor Controller's Office is 3 p.m. on the Monday of main payroll week. That gives us less than 3 working days to audit and calculate and issue pay for over 2,100 employees. For this reason, it is going to be very difficult for any of us to have any availability on the Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of main payroll week. The MOUs are not easily translated to the payroll system. The MOUs are written in words. The financial software is all numbers. And so we have faced some challenges in interpretation when it comes to incentives. And also incentives that are added on top of incentives, but only if and only when, and then it depends on. When MOUs are written in such a way, it makes it very difficult for us to translate that into numbers that Finance Enterprise will understand. And because of this, we've identified several workarounds that have been implemented to try to calculate the number that we think the MOU is trying to tell us to calculate. Convoluted time card approval processes in some departments. I understand that the word convoluted can sometimes have a negative connotation. I don't mean it that way. I mean it in the truest sense of the word, per Google. Convoluted just means complex, confusing, maybe more than it needs to be. And what this means is employees are turning in time cards in a variety of ways, some on actual paper forms, some via ExecuTime, and some via written emails to their supervisors. Those time submissions then go through various different levels of approvals before they come to the Auditor Controller's office. And in some cases, it's missing the employee's approval because a supervisor may have had to turn in a time card if the employee forgot to. And it's difficult for us to trace it back when there are various different levels of approval that we have to work backwards through. Paper time cards and timesheets are inaccurate and or illegible. The county has invested significant resources in ExecuTime. It is the electronic timekeeping software that a majority of employees are using. There are 2 departments who have not implemented the use of ExecuTime and rely solely on paper timesheets. The struggle is trying to fit hundreds of employees' time on maybe 20 pages called a timesheet. And sometimes it is very difficult to read.
Super.
And assumptions have been made. And we have learned that errors were generated because of the paper time cards.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes, sorry, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and Honorable Auditor Controller. Is this where, because I noticed a common theme when we have these presentations, the biggest thing you're trying to do is trying to stop theft and fraud. It leads, I think it was your second item on your opening thing, the theft and fraud evaluations. Is this where theft and fraud, I was just wondering, and are we uncovering any in these time cards when they are inaccurate or ineligible? I know that's something that's really in your wheelhouse, and I'm just wanting to know, I think people want to know, are we finding that fraud, and are we taking care of that we seem to be chasing? And I appreciate you for chasing that fraud and going after it.
Is it okay to just answer?
Sure.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that question. It is a very important question, and I want to answer it, which is why I've prepared a slide. It's coming up where I will list all of the areas where there exists risk of theft and fraud. I'm not going to accuse anybody of committing theft and fraud, but I will highlight for you the areas where we are seeing potential for it. And it is not just the Auditor Controller who is tasked with reducing the risk of theft and fraud. It is also Human Resources. They have the division called Risk Management. It is a teamwork effort to try to reduce the number of opportunities anyone may have to either accidentally generate erroneous pay or intentionally. And I will go into more detail in a future slide.
I appreciate that. And I know you're not accusing anybody, but we have over 2,100 valued employees, and quite a few of them kind of take it personally because we're looking at fraud throughout the county, and it kind of makes them feel a little edgy. And I don't know how we can take that off without being so blunt going after it. But I know you're not accusing anybody, but it's out there in front every time. And I'm just wondering, are we finding any? But I guess that what we're finding will show up in the slide. Thank you very much.
And it looks like Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up too. Might as well.
Thank you through the chair. Karen, when you get the, me being new to this process, so when you get time cards and stuff like that from departments, don't they come approved by department heads, the time cards?
No, they do not.
So individual employees submit to you, or it comes through a department in department head, but through the departments?
For the 2 departments that submit paper time cards, we get an Excel spreadsheet that includes all of the employees and all of the time.
Who sends that to you? Not the individual employees?
not the individual employees and not the department head. It is usually a fiscal staff person or a specialist who is preparing those timesheet forms.
So when time cards come through, they're not checked by anybody in the department, you're saying, before they're submitted to you? Because I think it's a collaboration. If I'm not, so I've been told, and so I'm asking you to confirm that or not.
Can I trouble you to repeat the question?
So from my understanding, payroll is a collaboration with every department so that you can get time cards, timesheets, etc. So in departments, how are you, when you get them, have they been looked at by the supervisor or approved by a supervisor? I just am a little bit, with that many employees, I don't know how it couldn't be a little organized.
I see one signature on the timesheet submission of the person who grouped the timesheet together. I do not see an approval from a department head. I do not see approvals from the employees themselves. And I do not see approvals from the employees' direct supervisors. That's on the paper time cards. In ExecuTime, individual employees are entering their own time, approving their time, and then it's routed to their supervisor who also approves their time until ultimately being approved by the department timekeeper. And the department timekeeper is making sure that there are no outstanding vacation requests, leave requests, that every employee has reported 80 hours of pay and not more. There's a lot more checks and balances in ExecuTime than I believe there are on paper timesheets.
So with that being said, when it comes through to you electronically and it's signed by the supervisor, then are you going back and rechecking their time?
We do quality checks to make sure that they're not using codes that they don't have access to. So if someone puts in sick leave, but maybe they don't have any sick leave available, we will look at the error sheet and it'll tell us not insufficient time. We also look for errors like someone reported 160 hours because they accidentally duplicated their timesheet. It should be 80. So then we'll go in and make those corrections. We're not doing a check to one by one. We would not have enough time to do that. We're doing quality control checks of the approved time cards. And we do sample selection as well.
Okay, and so the paper time cards that you're getting, whose signature comes when those are submitted to you? And you're not, I mean, it sounds
it's a fiscal staff for one department and a personnel specialist on the other department.
And so you're not trusting that process because of the paper?
It's not necessarily that I'm not trusting it. And also, we have to exercise some professional skepticism as auditors. We trust, but we verify as well. So when I look at those spreadsheets listing of employee time, I compare it to what's been entered in the system. Sometimes the system will tell me that they, for example, have 40 hours time worked, but the timesheet will say that the employee is on medical leave. The two don't match. And so then I'll have to start inquiring of the department, what did you mean by this? Do you have an actual time card signed by the employee so I can corroborate their time? And oftentimes we found that there is no time card signed by the employee, or that the timesheet, oh, I'm sorry, that was a mistake. That's fine, we can correct it. But had we not found that mistake, it probably would have just paid out as 40 hours when an employee is actually on leave.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And I'm sorry for interrupting you.
And Director Beck has her hand up also, so while we're in the queue over there.
I would just like to, thank you, Supervisor Bass. I would just like to add that departments have a signed document given staff authority to sign on our behalf, and the auditor controller should have copies of those documents.
What Director is referring to is called the authorized signers form. The authorized signers form is the department head's option to delegate their authority to sign claims for payment related to accounts payable. It does not delegate authority to approve an employee's time card. That is only up to the employee, as they are the ones reporting their time. May I continue my presentation?
Sure, and we may have more conversation on that last item when we come back.
Great. Next challenge is significantly limited and outdated payroll processing instructions. Some of the instructions that we found have not been updated since 2006. And so we consider them to be obsolete, and we've had to rewrite them from scratch by researching labor laws, IRS code, EDD pronouncements, and that's to make sure that whatever they were doing in 2006 applies now in 2021. The payroll phone line is unavailable to the auditor controller and has been unattended for months. I got some feedback recently that some people were calling payroll and not getting responses. And that puzzled me because we're here in the office. There's someone answering the phones. I didn't know what that meant. And then I discovered that there is a specific phone line that used to be assigned to the former county payroll manager, or it was on her phone. I emailed IT. I asked them, where is this phone line? Where is it ringing? How do I answer it? How do I check the voicemail? And I learned that it had been assigned to 4 different phones. The former payroll manager, the former assistant payroll manager, the former payroll specialist, and an unattended HR technician phone who was on leave.
So can I maybe you said this, when did you discover that, and have you fixed that situation? I'm sorry if I missed it. I had a bit of a coughing fit.
Well, it was last week that we received a phone call at our county auditor phone from someone who said, I've been calling payroll and you'd never answer. I'm sorry, sir, I'm right here. I've been here. I have not seen the phone ring. None of us have any missed messages from you. We have checked the voicemail. And I asked, what number did you dial? It's the number that we don't have.
Well, it's fine. And I appreciate you mentioning that because I know we had significant challenges with communications through email because of the one email address. And I'm just glad that you've straightened out this, what sounds like a very significant challenge for the phone number. So I'm glad you're able to report that that's been fixed.
Yes. Thank you.
And while you're there, I'm going to see you, Supervisor Madrone. Are you with us yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, well, because I've been calling you multiple times and you weren't. So, all right, just now you're back. I just want to make sure you're with us on this presentation. All right.
Yeah, I believe you were calling me at the very beginning of the presentation, some half hour or more ago.
And when we started the meeting, I just wanted to make sure that you were with us because I didn't want to be having this without you available. Okay,
no problem. That I'm balancing a number of things here, so thank you.
Great. Please continue on this positive.
The next challenge is the significant backlog of unprocessed requests dating back 2 to 3 years. It's going to take us a while to complete all of those tasks. And so we're working on a combination of current first in, first out, and also remembering to keep going back through the backlog to make sure that all of those requests have already been addressed or that we find someone that we can delegate to so we can resolve them. At the very least, we are working really hard to provide responses to all of the inquiries we're getting to let them know we got your email, we're working on it, we anticipate you'll get a response by whatever date. The next challenge is incomplete setup of ExecuTime is resulting in confusion of employee assignments and timekeepers. The way ExecuTime is set up, or it was supposed to be set up, is that it automatically receives information from Finance Enterprise. When Human Resources inputs a new employee into Finance Enterprise, it automatically transfers to ExecuTime. However, we found that there was some setup done only in ExecuTime to create specific budget units or specific groupings to assign employee time to specific supervisors. But unfortunately, that information lives only in ExecuTime, not in Finance Enterprise. And so recently, our partners at HR were setting up new employees for a department. And the department was frustrated because in ExecuTime, they weren't lining up to the correct supervisors. We determined later that it was because of a very specific setup in ExecuTime that wasn't set up in Finance Enterprise. So we are going to be working with Tyler Technologies. They are the owners of ExecuTime to help train us on how to fix those setups and finish completing them so that the budget units and the supervisors and the reporting units are the same in both Finance Enterprise and in ExecuTime. The last challenge that I'll address is a complicated one, and that is limited county supervisor, department head, deputy directors, managers support of the AC and HR departments, and it's how it's affecting employee morale and recruitment. I think it's important that we as an organization address this, and so I'm willing to put myself here on the stage and take ownership of my part in this challenge that we have. I understand that my communication style might be different than what some people are used to, but I will share with you that when we have these conversations in board meetings, when we deliberate things in the press, when commentary is made by department heads to their employees hear that. And auditor controller employees, as well as employees from other departments, have expressed to me and to people in my department that they feel discouraged. Other people have felt discouraged from applying to work in payroll. And this is a challenge that I hope everyone can just listen, maybe take time to process. And now with our new interim director, Dar, maybe she can help us, as a neutral new person, identify the challenges that we face and help us work through them.
And I just say, I appreciate you bringing this up because I was having this conversation multiple times in the last several days. But and maybe you can tell me I'm wrong. I know in the past we talked a lot about how important it was to improve communication. I think during 2 public meetings, we had a lot of conversation on that. But I'm hearing from multiple people that it's hard for them to actually get a meeting with auditor controller. I don't know about with staff, but it's happening. It's happened more frequently. And I know even today you had said you were too busy to be here, and I understand because of payroll, but I'm not sure, if there's a good way for people to actually contact and have those conversations with you, because it seems to me that the department heads should be able to share that with you if the meetings are happening. So I'm hoping that that is also something that is being considered on how that can be part of a better process for communication. And I do see Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up.
Sure, thank you. Karen, are you done? Is this the end of your slide?
This is the end of the slide, but this is only my perspective, and I would still like to open the floor to our partners in HR.
I'd like you to take down that slide for a minute so I can see you.
Do you mean stop sharing?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So I appreciate your explanation today, and I want to respond to your last comment on that slide. So I, as an elected official, the same as you, I'm held accountable to my constituents. And part of my job is to field questions, find out information, and to try to, and to work with 4 other supervisors to guide our county. I, in the past, have emailed you questions, and I don't know you, Karen. I've never even met you yet because of this pandemic. And I have emailed you questions, and you shot back to me that I was being retaliatory. I'm not retaliatory. I'm trying to do my job as the same as everybody else. So I'm glad that you said you would take your ownership in this, because it instantly made me upset. And if you communicate with other people the same way you communicated to me, where I have a responsibility to my constituents, then I can see where that last statement you just made is true. And I have a hard time when I've asked you things, and you say, I'm not coming to the board meeting, I don't have time. And I don't understand that. And personally, I hate all of this and the way we are not communicating with each other. So I do really appreciate that you came today so that we can try to clear all this up and that all the questions can be asked. It's so important. And I just want to say thank you for at least being here so we can have this conversation. And I do have more questions, but I want to give other people time. And Zach and Michael, as you said.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for sharing and for allowing yourself to be vulnerable in this space. When I say I don't have time, I don't mean that as a joke. I'm not being dismissive. I mean, I don't have time.
But it is dismissive, Karen. And the thing is that we all are busy. And I understand that you're tasked with a lot of things, but without you having the time to at least respond, that's how we get where we are today. And that's why I have somebody call me last week that didn't get their child support payment, that was bawling on the phone because they could not buy groceries. I can't get an answer for them. And I'm sure that it's not on purpose. I know that's not on purpose. Never would that be on purpose. But what am I supposed to tell them? They also tried to call your office. They tried other pathways before they reached out to me. And I understand that you say you don't have time, but what am I supposed to tell my constituents when something like that happens? What am I supposed to tell other staff when they call me and say they didn't get their paycheck or they got paid for 2 hours and they can't get a hold of anybody?
Yeah. I can only take responsibility for what I can control and for the ownership over my actions. You've touched on a lot of different complicated topics, and I struggle with, I don't know that I can explain all of it away in one small conversation right now. I will say that it's a team effort in this county. Everyone has had a part to play in the dysfunction, quite frankly, that we are facing right now. And I shared with Director Dar when I met with her that I want to be a part of the solution. So maybe that'll be in another meeting. I'm not sure, but I don't think maybe now is the time to do it, because I would like to finish this payroll presentation, because a lot of the topics you mentioned, like child support, we're going to address in this presentation.
I want to appreciate that, Karen, but I also want us to recognize that this is people's lives. And
yes, I understand that completely.
Okay, then and thank you for wanting to complete the presentation. And then I will come back with the appropriate questions that I have and with anybody else on here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have more to say on the communication issue, but I'll wait till after the presentation as well.
May I share my screen again so that Zach and Mike can jump back where we left off? Thank you. Zach, Michael, if you want to.
On the previous screen, you had 6 items for payroll processing. That's just the front end until employees get paid. There is stuff done afterwards where we have pension reporting, retirement reporting. We have a number of garnishments, child support, as was brought up. So there are a number of other payroll processes that are done after the employees are all paid out. So it is just not limited to those 6 items that the Auditor Controller mentioned earlier. So there are a number of things there. And to, I believe, Supervisor Bohn questioning about fraud and items like that, we are finding that financial enterprise doesn't understand all of our MOUs, and there are some discrepancies where the county is paying or being charged for things that they shouldn't be because of way the financial enterprise is interpreting the MOUs, and we are catching those items and trying to fix that as we're processing and separating and creating some checks and balances that have been non-existent for a number of years.
The only thing that I would add is kind of echoing what I said before. You know, we're getting new sets of eyes on this. it's taking far longer than I would like. I'm a very much a let's get this done type of person. And for example, with the child support example, I dropped everything I had to do and spent, I don't know, probably 2.5 or 3 hours on the phone with everyone I could find to try to figure out how to get that done. Because that really hit, that when I learned that children weren't getting the money they needed, nothing else was more important at that point in time. However, that kind of goes back to, had we had the expertise, that could have been probably done in 5 minutes. And I think we're getting to that better place. We're getting more eyes on this. As far as challenges, speaking to the staffing capacity, I'm a project manager. Michael's an administrative services officer. I don't think you could say that this is in our job description, but we've taken it on, and I think we're going full bore into it. But there's a lot of additional duties that have been taken on in human resources that a smaller group of people that was payroll for a certain amount of time no longer exists anymore. And actually those positions have moved. So we now have all these additional duties that we're trying to learn while also working through that backlog that Karen mentioned. So I think Supervisor Wilson said it when this transition happened. This is going to be a bumpy road. The road is still bumpy. And I think we're, again, moving in the right direction. We want to hear from staff the things that aren't going right. I'm getting emails on a daily basis about issues and doing, issue management. Essentially, Michael and I know Karen are doing that as well. Because a lot of this stuff, there's a lot of things that are happening in the process that, because of the lack of resources, the lack of knowledge, the lack of instructions, we simply don't even know that might not be occurring. And I know that probably sounds a little scary, but we won't know until someone speaks up. And that child support example is perfect, of hearing that and needing to take action immediately. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Zach. We're coming right to the next, this is the one. Present conditions that threaten public funds and or increase the risk of payroll theft or fraud. Unenforced record retention. There are missing signed authorized time cards. We learned of this only because an employee called in. This is what Zach is describing. We learn about things when employees call us. We are answering the phone. We are taking those emails from employees and we're processing them. When an employee calls and says, I didn't get paid or I got paid incorrectly, my recourse is to look at the time cards. When time cards don't exist, I don't have anything to stand on to dispute and am obligated to pay what the employee is saying. Whether it's accurate or not, irrelevant, because my objective is to keep the county safe. And if I can't prove or disprove something, then the county could potentially always be liable. We're unable to verify accuracy of pay issued. We are unable to verify the days that someone worked, the number of hours that they worked in a day. We are unable to provide confirmations to CalPERS related to hours worked and length of service when an employee retires and wants to buy back their service credit hours. We are unable to provide confirmations to the Employment Development Department for income verifications as they relate to hours worked and length of service and for disability integration. Another condition is netting time corrections. Let's say it's January. I am an employee. I make, for easy math, I make $10 an hour in January. I put in that I worked 40 hours and I'm going to take 40 hours of sick leave in January. It turns out that's not how my life went. And I actually left early. I only worked 20 hours and I took 60 of sick leave in January at $10 an hour. I don't find out about this erroneous timesheet until May. I'm now the department. Oh my goodness, I submitted the wrong time for this employee. So in May, I'm going to correct the pay and I'm going to give them or take away their regular, adjust the sick, whatever. What I'm not accounting for is that in May, the employee has gotten a raise from January to May and is no longer at $10 an hour. And so now the correction I'm making in May applies to the current rate, which is higher than the rate it should have been back in January. Now the county is spending more money to make this correction. Misapplication of rates of pay, misapplication of available leave balances. So same situation, it's May, the employee did not have sick leave available. In May, when I want to make a correction, they do, so I take it. But they didn't have it back in January, which is the period I'm trying to correct. I've now overpaid leave time to an employee in May. The next condition is the decentralization of payroll. This kind of ties back to what you brought up, Supervisor Bushnell. Employees may be going directly to you. They feel like they've gone to a bunch of different places and they can't get an answer. That's because there's a bunch of different places for anyone to go. And there's a lack of clarity about who actually holds the power to correct the mistake, who has the power to adjust the retirement, the leave, the education account, the health savings, like where do you go? And so they go everywhere. That's one of the challenges with decentralizing a central function. Also, if there is a backlog in a department, then that automatically means there's a backlog in human resources and in the auditor controller that could potentially result in fines for the county. There are deadlines, number of days that we have in order to issue a pay check to an employee, a current one or a former one. And if a department forgets or they misplace it, it's all accidental, no one meant to. But if that happens at the department level, then it's going to happen in human resources, it's going to happen in auditor controller department, and then it impacts the employee and it impacts the county. Unauthorized tax advising. It is against the law for an unlicensed person to give tax advice. And what we're finding is that people in departments may be giving advice to employees about taxation. I don't think they mean to cause any harm. I think it may be just innocent ignorance that they don't know they can't give such advice. But this creates a liability to the county when it's time to pay and they have an expectation and we say, actually, no, it's this. And they say, well, I have it in writing from my department that it has to be this. Now we've got an issue. And this happens more often than it should. Similar to unauthorized retirement planning and guarantees. Sometimes MOUs change. And an MOU might say, any employees hired previous to this day will get to cash out their sick leave. Well, current employees don't get to cash out their sick leave. That MOU changed and they can no longer do that. But someone told them, wait, I think you can. Sick leave does get cashed out. So then the employee has that expectation. They do their retirement planning on using that expectation. And then the time comes for us to pay them out. And they've accumulated hundreds of hours of sick leave, only to find they're not getting any of it. Now we have an upset employee threatening lawsuits, threatening to report us for things we had nothing to do with. But that's part of the decentralization of payroll. I see a hand. Do you want to say something?
Again, I don't
I just have to ask, and I understand these are have we had any lawsuits about paid out sick leave or things that somebody has? Because I said this is a problem, but is it a problem that could happen that hasn't happened? Because I haven't seen this in our settlements or anything else in our closed sessions or anything, and I see Michael nodding his head a lot on this and everything else. But I mean, is this? I'm just saying. I'm just trying to get some meat into this because I understand because I came in 10 years ago when that changed from 2 3/4 to 2, and we've actually offered people jobs at 2 3/4 on their paperwork, but it was 2, and I know there's issues being worked out there. But on the sick leave, I thought everybody had a pretty good understanding on that sick leave thing, but I don't get sick leave. But have we got any lawsuits? Is I guess a simple question.
I believe County Council and maybe Human Resources will have very specific information for you related to specific lawsuits, but I can share with you that we have had, I believe your board approved several settlements related to payroll and labor laws. For FLSA, the family, I forget all the letters and the acronym, what they stand for. HR, help me. FLSA.
That would be the Fair Labor Standards Act.
Correct. There's settlements issued for that. There's settlements issued for overtime that didn't get paid out. And
I didn't see overtime mentioned here. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, in terms of, are there errors in payroll that then result in significant penalties for the county or in settlements? Yes, there are. And I don't want to, when I hear your question, are there any lawsuits? Sometimes just the threat of a lawsuit can be enough to correct an error. Also, if we're talking a lot about employees, this impacts them, whether they sue or not. The stress, the frustration, the anger, this is all a negative impact to them. And we do value employees, which is why it's one of the things I wanted to highlight for you so that you can help me address it.
Great, thank you very much.
The next one, no county leave policy. There is no county-wide leave of absence policy. What this results in is employees, there are employees who are in unofficial leave, meaning they're not on state disability, they are not on workers' comp, they're just on leave. The employee has requested some time off, they anticipate they'll be back, and the department has approved it, which they can do. The challenge there is while an employee is on unofficial leave, they are still active in payroll and they continue to accrue leave. When an employee runs out of leave, they continue to accrue and they continue to use that leave that they just accrued. And so it's a never-ending cycle of paying out leave to an employee who has not worked in over a year. But they continue to be paid because they continue to earn because they are not on official leave. And the county currently does not have a leave policy to address this. Incentives for working conditions. I use hazard pay as an example because it's the one most people understand. And employees across several departments get this hazard pay. They deserve an incentive for working in difficult conditions. The challenge exists when those employees are on leave because they are continuing to accrue and continuing to receive and continuing to cash out. They are also still getting incentives for hazard pay, even though an employee may not have actually worked in several months. Inconsistent, inaccurate use of leave times. Use of sick rather than vacation. So as I shared before, sick leave now is not compensable. We don't pay it out when someone quits or resigns or retires or is fired. We do cash out vacation. And so what we're seeing is a lot of use of sick leave for what should be vacation in the interest of saving all the vacation to maximize the amount that is cashed out from the county. No county overpayment policy. When there are those situations, either erroneous or undetected fraud or accidental, and an employee is overpaid, the county currently does not have an overpayment policy. There is no formal document that outlines the steps we will take to recoup those funds. Some of the overpayments that we are aware of are not actively being recovered, either because the employee can no longer be found, we don't know their new address, we don't know where they live, we don't know how to get a hold of them. And we also face the inconsistent application of repayment plans. This will be more for Human Resources to shed light on if they want to, if they have anything prepared for this. But when an employee is overpaid, sometimes the employee will come and tell us, hey, you overpaid me, but I don't have it all to pay it back. Can we set up an arrangement? And then it really depends on what human resources is able to work out with the employee, what the employee can accommodate, but there is no formal policy. And so what you're looking at is inconsistent treatment of repayment plans.
And actually, since you've mentioned that, yeah, because I did get a recent example of, it wasn't one of our, necessarily our employees, but another organization, which, well, it's one of those complicated organizations that's, that works through us. And there was a problem with somebody did get paid double. And unfortunately, when they finally reached someone, it was like, it was like, apparently it felt like that organization was being blamed for it, which it ended up, that wasn't the case. And an accident happened, somewhere. But they did say how difficult it is to try to just repay money and to even reach anybody on that. So I appreciate your explanation on that.
Lastly, unanswered CalPERS inquiries can result in penalties. We are addressing this one a little quicker than the others by updating CalPERS on who the points of contact are with the county. They were previously emailing just one person all of the inquiries and running a timer. It's been this many days, the county hasn't responded. It's fourth follow-up, fifth follow-up. Nobody is monitoring that email. Nobody in human resources knew, nobody in auditor controller side knew. We are identifying all of the different CalPERS agents that communicate with the county and asking them, what are you waiting on from us? Can you send us your requests? We'll try to help you. And we've been able to address a lot of them, but there's potentially a lot of other CalPERS inquiries that we don't know about yet because they're being sent to the wrong person. And there is no forwarding or shared inbox situation like we have in the auditor controller's office. Human resources, I've touched on a lot of things related to auditor controller and what we're experiencing in payroll. Is there any part of this that you'd like to shine light on from your perspective in human resources?
I can share that, there's definitely, it's very clear that our memorandums of understanding, our merit system rules, our salary resolution do have some conflicting topics in there. And so there's definitely some, again, shining light on this. There's really a lot of room for us to create some more standardization and work with some of the experts to try to make some of these processes in the system and for county employees a lot more streamlined, a lot more efficient, a lot more standard. Every time there's a deviation from a rule, it really creates an opportunity for an error, really. So that's something that is recognized and that we have control over, things that we can bring to your board with recommendations on policies. But there's a process to that, of course. So it kind of goes back to that shining more light on eyes on the system and on the processes will allow us to do that. So I think some of those policy things, as far as the corrections and reporting of time and things like that, I leave that to Karen in the payroll division. But that's something that HR at least could take on at some point is shoring up some of those policies and memorandums of understanding.
Thank you, Zach. I'd like to start talking to you about the accomplishments, the good things that we've done, the victories we've had, and those, I see your hands.
This screen is so small that the sharing is like I can barely see the little yellow things, but yes, thank you for noticing that, Supervisors Bushnell and Wilson.
Thank you through the chair. Karen, before you go on to the next, I wanted to ask a couple questions so I can understand. So the life cycle that you presented, I think it was a few screens back.
Because I have those animations to make them pop out, I have to click back a lot.
It's fine. You don't have to go back. Just answer my question. So the life cycle explained about how payroll came about or comes about. And with how you were describing it, have you as your department had to recreate all that? I mean, people were getting paid previous, so I'm wondering if it's you now understanding it because payroll is back in your department, or if you had to recreate payroll. I was a little confused.
Figured out how to go back. There are some things that we have had to recreate, and they're part of the accomplishments. This cycle or this life cycle has existed since the inception of Finance Enterprise, except it was called One Solution before that, and it was called IFIS before that. Now it's called Finance Enterprise. There has always been this setup. The challenge that existed when the payroll function was in human resources is that human resources was completing everything up to here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And auditor controller was just printing checks. What we're doing now as part of the transition is implementing segregation of duties. What should be processed by human resources, and that's what we've identified as the employee profile. What should be done by IT, that's the system setup with direction from the auditor controller and human resources, and who should be actually running the payroll function, beginning with timesheets. Now, all of this is auditor controller. Previously, because payroll was within human resources, there existed the opportunity for one person to be able to create a fake profile, assign a fake salary, assign a fake position, apply pay, print the paycheck, put their own bank account number, and no one would notice. That was a real threat, and it was identified by myself, by MGO, by CPS HR, by Charlie Wilson, who was another consultant. Now we don't have that. Now we have that segregation. So human resources is putting in who the employees are, how much they are going to get paid, what are the deductions and contributions. And then the auditor controller is taking all of that information and applying it to hours and time.
So thank you for that explanation. Previous to payroll being at the HR department, which I think was only for a couple years, was before my time, and that's why I'm asking. Payroll was at the AC's office, correct or not?
Yes. And there was a study done by CPS HR in 2018, where they identified the need to separate the functions that were performed by human resources and the functions that were performed by payroll.
So so with that statement being said, and you having to recreate this diagram, it wasn't there previous?
What wasn't there previously?
So how you're separating HR and AC processes with payroll only being at the HR department for, Zach, can you help me? How long was it there?
It was in 2018. So I want to say it's a little over, wasn't it 2018, I believe, when the first transition occurred?
And that was because we had an outside payroll company doing a lot of it, so you were working with them. Is that a true statement or not?
At that time, I don't believe so. I think still the payroll team that was in human resources was doing most of the work. I believe they began engaging Coa Hills, who we're currently still working with at that time, but I don't believe it's at the same level that we're currently working with them.
Okay, so before 2018, when payroll was with the AC's office, these delegations of duties, it wasn't clear then? So you've had to recreate this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, when the payroll function, well, it was a payroll division that was in the auditor controller's office. It was self-maintained. There was very little interface between the payroll division and the rest of the auditor controller's office. Now that it's come back, we've eliminated the division because it's just part of the auditor controller's office.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just have a question. It relates to the list of challenges, I guess you'd say. And I in every system, I mean, an organization this size, the bureaucracy is that we have, just as many others do. There's always a list of these things. And so, and you mentioned one of the things you talked about, the potential for someone making up an employee status, I suppose, and then charging to that. I mean, was there any evidence that anyone had ever actually tried to do that, like make up an employee thing and actually go through the rigmarole of doing that, and actually, did anyone ever try that we know of? Is that something that happened?
I'm not sure how much I can say, but here are some things I can share. There have been duplicate employees that we figured out exist, duplicate positions, multiple assignments to one position that were not authorized by the board. And when it comes to, is someone purposely doing that? I don't know. It would be knowing that person's intent and someone saying, I did this maliciously, which we don't know. But I can say the things have occurred that we have identified that indicate that is happening. Errors like someone put in a bank account in the wrong person's profile, and that person received pay that belonged to someone else. Sometimes even just innocent errors like that can result in significant problems for the county.
And I guess what I'm referring to is criminal activity. So that's part of this. But my bigger question really is, I see the list here, and is there some methodology to prioritize and to really gauge the magnitude of every one of these things? Because that seems to be, in any organization, you got to there's a list, right? And you've provided us a list, and I was just wondering what your methodology is to decipher the magnitude of each one of these things, and then prioritizing, how to get through the list, because you can't do it all at one time. That seems. I certainly couldn't imagine that being the case. So what's your methodology that you use to address these kinds of changes?
I am so excited that you asked me that question, because I just so happen to be working on that. It's a vulnerability scale. This is how we assess risk. So this is how an auditor would do it. I'm not familiar with how human resources would do it as far as risk management is concerned, but this is what we would have to do, is examine each of the situations and determine its vulnerability. If it's very vulnerable, it's going to get a 5 rating. It's urgent. You got to fix it as soon as possible. If it's an error, we could fix it, or we could run a report that would help us identify it, and maybe we won't fix it this round, we'll fix it next round. Then we'd give it a 1 rating. Remember that it's been 2 months, and there's only so much we can do with the time and resources we have. But this is the metric that I will be using and applying to my assessment of risk. And I'm also happy that we're here in a board meeting. If members of the board want to tell me, I care more about this thing than the other, that will of course be taken into consideration. And I would also partner with human resources and also give our new interim director the opportunity to weigh in on these situations. Because it's not just a matter of how risky is do we have the resources to even address it? Does our system know how to do what we want it to do? But this is
as a follow-up question. I have a follow-up question. I'm looking at the list that you're proposing here, and what I don't see is financial magnitude, right? So what's the potential for financial impact to the organization in these ratings? And so I feel like that's probably a factor that if it's implied in here and I don't see it, that's possible, because I'm not familiar with the vernacular of auditing in general, thank goodness. But I just
You're missing out.
Yeah, and so I'm just hoping that because I think a lot of the anxiety that a lot of people feel is around whether or not the efforts that we put in as an organization to try and adjust things, are we prioritizing those things from a financial perspective? Is the risk of putting something off worth the value of putting focus on something else so that we can get things done, because we're human beings and we can't do it all?
That is a good question. I don't know the end all answer because to me, someone receiving $1,000 over is enough for me to want to go address it. But to someone else, $1,000 might be negligible. And that's just like a very simplistic example.
And just to follow up, it's only negligible if there is $100,000 over here that you got to deal with. Like that's sort of my point.
Right.
Like
So,
where are we gauging that?
Yes.
It's so just want to make sure
There is an audit term for that. It's materiality. And so we would take into account how much is the county's overall payroll? How much is this error? Is this error a significant amount compared to the total amount of the payroll? What materiality threshold are we setting? We're not at that step yet because I'm still identifying what are all the things that need to be addressed. And we are in crisis mode. So like Zach shared earlier, we were working on a project to fix the calculation rates of an incentive for the law enforcement management group. But then we found out about the child support. We had to drop everything to try to resolve the child support situation. That, of course, really upset the members of the law enforcement management group. So then who do I upset? Sometimes there's going to be a situation where no matter what I do, there's always going to be somebody upset. And so I'm going to continue working with human resources. They are risk management to address what are all the errors, how much would it cost us upfront, how much would it cost us long term, what are all the different agencies involved, what are those agencies' penalties. IRS will have penalties, so will Employment Development Department, so will CalPERS. Are those penalties percentages of any specific amount? There's a lot of work that still has to be done to be able to answer your question. I'm glad you asked it though, because now we know that that's something you want us to look for. So we will make sure that it's part of our risk assessment.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell. Rex,
Actually, Rex had his hand up.
Since he doesn't use your actual little yellow hand, you don't show up in the small screens, Rex.
Yeah.
So,
Karen, can you stop sharing again for a minute, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would help for those of us who have really bad eyesight. Okay, so Supervisor Bohn, you were waving, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, no, I think in simple man's terms, I think Mike was looking for, are we being penny wise and dollar foolish is what the old timers used to call it. But what I want to know is these things that you're naming, the double, the bank account numbers and everything else. Fraud gets everybody's hair up. Oh my God! Nobody wants to read that Humboldt County was taken for $3 million, $4 million. But most of this sounds like errors. And what I'm saying is, you see, I can't tell you, but I mean, it seems like errors in the system. And I know about 75% that I can account for. 75% of your payroll comes to you pretty neatly done through the HR, through DHHS and the sheriffs. It's double checked by them. Time cards are checked by them. I don't know if it's certified by them, but I think they send it to you in kind of a nice little bundle, and then you need to spot check a few just to make sure they're not, blanket approving it or anything else. And I certainly appreciate that. But the problem with me is because I get nervous because I don't want to open the Time Standard or something like that and see that county is paid some employee $3 million because he was able to circumvent the system or something like that. But there are errors made, and in an organization this big, and you've said it yourself many other times, that we make errors, and we're trying to help. I get that we're not trying to, but we've got KOA in there, or KA, whatever they are. I mean, we pay them $25,000 a month to help you guys with payroll. We're paying $80,000 a month to MGO, a lot of acronyms. MGO to help you guys out because we want you to be successful. We want everyone to be successful, and we're trying to do it without. I have found out really well though that if you question anything, you're going to get the wrath of God on you, because I got one of those investigations that cost the county $24,000. But so I'm hopefully we really can work together. But I'm just saying, can we differentiate between errors, perceived errors, and fraud? Because back to that, I'm going to sit here and stand up for our 2,200 employees. Do we have a couple bad apples? I've got apple trees. Yeah, every tree has a couple. But mostly we have guys that are, and gals that are busting their tails to provide services to the people in this county. And I mean, by throwing out this fraud word all the time, that, you know, I'm here to protect everybody. I think that's why we're all here. And and that's the first step we have to do is say, it's okay, because I'm protecting your money and I'm trying to be transparent. We've always been fairly transparent, I think. And I think what's confusing to a lot of us is we've always been able to pay our employees without any issues. We've always been able to pay our bills without a lot of issues. And now we get a lot more calls on that. And is it just, I'm just trying to figure this thing out, because we spend a lot of time. I can tell you, we have spent in the last 2.5 years 20 times more time on these meetings than I ever spent with Joe Mellett. And I don't remember Jaconi. I don't remember Steve. I don't remember anybody having these many issues with the Auditor Controller's Office. So I appreciate you for trying to fix everything, but I think we have to do a better job of telling everybody what we're fixing instead of scaring the hell out of people, because people are reacting wrong is what I'm seeing. You know, and I know you're trying to work with staff as well as possible, and I appreciate that.
All right. Were you still doing that?
May I respond?
Sure, and then we'll go to Supervisor Madrone, and then I wanted to find out how much more of your presentation you had so we can actually get public comment if there is some.
Supervisor Bohn, I think you will find that you and I are more alike than we are different. My function as an auditor is to alert you of opportunities for fraud. I don't want to sugarcoat a word that has existed prior to me existing. What I'm giving you an opportunity to do is to be aware that there are weaknesses, that there is opportunity, and to work with me to help address them. So when human resources and an auditor controller work together to develop an overpayment policy, we will invite you to ask questions, to provide input, and then we will depend on your vote to pass such a policy. I don't think I'm not quite sure why there is this personalization when it comes to these things. I'm talking to you about a function. I'm reporting to you about what I've seen in the 2 months since I have inherited the function. And I don't want to discourage people from talking about these things, because this is how we protect the county. Nobody has been accused of anything, but I'm also not going to cover up the fact that we still have a lot of work to do to address these opportunities for fraud.
Supervisor Madrone, and then Bushnell. What?
Thank you, Chair Bass. Well, I appreciate you being here today, Director Paz Dominguez, and providing all these details. I think there's been some really good questions, good details back and forth. I very much appreciated your part where you recognize that there are things that you can do within your power, within your realm of your department to make things better. And I think, we all know that improved communication is one of those things. And I recognize it's hard to communicate as often as we need to when we're understaffed and we're overloaded with tasks and details that all have massive priorities on top of them. So I get that, but I do think sometimes improving that communication actually can save a lot of time, because when people don't feel like they've gotten a response or feedback, then they email again, they call again, and it just adds to the load. So again, I hope that we get the staffing done, because I think that's at the root of a lot of our problems in every single department. There's not a single department in the county that you can point to that isn't understaffed, and COVID made that worse. I can't go into the details because it's closed session items, but I think we're all hoping that we're getting close to some final wage increases and other things. And again, I won't go into the details, but I do believe that that will in fact help us with staffing and retention and recruitment and things like that. But anyway, thank you for your presentation, and anywhere in any way you can improve communication and prioritize that, I think will go a long way towards helping us all be on the same page and work together. you know, I hear a lot about how there was never these problems before for years and years. Well, actually, Joe Mellott was asking for more staffing for years, and he never got it. So had previous boards responded to that request for staffing in a more timely fashion, it's entirely possible that, obviously not all of this, but many of these things might have been corrected years ago. That's not on you. That's, you know, that's on previous boards, frankly, for not responding. And, you know, frankly, it was also during very tight times. I know budget-wise, there was CalPERS, liabilities, all kinds of things that previous boards were having a hard time finding the money to do a lot of the things that we probably needed to be doing in the county. Like, so I don't see that as anybody's fault. It's just what it is, you know, but to suggest that things are all hunky-dory before you came on board simply isn't the case. The staffing simply wasn't there. I also know that when payroll was back in your department before it moved to HR, as you pointed out, there was one solution. Now it's called Finance Enterprise. But as I understand it, staff in the payroll division were not fully utilizing that software. And there was an awful lot of hand entering and hand corrections and all kinds of other things going on that were very, very problematic, let alone the vulnerabilities that you've mentioned in regards to lack of oversight and, you know, too many people doing the same number of jobs, which created potential. You're not saying there was fraud, but the potential was there. And when people talk about, you know, legal action or criminal action, I think was the term, there was an instance not that long ago where a whole bunch of boxes of personal confidential information about employees was discovered in a cabin out in the hills beyond Hayfork. So, you know, that's a very specific incident where the controls weren't in place for whatever reasons. Now we have a shredder outside my office, it seems like daily, you know, and I'm sure other systems were corrected after it was discovered that such a tremendous amount of personal information was clearly in a place it was not supposed to be. And why else would that be if there wasn't some criminal intent involved with wanting that information and potentially utilizing it for who knows what nefarious activities? I haven't heard much about that since that happened a few years ago. But at any rate, the other thing that I really like what I heard here today was that as payroll has transitioned from HR back to the Auditor Controller's Office, your team, and I want to congratulate this team, all of you and many that aren't here today, that have been working tirelessly to try and make this transition and to figure out what's working, what's not working, what's missing, how do we fix it? But what I heard was that you're institutionalizing that information and these systems. That was one of the problems, was that this payroll division, as it existed in the past, had no institutionalized knowledge written down on how this stuff worked. It was contained within a couple of individuals' heads and their experience base, but it was not institutionalized. And frankly, that's really poor succession planning, as we like to call it, right? So I applaud you and your team, you know, or the county's team that is working on all this and institutionalizing all of these processes so that, as you said, as soon as a new employee comes on board, we can bring them up to speed with these manuals, with this institutionalized information, and we can all be on the same page and make transitions so much smoother in the future. So that investment to me is just so valuable. And I know also for the last year, there's been a lot of work with MGO, working with your office and HR to also institutionalize the processes whereby the various departments submit requests to the AC's office, whether it's invoices or contracts or any number of other things. And that includes special districts as well as departments. And so again, that's one of those efforts where I hope that gets done soon. I think that the sooner that is all firmed up, I know there's drafts out there, and it's been a little bit delayed because of all this payroll transition and all kinds of other tasks that continuously keep rising up as a high priority. But once that is done and we're able to onboard training with the departments, with the special districts, so that everybody is very clear on what's expected, what's required. That too is going to just save everybody a lot of headaches, a lot of time, and communication around these things is going to improve dramatically. So mainly, I just want to say thank you to the team. You took on a huge task here. Please keep institutionalizing these things and working towards a better future with this. And everybody, work on the parts that are within your realm, to do better at that. And thank you again, Ms. Paz Dominguez, for recognizing that some of that exists with you and your department, and that anything you can do to take care of your end of it, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell, and then I know, see some department heads on here and like to ask, since they're the ones they probably hear from their employees.
Thank you, through the chair. Karen, I wanted to ask, with your statement about the, you were working on the sheriff's office stuff and then you found out about the child support, and so you had to stop what you were doing and deal with the child support. Did the child support issues get lost with the transfer? They were getting paid before, so I'm wondering how that got lost. And then also, just to what Supervisor Madrone, I'm sorry, I should say Ms. Paz Dominguez instead of Karen, but with the communication, I'm wondering, because I do think that a lot of what's going on is communication issues, but I'm wondering, so when you stopped working on the sheriff's department issue and you said they got upset, had you communicated to them that, something's come up urgent and I have to get back to this? So 2 questions right there. And then also I have another question past that.
Okay. So just to clarify, it wasn't a sheriff's issue. It was a law enforcement manager.
Oh,
that's the bargaining group, and it represents managers within the sheriff's department. And I believe also the district attorney, maybe probation. I'm not sure, but
that's fine. I'm sorry, I misspoke, but yes, I know that group.
Okay, so that's the group I was referencing. And the reason I found out there was an issue is because one person emailed our department. I responded to that person and I let them know I was new to this. I was going to investigate and I would let her know as soon as I knew. When I said they got mad, at that point, I only knew about one issue for that one employee. I did not yet know it was a wider problem that impacted other employees in that bargaining unit, not all of them. So when it's not all the group, I wouldn't notify all the group because I don't like to mix and match. I deal with each employee individually because each employee gets their own individual pay. But what I found out is that another employee was also supposed to be getting that incentive that wasn't being calculated. And they emailed us ready to file a grievance, threatening to file a grievance, gathering people to file a grievance. Completely new to us that this was an issue for that employee because we had only communicated with the one person that said their pay was inaccurate. And so communication is a problem countywide. On our end, when we took on the payroll function, I did do an initial communication to department heads. And I said, hey, I'm going to create a distribution group called the County Payroll Team. I've compiled this list that includes you, department heads, and who I know to be your payroll specialist. Who is your point of contact for your department? I didn't get confirmation from every department, but I did implement that county payroll team. And I have used it to notify these departments of issues that pertain to all of them, but I don't use it if it's a very specific issue for one case or maybe a small group of people. Going forward, I'm hearing communication a lot in this meeting. And as I shared earlier, I'm committed to be part of the solution. We need to all fix our communication. So if the request is that I send more emails more frequently, I'll add that to the to-do and I'll make every effort to do so. I will work even more closely with HR, Zach, Michael, to make decisions together and then communicate as well. Human Resources has the ability to send emails to every single county employee. Auditor Controller does not. So I can make the request of County IT to give us that access so that we can notify all employees when pay is going to impact them, rather than emailing a department head and then hoping that they'll let all of their staff know, which is also another challenge that we have. So I hope, and then the question specific about what happened with child support that you had to drop, that is part of a slide that I haven't even told you about our accomplishments. That child support issue was a significant accomplishment for both HR and auditor controller that we found out about because of the transition, and also because Director Hoffman reached out to me directly and said, hey, there's a problem.
I understand that, Ms. Dominguez. What I'm asking is, previous to payroll getting moved to your department, the child support payments were going out. So when it got moved, is that when, and I'm not blaming, I'm asking to clarify in my head. So when the payroll got moved, then that was a portion that gets paid out, obviously, I think, and so it didn't follow the movement to your office. Is that why it got missed?
I'll explain it now, and then I guess if I get to finish my presentation, I'll skip over that part of the slide.
Well, if you're gonna, I don't know. Okay, that's fine. If you're gonna explain it in your presentation, and then and I see Bennett wants to probably comment.
Well, and I have a comment I'd like to make, and then I'm gonna go to Bennett. Sorry.
But I'm not done. I still have 2 more questions, and I want. But if you want to, Supervisor Bass, do you want to let Bennett answer that?
Sure, that's fine. Director Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to clarify the child support issue, and I thought I could provide some context and just explain what it is. There's approximately 18 Humboldt County employees that have child support orders, and part of our function as a department is we garnish those wages. And that's not a fault of the employee. It's mandated, it's law, it's required to happen. Those child support payments were taken out, but they weren't remitted to the state child support office. Therefore, those 18 families did not get their child support. That's the child support issue that we keep referring to. I do want to say that once we got a hold of Zach, and when I did escalate this to Karen, she did start working on it right away, but it should have never gotten to that point. We started contacting the auditor's office about this issue back on September 9th when we first noticed it. And we tried to impress upon the office that this is a really big deal. This is important. This is a liability for the county. These are employees that are paying their child support through income withholding, and it's not going to the families. And we got no responses. We emailed over and over again. We called people. It wasn't until we got county council involved and said, we need your help resolving this issue, that we finally did get this issue straightened out and move forward. And I just wanted to set the record straight on that. I do appreciate everything that the Auditor Controller's Office is trying to do. I understand how difficult this transition is, and I'm not blaming anybody, but we have to get better at the communication at the ground level so these things don't happen and get to the point where they got. It didn't have to be that way. That's all I have to say about that issue right now. I might have more to add later.
Thank you, Director Hoffman. And I just kind of tag on to the communication thing, and I appreciate, the auditor and others saying, hey, we're going to work on our communication. What concerns me is for the last 2 meetings, whether it was, we've had 2 very public meetings where that was also said, and I'm not seeing it get any better. And I don't know, I think part of that is just perhaps when it comes to payroll, maybe there could be a separate email where people could reach out to you, because I do know that the other email addresses for auditor or for your personal one, they do get really inundated. So perhaps there's a solution that we can at least have something set aside just for payroll, whether with you or with HR, just trying to find a way, because those are hard to, if we don't take action on them, and some of them could have consequences, like Director Hoffman was saying. Supervisor Bushnell, I know you had a question. Ms. Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez has.
Karen is fine.
Well, how much longer in your presentation do you believe you have, Ms. Auditor?
It depends how many more questions everyone has and how much more discussion everyone wants to have. I want to share with you the accomplishments, and I don't want to have to push over them because
I appreciate it. Why don't you do that now, and then we can get down to, because I know there's other department heads, and we'll let you finish that, and just please do share those, but know that there are a lot of, many more things that we can probably talk about. So accomplishments are good, and then we'll go from there. And Supervisor Bushnell, you'll be the first one that I go back to.
Thank you. The first success we had was the development of the delegation list, the separation of duties. Who does what? During the transition, there was a lot of confusion. People were sending things to county payroll or to HR, assuming that that's where it needed to go, assuming that that department would figure it out. And so this was one of the very first things we did jointly. You'll see as of September 24th. So almost a month in, that's how long it took for us to figure out all of these different tasks and how are they done? And then who's gonna do them? Does it make sense that they do them? This document was delivered to all departments on September 24th. It's also been agendized through the attachments in this staff report. It's on this presentation. We're gonna keep publishing this, letting everybody know if you have a need for executime, this is who you email. If you have a need for this, this is who you email, to assist with all of those issues related to communication. And I guess I am gonna rush a little bit. Okay, we have continued to issue payroll timely. We have not missed payroll on any Friday, or we've issued multiple supplemental pay cycles. Initially, when we did determine there's all kinds of errors, we did not penalize the employee by making them wait until the next Friday. We actually then started doing 2 supplemental cycles every week to try to pay as many people as fast as possible so that we wouldn't have a negative impact on people's lives. The interdepartmental collaboration. This collaboration did not exist before. There was really limited interaction between these 3 departments as it relates to payroll. But now we have regular meetings. We email each other. We have great communications. We learn. I'm really proud of this collaboration. I'll speak for myself, but please, HR, if you want to share about your perspective too, please do. Together, we were able to resolve that law enforcement management issue. We determined that there was an erroneous calculation code dating back to 2018 that wasn't issuing pay correctly to these employees. And by working together, we identified what the issue is, how to fix it. It was implemented, we tested it, and now it's issuing correctly. The last cycle was the first time that it was successful. Interagency collaboration. Not only are we working well as within the county, we're also collaborating with all of the external agencies, Corvell for workers' comp, Coa Hills for retroactive calculations, Tyler Technologies for executime. MGO is helping us with the transition plan. They're not helping us with the day-to-day payroll transactions, but they're helping us design and implement plans to make them sustainable. Central Square is helping us with finance enterprise. Empower helped us figure out how to put money into people's retirement accounts because nobody knew how to do that from the new team. And lastly, CalPERS. Some of the screens have frozen on mine. I'm not sure if you can hear me or if I have frozen.
You're good, Karen.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So we were able to update information with all of these agencies so that they could communicate with us rather than the people they were used to emailing where none of us were getting that information. We were granted access to submission websites. So Empower had a website. That's where you go and report this information. We were able to get logins, and now Empower information is being processed and reported timely. This was a big success, especially as it relates to what we're calling now the child support issue. I do want to clarify a lot of things for Director Hoffman because it seems we have a misunderstanding of timeline of events. When the assistant child support director emailed the auditor's office, she received a response. Our response was based upon what we knew at that time, which was that we were successful in deducting the money from the employees that we were mandated to deduct funds from. That is the extent to what the auditor controller had been doing historically and what we knew needed to be done. This was part of what resulted from the challenge with institutional knowledge living in one person's head, having one person have access to that website, because auditor controller staff deducted the amounts and we processed payroll the way we have always known to do it. Human resources did everything they had to do the way that they know how to do it. But there was a missing step of logging on to the child support agency website and issuing an electronic payment directly through the website. That was an unknown step. Nobody in the auditor controller knew that people were issuing payments through a website. Nobody in human resources knew that we were issuing payments through a website. So as we were investigating, we really struggled to figure out, how is this happening? We took the money. Why are they saying they didn't get it? That's when we realized, Zach spent a lot of time on the phone with the child support agencies to figure out there is a website. He was able to get access, transferred it to us in the auditor controller's office, and we immediately generated all those payments through that website. We identified that as a breakdown in the process that we have now addressed, and it's not going to happen anymore. So Director Hoffman, I will correct the record as well. When your team emailed the auditor controller's office, they received the best possible response we had. When you emailed me directly, I dropped everything to jump on it and resolve the issue, specifically because we, like you, care about employees, care about families who are expecting child support. We are, like I said earlier, we are all more alike than we are different. And I will repeat, I am committed to fixing the communication. And if it took decades for the miscommunication to become this severe, it might take a little longer than the previous 2 board meetings to fix it. But we're going to keep trying. The next page, I will show you just a snippet. I don't mean to go through line by line. It's just the image of what the payroll task list looks like. This is a brand new document developed in partnership. Auditor Controller, Human Resources, and County IT work together to create this. This is step by step what payroll is. Where does it start? System setup, entering new hires, all the way down to submit payment to child support agencies. It's the most recent step we added as soon as we learned about it. This document will be provided to all departments. I just finalized it today. This is something we've been working on since August in joint meetings, through trial and error, through division of duties. And I'm very proud of this. And you'll get a copy of this, department heads. I can provide this to the clerk of the board so that it'll be added to the public record. Hopefully this will illustrate to everybody just what payroll is and why it can sometimes take a long time. The AC changes log. This is another example of a success. Previously, there was no tracking mechanism for all of the changes being initiated by the people running payroll in whatever department, in whatever existence, in whatever form. There was no tracking. Now with this document, this is just a sample. We do this every cycle. Auditor controller staff are keeping track of all of the times we have to intervene and either take action, make a correction, or confirm accuracy. We show the sources. Where are we getting the information from? Who is it impacting? Why? The why. The why is the most important column. This is how I hope we will all train employees. This is the institutional knowledge that I hope we all have. Not just you do this, then you click here, then you click here, but why? Why do you do it? And it can't be because this is how we've always done it, because as I just proved to you, doing it that way led to child support payments not being issued. So we will continue developing this, and we can share it too if people want. We just have to make sure to redact all of the confidential information. SDI integration. Michael Schroer will forever have all of my appreciation because when we transitioned payroll, state disability insurance integration had not been processed for several months. This meant hundreds of employees total had not had their disability payments integrated into their county payments. That means they've been overpaid. That means at the end of the year, when they do their taxes, they're going to have issues because they're going to be reporting more wages than they should have really had in the first place. But in that first cycle, the first time we did payroll on the auditor controller side, Michael Schroer jumped in and he caught up 65 plus, I think 67, 68 different individual SDI cases, all in time to be processed in that cycle. And now through his work, they've developed a spreadsheet that can be used every cycle to make sure that disability integration is being applied in payroll every cycle. Next one is workers' comp. This is one that we worked with Zach in HR. We needed his help and he helped us interface to Corvell, who is the county's third-party workers' comp administrator. We learned too much about workers' comp, but now we have developed a spreadsheet that takes into account all of the calculations necessary. How many days were they eligible for workers' comp? What is the rate of pay for that day? Do we account for incentives? Are they back to work? Are they still not working? Do they have enough leave balances to pay? Is the county obligated to make the employee whole? Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But we've developed this now that has never existed in the past. So now if any one of us is not here, the next person, the next people, the next assigned staff will know how to pick it up and go. We have been focused on succession planning. Catastrophic leave. Catastrophic leave had also had a backlog. Donated hours hadn't been applied to the people who were supposed to receive them. There was no work paper. There was no spreadsheet that said, this is how you calculate it. And so what we saw, people who were working in payroll, there were extra help or new, they were trying their best and maybe transferred 1 hour from this person, gave it to that person. Unfortunately, that would be incorrect because we still have to convert. 1 hour to this employee is different from 1 hour for this employee because they're paid different rates. And so we had to correct all of those, convert them, figure out how many hours were overpaid to this employee minus that employee, pay everybody back. And now we have a spreadsheet that we've developed that is user-friendly. You just plop in some numbers and the spreadsheet calculates it for you. What is the conversion rate for each hour for this employee or this donee? And we do that every time there is a catastrophic leave recipient, every time there is a catastrophic leave donor. We developed the conversion spreadsheet to ensure equitable transfer of donated leave time. The key word being equitable. Child support payments resolution. I talked about this one a lot. Director Hoffman talked about this one. So I won't talk about it again unless there are more questions for that one. And the organization of the county payroll inbox. When we got access to the county payroll inbox, which Supervisor Bass, that is the specific inbox for payroll related items. After the transfer, when IT switched around the access and now we have access to it, we saw that there was an inbox folder, an old folder, one called forwarded, one called save. It was almost impossible to keep track of all the different requests we were getting through that inbox, whether they were being handled or not. And all I could see was everything was read. There were no unread. So that must mean everything's done, right? No. So we implemented all of these subfolders in that inbox. When a request comes in, we first identify what is it for, and we put it into a specific folder. We use that delegation list to know if anything comes in related to deductions, anything in that folder, we have to forward to HR if they're not already included in the delivery. We also have instructions that we're using internally for how to manage this inbox that we hope to translate to a more department resource friendly so that departments know if you email us, this is where it will be filed. This is the way that we process those. And hopefully that will demystify the communication as it relates to emailing county payroll. The categories and the subfolders for tracking and delegating, we develop the internal instructions. This is the last slide before closing and questions. This is next steps. As I see them right now, this can change based on the conversation that we all have together, based on the input from Director Rhodes. So keep that in mind. This is a flexible list. We're going to welcome and integrate interim HR Director Dar to the transition team. We're going to show her everything that we've done and see where she wants to fit in and where she wants to take us. We're currently on standby regarding the expiration of SB 95 sick leave. SB 95 is that special sick leave related to COVID. It expired federally or statewide, I'm not sure, on September 30th. Your board extended it to October 30th, and it's expired. We're on standby to get direction from the board or from the CAO about whether we should deactivate this sick leave, leave it on. Is it going to be extended? Should we leave it open in case anyone wants to make corrections for prior time? So we're currently on standby for that, and we will wait to hear. Vacation payouts for appointed department heads and management class employees. All of the people in these bargaining groups have received the form that needs to be turned in to HR, and we'll have to pay those out the first 2 pay cycles in December. So we have that on our radar. It's coming up. Preparation of next year. It's going to be here very soon. We have to set up the payroll calendar and the payroll schedule. We also have to set all of it up, finance enterprise. This is part of that step 1 system setup. We have to tell it what the new pay rates are, what the new tax rates are. Compensation codes need to be updated, most of which are effective January 1st. So we have to start working on them now to set them up and then test them to make sure that we did it correctly so that we can avoid the law enforcement management issue again next year. We're going to onboard new payroll staff. I'm happy to share with you that we have hired a payroll services supervisor. She started on Sunday, and she's still here. So signs good. We're going to keep recruiting for the other positions that we have open, but I'm happy to report that we have a new payroll staff person. Thank you. That is the whole presentation, but Human Resources might still want to add something. I'm not sure. And I'm still here for questions, comments, thoughts, concerns. I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I did want to ask, I do believe there's some other department heads that were on here. I'm sorry we're starving everybody to death, but hopefully everyone has something stashed away in their room so they're not going to faint on camera. But yeah, so are there any department heads that would like to make any comments on what you've heard or thoughts, considerations you might have? Director Beck?
Yeah, thank you. I think what I'm missing from this presentation is an update on the rest of the ACO functions. I didn't hear anything about that, but I'd like to step back for just a minute. I'm really glad to hear that the payroll transition team is having a good time with the transition and collaborating. But I really wish communication and collaboration could involve department staff. Our payroll team, communication is really an issue. They're having a really hard time dealing with the lack of response or rude behavior that they experience from the auditor controller when they try to get information to our staff that have questions about their pay or benefits. I actually believe that you'll have a couple of staff call in and provide you with some examples of that experience. Financially, we receive little to no information from the Auditor Controller's Office. An example of this is that staff have been provided timelines and due dates for the close of fiscal year 2021 4 times with no follow-up information. Staff ask questions, they don't get any answers. I'd just really like to spend some time here knowing what else is happening. There's been very few journal transactions posted for the last 11 months for DHHS. The newest information that we received last Friday is that the auditor controller told Scott Johnson of MGO that they couldn't find 300 or more journals that have been submitted by DHHS for fiscal year 2021. There's a process for these to be submitted, and we will be able to get that information to MGO, but this is absolutely unacceptable. We just submitted an additional 60 plus journals for the first quarter of this fiscal year, 21-22. So these numbers are just going to continue to grow if this work isn't completed. We've not seen fund balances roll forward from 19-20, which affects our fiscal year 2021 balances. And we're working in, or should be working in, fiscal year 2021. As you can imagine, the amount of time that it takes for these transactions to be processed, it's affecting our cash flow. We have a very exciting new program opportunity called Families First Prevention Services Act, which will allow us to claim federal funding for prevention activities and can be utilized by many partners in the county to provide preventative services. Due to the state of our finances, I'm leery about trying to provide additional services because our fund balance or lack of will continue to grow. As an administrator of over 100 programs and 200 plus contract providers, I'm really struggling with when to notice the community that we will need to scale back our services due to the uncertainty of our reimbursement. And I really am going to be looking to your board for that guidance. We have mandates that need to be provided, and without the funding to do so, I'm worried. I do believe that Travis Green is here, and he probably has some additional information to add.
Thank you, Director Beck. And before I go to Travis, I think you brought up a really good point that we've been focusing on how payroll is doing, but we've not necessarily talked about what else might be having challenges due to that. So thank you for getting that into the conversation here. And yeah, Travis, did you have something
yes,
you wanted
thank
to
you,
say?
Chair Bass. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'll just echo some of the same things that Connie had mentioned there. The fiscal year ending program or process only seems to be getting worse and not better as time goes on. I described these processes and the impacts of them in some recent letters I've written. The last one was written on 11/3 and sent to the Audit Work Group Committee. And as Connie said, the fiscal year 2021 closing process, the due dates for that have been moved 4 times, going back to August, late August. DHHS has already been impacted from the way fiscal year 19-20 is being closed. And at this time last year, DHHS did not have nearly the number of unposted journals pending. Last year, around this time, DHHS had approximately 13 unposted journals, along with the unposted fiscal year 19-20 ISF cap cost. The ISF is an internal service fund, and the cost allocation plan charges. Those combined totaled an estimated $27 million last year, or for 19-20. This year, DHHS still has more than approximately 300 unposted fiscal year 2021 journals and unposted fiscal year 2021 ISF and cap charges, totaling an estimated combined amount of $100 million. DHHS is extremely concerned that the way things are going, the department will lose the ability to claim even more reimbursements, see more allocations cut, and suffer through even more cash flow issues as we move forward. And last Friday, I've tried to communicate about these things and asked the auditor to respond to my letters, and I haven't received any response from the auditor at this time. And maybe that's an effect of focusing on the work of doing payroll. And those was one of my concerns when I first learned that payroll was going to be moved back under the auditor, that these types of process would suffer in the wake of that. In last Friday's Lost Coast Outpost article, we learned some information about some of the processes and what's happening. Ms. Paz Dominguez reported that some of the claims I was making in that article apparently were merely unsubstantiated claims. She also went on to say that it's a disservice to the public. We served continue to misform with false claims of lost funds. If departments are choosing not to claim known expenditures for reimbursements, then that is a separate concerning issue that should be addressed by the Board of Supervisors. I find these comments extremely insulting. For somebody to try to blame shift these problems onto the departments is unacceptable. And my team and I stand ready to prove the losses that we are suffering from the choices that are being made and the way the business practices are being rolled out through the ACO. When talking about fiscal year 1920, the 1920 audit, the auditors.
I have a clarifying question, if I may. I just want to make sure that Jefferson feels like we're not straying too far from the agendized item here. These are really important issues, but I just want to make sure we're not too far afield.
Well, and I'll tell you before Jefferson says it, the reason I haven't stopped anything is I think we're hearing what that effects of us shifting payroll is. But we can certainly see if Jefferson wants to define a little more narrowly conversations.
Well, I know that when your board asked for this item, one of the concerns was how the moving of payroll could impact other items. Other items can be discussed, but it does need to be tied back to how are those impacted by the transition of payroll services.
Okay, and thank you very much. And okay, both those hands are down now. Thank you, Travis. I don't know if you're done yet, because I know there's a lot of department heads that would like to talk. So perhaps you can be available if there's questions. Or you're Connie?
Sure.
All right. Okay, and it's Travis. I'm sorry, I keep calling you Travis. My eyes are not good. Yes, Sheriff Hansel.
Good afternoon, Chair Bass. I appreciate the fact that we're talking about this because, as we know, payroll has been an issue in the county for years, right? That's why we tried ADP and that was a failure. But payroll has been an issue that we've all struggled with. Every department does it different. And so when we actually look at doing process improvement, one thing that I think the county is missing out on and payroll is missing out on is payroll doesn't actually start when our business office submits payroll to payroll processing and HR processing. It actually starts when the employee fills out the time card. That's payroll. And so, when it comes down to it, so the county needs to revamp this whole system. So from the moment the employee is actually, signing the time card and submitting it to our office, the county and our business teams are all on the same page. And right now we're not. And I think that Karen has pointed that out. And, one thing is communication and collaboration needs to happen. One of the things that I think was missed from the very beginning when the payroll transition happened, the payroll transition team forgot about one key component, and that's the stakeholder. We left the stakeholder behind. And so we should have had departments come together and collaborate here to say, how does this work? Because HR and payroll are talking to each other about their process. But what about our process and how it integrates and then how we can communicate those things? Because like Karen pointed out, oftentimes we don't know about the failures until payroll's received and someone didn't get paid or overpaid or, things didn't get properly documented. And so that's things that I think that we need to change. As a sheriff's office, we have 300 employees. It takes four finance persons in my business office 2.5 days to process payroll before it gets submitted. And because we are a 24/7 operation that goes into, the weekend of payroll weekend, we have to submit time cards early every week. And so there's corrections. And so there's always things that need to be corrected every week when it comes to payroll. And so we have to be able to work with our payroll and submit changes. And those things do take time. And that's something that I think we'll be able to speak about. And I have Regina here. One thing as well is, as an elected official, I rely on my people to be able to communicate with payroll in order to get the processes complete and things properly done through payroll. Because frankly, I don't understand all of it, right? But Karen and then my finance team, like Regina, they can talk apples to apples and figure it out. And so we need to have those lines of communication definitely open. And because someone is blowing the whistle on something or wants to help with some change doesn't mean that we're actually being overly critical. It's very important that we call some things out that aren't working and that we do work together. And I do believe us communicating face to face or via email, is the best way, and not out on social media or those kind of things. So communication, collaboration. I just want you all to know that the Sheriff's Office, and I know a lot of departments, we're committed. We want to see process improvement here. We want to see collaboration. And so we are committed, and we will put together resources and personnel and to do this. I understand you're short-staffed in payroll and HR, but we are committed to help and go alongside of you to make this happen. And I would like the opportunity to have my CFO, Regina, just talk about some specific examples, if you would allow her.
That's fine. And Director Ford, I'll go to you next.
Great. Thank you, Board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. Just to remind you, on August 24th, I'm the one that co-authored a letter with several of my colleagues, just sharing concerns about moving payroll back to the Auditor Controller's office. I just want to remind you that our concerns were not to be critical of her office in any way or her capabilities. It was truly to just point out the fact that due to short staffing, we were seeing that financial responsibilities were significantly behind at that time, and that communication was behind, responses to our email inquiries was behind. And so we were very concerned that with this transition, the auditor would be focusing all of her time on payroll, and that the financial situation would fall even further behind. And I can tell you from my experience, and I think Travis was really sharing with you his experience, that is the case. The financial situation is behind, and we would love to see how we can collaborate and communicate and figure out how to make it happen. I have an example to share with you that before we even came to your board about this payroll transition, the auditor was working with some department heads and had made a suggestion that department staff like myself and my team, that we could learn how to do batch uploads for journals, accounts payables, that we'd be able to do it for appropriation transfer, supplemental budgets, and that by learning to do that, it would help save the auditor's office time. It would be more efficient for them. And we were more than happy to do that because our goal is to get the work done. And so we offered up staff to learn how to do that. Unfortunately, the auditor never followed up on training our staff. We reached out multiple times, and unfortunately, the auditor didn't ever have time to teach our staff so that we could help with that heavy lift and help with that burden and support her office. Watching this payroll transition report today, what's really missing, as the sheriff pointed out, is the department stakeholders. I tried, in our letter, the co-authored letter, we even suggested at that point in time that a committee be established so that departments could participate with HR, with the CAO's office, with the auditor controller, with IT to be part of the solution. And we heard then from the auditor, and we heard again today from the auditor, that we're not part of that process. And it's just really concerning because we want to help, we want to be there, we want to collaborate, we want to communicate, and we are completely shut down. Watching that, they're talking about the fact the time and attendance is the auditor controller's job. Well, it is, I understand that, but it's also department's jobs. And like the sheriff said,
everybody's friends.
Sorry, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. So it is departments, like he said, I have a staff. There's actually a staff of 7, and 4 of them are primarily dedicated during payroll. The others may help out a little bit, but the 4 staff are spending 2.5 days to manually calculate overtime, callback, on call, comp time. They're interpreting 4 different MOUs, and they're trying to take all of this information and present it to the auditor controller so that she can do her part. And we have, I can share an example with you where, because we are not at the table and we're not hearing the changes, there was established process that we had with payroll before it got moved to the auditor controller's office. And we've had 0 communication about changes. And so we had a situation where, when we have somebody that is on leave, we would simply fill out their time card and we would flag them that they were on leave. And then payroll, when it was back in the HR's department, payroll knew what to do with it. I don't know exactly what that was, but payroll knew what to do with it. So we make this transition to the auditor controller's office. We do what we've always done because we weren't told to do anything differently. And unfortunately, that staff was paid incorrectly. So we kindly reached out by email. We said, we understand that with any transition, there's going to be hiccups. We've identified this problem. We would really like to meet with you and discuss it so we can understand what we need to do differently to avoid these issues from happening again. We never got a response. Another payroll happened, more issues. If the auditor reached out about something specifically, we replied back to her immediately. But if we replied, or if we sent an inquiry with concerns, we would not hear back. So we saw on her progress report that, the sheriff has some issues with leave. And so I reached out to the sheriff again and I escalated this to him. And I said, Sheriff, we want to fix these things, but we haven't had an opportunity to communicate and figure out what we need to do differently. Will you please escalate my concerns up to the auditor since we're not getting a response? So the sheriff did. And since it was department head to department head, she did reply back to him. Unfortunately, her response back was not collaborative and did not offer any solution for us to try to work together on these challenges. So then that happened. And then right after that, the following pay period, we had another situation where an employee was on a very special leave type. The employee was on an unpaid leave. We clearly marked it as unpaid leave, so that the auditor would look at it. She looked at it. She interpreted the MOU without communicating with us, without communicating with HR. And she decided to change based on the MOU that employee back to being paid. And so that employee received a paycheck when they shouldn't have. And now we have a situation where we have that employee's attorney and our attorney trying to figure out what to do with this because that employee should not have been paid. So the breakdown in communication is my biggest concern. Absolutely. Departments are being shut out. We're not being communicated to, both for this payroll transition and for our financial situation. I feel like I've already taken enough time. I'm here for more questions if you have them of me. But when I see that last slide about, morale and people not being supportive, I completely disagree. We've been supportive. We've been supportive for over 2 years. We've been trying hard to be supportive. And, we're met with, not having a collaborative approach from the other side. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Director Ford, are you back? Your hand was up and then you disappeared.
If I am, my screen looks frozen, so I don't know if you're receiving me or not.
We hear you and we see you.
Okay. I just wanted to say a couple of very quick things. Number one is I was a little concerned when the comment was made that a lot of the morale problems are due to negative comments by department heads. And I am a department head. And I can assure you, I do not make negative comments. We work very hard to collaborate and coordinate with Auditor Controller's Office. And I frankly took offense at that. That's not a good way to solve problems. That leads into the second point is that, it is a matter of how we provide service and provide service to each other. And one example that we've got, we don't have a lot of problems with payroll, frankly, but the one situation that we ran into was that an employee's address was entered incorrectly into finance enterprise, the software. That's something the department didn't do. That's not something that the employee did, but it resulted in that employee's check being sent to an address that was not his. And so it took him a while to get that straightened out and to get a check. And in the process, he was treated like he was trying to cheat the system. And he was furious. And because it's like, look, I worked, I just want to get paid. And he was encouraged not to respond, not to send any letters, emails. He did not. But I just think that when there's struggles like that, we need to be treating each other like we're on the same team. And when stuff happens, it's not because somebody's trying to cheat the system, it's because something happened and it needs to be fixed. I can give lots of other examples that are not payroll related, and I'm not going to do that today. But I think the thing that really does need to be addressed relative to payroll and other services that are going on is organizationally and process-wise, is the office oriented towards providing service to its constituents. And the employees are constituents and departments are constituents. And when we can't get into the office, when we can't talk to people, we can't work things out verbally, we have to email. It makes it very, very difficult to problem solve. And so I'll just leave it there. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you, Director Ford. I believe we have Economic Development, Scott Adair. You look like you're on.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Scott Adair, and just for the public and for the record, I am the county's Division Director of Economic Development. And I do have some comments related to this item or this subject, which I believe is directly related to payroll. I happen to be calling in today from a hotel room in Monterey, where I'm presently working and meeting with representatives from the Governor's Office of Economic Development, as well as other economic development practitioners at a statewide event aimed at exploring state-level economic development strategies which impact our local jurisdictions and our communities like Humboldt. During a morning session, after introducing myself to a fellow participant, I was met with the reply, "Oh, Humboldt County, I hear you guys are a hot mess up there." Now, this may not seem immediately relevant to payroll, but give me a moment to explain. Although what occurs at a local level might seem limited to the reach of the Lost Coast Outpost or confined to the geographical boundaries of our own community, what we achieve in Humboldt County or what we are unable to achieve does garner the attention of our economic partners on the outside. And everyone here knows that calls have been placed by staff and other officials to elected representatives at the state level to try to resolve the conflict here that exists. At present, our staff and our division, we've shared with the CEO's office and our Workforce Development Executive Committee that our agency is under advisement from the state that several of our state and federal WIOA programs are at risk of being frozen, or our cash being put on hold, or revenues being put under deobligation, wherein our community would have to pay back grant money because our county's single audit still remains incomplete. And I hear all of the work that Karen and her team are doing for payroll, and I understand that it's an enormous lift, and it sounds as though even just learning how to do it was something that had to occur. But I'm very concerned about the other fundamental, critical, essential functions of that office. I understand that other agencies also have funds and programs at risk because the single audit and other year-end closing activities remain incomplete. I'm concerned that when there are millions of public dollars at risk and critical programs on the line, and that the auditor controller herself has stated that her office is short-staffed and overwhelmed and that she's unable to make critical meetings, why did we as an organization assign to that agency more scope and further responsibility when the failure to complete essential and fundamental functions puts our entire county and its populace at risk? And I don't know the answer here, but I think that staff are looking to the board for that answer, because you're our leadership. This is a very awkward position to be in as staff. Those who watch and take account of these meetings closely, they've heard your board say that you don't control or have authority over the auditor controller, and that the auditor controller reports to the electorate alone. Similarly, we've heard that same message reciprocated from the auditor controller. But if not for authority and purview, and if not for scope of power or responsibility, then just why not for the sake of diplomacy? Perhaps your board doesn't have the power or authority to intervene, but I think staff, for the sake of these programs and for the sake of the community and the people that we're trying to serve, our purview may not be to audit and control the internal operations and activities of staff or other agencies. That's not our purview. It's not our lane. But for many of us, it is our job, and we were hired to provide services to the community and to enhance the well-being and wellness and prosperity and livelihoods of all of the persons and residents of this community. And when our tools and resources are at risk, I believe it is our moral and fiduciary responsibility to ring the bell and raise the flag and warn you that something needs to be done. And it's easy to compliment staff who read aloud desperate pleas of assistance in open session. It's easy to gaslight or to say to appointed and elected officials and department heads, you have to figure out how to work this out on your own. Conversely, it's very challenging and nearly an insurmountable task to rise to the occasion to bring parties towards resolution when it seems that reconciliation can't be had. And I think that staff, whether there is something there or not, something's broken. I think that's apparent. Something is broken. And I'll wrap up here soon, and I don't mean to go off subject, but whether it's because of this payroll issue or the tasks and responsibilities that we are laying on that agency, if that is causing then that agency to not be able to complete these other necessary items, which is then putting our programs at risk, oftentimes there is a lot of colorful and beautiful dialogue and very polite public discourse and conversation about this, but the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding tastes sour. Something is still not working. And I think that when staff tries and again, but fails and begs for the intervention from those who are in power, if aid does not come from our own leaders or our board, from whom does that aid come? And I'm willing to work with the Auditor Controller's Office and with Karen Paz, Honorable Karen Paz Dominguez, and we too have experienced our share of communication issues and trouble trying to reach out to that office. It's not for sake of lack of trying. It's not that communication isn't efficient or effective. It's that there doesn't even seem to be a forum for communication. And that seems to be the issue here. So I appreciate your time. And I'm happy to answer any questions as to how this particular impact to the county's WIOA programs or workforce programs, how that might impact the county or its residents. Thank you.
All right. And again, so we do have Chief Brenneman, and I would say, yes, this is, payroll was the main subject as far as update, but it is important to hear about the things that where the plate may be overflowing and things aren't working, right? So I do appreciate that. Sean?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't think I can meet Scott's eloquence, certainly, but what I will share with you, and I will echo what has been said by others here, is that there is a communication issue from the perception of the probation department. I think as we discussed that, is really more between the end users. I have a very experienced fiscal staff. They've been with the department decades. They are very knowledgeable about how payroll operates and how fiscal process operates within the county. They have a lot to offer to that, and it takes, as the sheriff said, it's a very labor-intensive process to our part of payroll. So to hear that, our department is not going to be involved in how that rolls out, I think that's a real missed opportunity, because as people left the payroll division, all that experience is down to the department. So there is really a lot of opportunity there to benefit from that experience. I'll say that. That communication, when you work between departments, you just want to know who you can call and who you can email to get a response. And it doesn't need to be at the department level. It needs to be at where the people are actually doing the work. And they don't know who to call. And when they do, they don't get any response, and they don't get an email response in a timely manner. And that is both on the payroll side and the fiscal side. So it is a pervasive problem. And it was one of the worries that we had when payroll shifted, is about what's going to happen with primary financial functions. And so I do share those concerns and echo those. We're behind in our journals as well. We have concerns about how to calculate, end of the year, and how we know where our budget is at and how we can make a spending plan for the next year. So I also want to say that, this is not just with the Auditor Controller's office. This is also with HR, because there is uncertainty when you talk to people within HR and Auditor Controller about who has responsibilities to answer what questions. So even when you do get a hold of somebody, they don't have clarity at the line staff level about whose responsibility is what between the Auditor Controller's office and HR. So I think it's good that the Auditor Controller is coming up with a documented process. I'm very supportive of that, and maybe that will clarify and provide clarity to their staff about whose duties will be what. I expected there to be issues with any sort of change, and there have been some, and I don't know that it'd be profitable to go into the specific details, but there have been mispayments, there have been overpayments, there's been misinterpretation of MOUs, and so all those things have persisted. I think that really the fundamental issue goes back to the communication piece. And so I'm going to end my comments there.
Okay, thank you, Sean. I'm going to go to Director Hoffman and then Supervisor Bohn. When we get to questions, I'll go to you. Where do you go, Bennett?
Thank you, Chair Bass. Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't want to end up repeating what almost every other department head has said. We're in the same situation Director Beck is, related to our budget. And our budget allocation comes from the State Department of Child Support Services, not the general fund. So we have different requirements. We have to provide accurate and up-to-date accounting of our expenditures, and that's not happening. So the year-end closing activities being incomplete, that's a big issue for us. We're also way behind on the journals. And then just the payroll issues, we've got the same situation. I have an employee that's making $7 an hour right now, and she's supposed to make 15. And that's been going on for a month. And the biggest issue is the lack of resolving these issues, getting a response, getting it done timely. The last email I got about this was they don't know what to do about it. They're at their wits' end. They can't fix this employee that just got hired as extra help from getting half of what she's supposed to get paid. And all of the customer service issues that Regina brought up, we're having the same issues. So I'll leave it at that, or I'd just be going over the same things. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Bennett. And Supervisor Bohn, I'm going to go to Treasury Tax Collector John Bartholomew, and then over to Director Mattson. Didn't want you to think I was skipping over you, because I am, but.
Thank you, Chair Bass. And I just wanted to make a few remarks relative to payroll. For one, I never thought that payroll should have been transferred over to the HR department to begin with. So I am glad that payroll is back with the Auditor Controller's office. And it looks like the the Auditor Controller's Office and her team in HR has done a really good job of fixing the processes within their department and straightening things out so everyone's on the same page. So that's great. I have no complaints at all about that. My concern, though, is that the external audits are not being done. And because of that, the county's credit rating is in all likelihood being tarnished. And so if and when the county does go out to issue any more debt in the future for facilities, et cetera, those costs will go up if the county is not deemed to have a stable financial situation. And in this office, because the year end has not been closed, we have not been able to apportion the millions of dollars of interest that are due to every special district and school district and all the county funds because of the money, the interest that they have accrued within their funds. So that is a big concern with me, and it has prevented me from being able to report to the state controller's office, which I was supposed to have done by September 30th for the prior fiscal year. So those are my concerns. I will not belabor the communications problems because I too have been experiencing those. That said, I'm here to help resolve things where I can be of service, and we really need to be able to collaborate across all departments to have a smoothly functioning and efficient, effective organization. So I hope we can get there in short order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew. We'll go to Director Mattson and then Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
Well, I'm just going to copy a couple of quick things. I, like John, Tax Collector Bartholomew, did not believe that the move to HR in the first place. We knew there were going to be stumbles coming back to the auditor's office, and she's working through those. I wanted to reiterate, we're one of those departments that does paper paychecks because our funding systems do not accept finance enterprise or any of the other things as in their audits when they go through to check that we're doing everything correct. And so we've always had to run two separate systems. And like the sheriff, it's always because it has not started at the stakeholder. Every time we've come up with a new payroll system, we're cheering over here thinking we're going to be able to get rid of our paper time cards. And it never ends up that way. But we do track those. Each employee, then they turn them in. Those are signed off by their supervisors. Each division leader then reviews all of those people within their division. I no longer sign off on everybody's time cards simply because that wouldn't be right, because I can't certify what they did, but I do sign off on all my deputies' time cards. So there is internal checks and balances. Those time cards are pulled on a regular basis by our audits, our outside state and federal audits. Annually, the state controller yanks my time cards to make sure that I'm appropriately charging my time and not charging all my time to the road division. So there are certain things that the state looks for, and I just want to make sure that people know we have very strict internal controls on our paper time cards. Yes, we summarize them and send them over to the auditor's office, but it's not like we don't have major controls over here or have audits coming in that are looking at our time cards specifically to what we're billing to. Unfortunately, we have not only just the different MOUs to bill against, we have a lot of different project tracking that our systems can't account for. In our roads division, we track things by roads and post mile, specific tasks, pothole filling, brush cutting, et cetera, that are not accommodated in our current electronic systems. We are working through those payroll issues. And like I said, I supported it going over there, and I knew there would be hiccups. We've been able to work through most of ours with the auditor's office. But I do want to reiterate my concern over year end and closing in the audits. And also reiterate what I've said in the past to the auditor controller is my staff is available to help no matter what you need. If you need us to help, just call. We really need to work on the year end at this point. And I appreciate all the effort you're doing to document everything on the payroll system, because that's just incomprehensible that it was left without any basic documentation on how to do it. That somebody brought up succession planning, and it's all of our responsibilities, each person in the county, top to bottom, to have documented procedures for what they do, because we could all disappear immediately for any unknown reason and leave the people of our county at lurch because we didn't leave directions on what needs to be done. That should not have happened. And so I'm here to help anything, anywhere, anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Madsen. So back to Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
Well, Tom, I agree with you on the succession, but we had a 4-man team, as they called it earlier, doing payroll with probably over 40 years. I'm just guessing. I know they have a lot more. They had a payroll manager and everything else. We had a whole team working with our other department heads. What I thought was flawless, because we didn't have 2-hour meetings about it. And I think they all were all in their, I can't guess their ages, but they were all younger, a lot younger than I am. And I don't think anybody foresaw all 4 of them leaving at one time or and going to work in other locations or on leave. So I think that succession planning probably would have happened just as you said, you passed knowledge down. So as we move forward, I just so you know, they're all gone right now. I was the one lone vote that didn't vote to put the payroll back. And the only reason I did is because I have no knowledge that can make that call. I don't have auditing knowledge. I don't have payroll knowledge, but I've got a pretty good idea on people knowledge. And I listened to the people. I looked at the 11 people that signed the letter. And probably the person that swayed me more than anything was Lisa Dugan, our state recognized child services director who has left. And she said, she had a quote in there about, putting things together, but not explaining them how you wanted them put together. That's a abridged version of what she said. But I've got great respect for Lisa Dugan and what she brought to the table, and the state awards and what she did with the North Coast Protective Service. All the things she brought forward. And they said they just didn't have the staffing over there. And I know we said it was going to take a while and it's going to be a bumpy road, but it's still pretty bumpy. And now we're finding out that Mr. Johnson from MGO says, everything will be fine. We're getting caught up because my 8 people that are working on it, that's a quote, my 8 people who are working on it are getting it caught up. Well, it doesn't sound like we're caught up. Sounds like Mr. Johnson's doing pretty good for us over there, or for him, but it sounds like we're not caught up. These are the things that concerned me back in August. These are the things that concerned me now. And I keep hearing that what we've got to do is open that lines of communication. And it sounds like that's still a breakdown. I don't care how much frosting you put on this cake. I don't know if the cake's very good, because it all sounds like everything's fine until the rubber hits the road and you're finding out it's kind of bumpy out there. And that's for all the departments. That's for payroll. That's for everything. And the fear we had that there wasn't just enough manpower to do this was the problem. And today, back August 24th, that's what scares me. And that's what scares me today. And I don't have the knowledge to fix this, but somewhere in there, you guys, we're hearing department heads losing money. We have department heads that says, if you want to see it on paper, you want to see it, we'll give it to you. And I think it's time we all listen to everybody on what is happening here, because I am extremely concerned about where this goes for our county, and especially, our roads, our DHHS, our most vulnerable people, our economic development, our workforce development board, and our special districts where we're not getting our money. John Bartholomew just said, I can't put millions of dollars out into my schools, fire districts, because I don't have the information to do it. And I've looked back as far as I can, and I've only been here over 9 years. I've never seen this happen before. And I can't find any record of it ever happening before. So we have to address this. We just can't keep saying it's okay. And then in 3 months, we'll discuss it again and go, well, it's still pretty bumpy, because pretty soon the wheels are going to fall off if the road's bumpy enough and we don't fix it.
Okay, so we do have Supervisor Bushnell. We also have some folks in the public comment queue. So at some point in time, get there, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to express to department heads just for a moment, and then I have a question related to payroll for Ms. Dominguez, if she could come back on. When the subject came up for us to move payroll from HR back to the AC's office, me being new, I had to do a lot of investigating. And each time I inquired, first of all, in almost every county in California, payroll is not with HR. It causes a lot of problems. And so when I would inquire, why wouldn't we move payroll back to the AC? The question was not that it didn't belong there, or the answer was, always the answer was, it does belong there, but we don't trust the process. And that is not a reason for me. So fix the process. And that's why I voted to move payroll back to the AC's office, because that is where through all my communications and digging investigation, it belongs. And if the process is one, if it's one person or a department, then let's fix that and have a hand in that. So I'm sorry that it is so difficult for so many department heads, but I still stand by my decision to move there. And then my question would be to Karen, to Ms. Paz Dominguez, is so I wanted to know, like, who have you authorized to answer questions to department heads concerning payroll, or do they have to come straight to you? Is there someone that they could reach out to besides you to with payroll concerns, someone in your department?
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Everyone can email the payroll shared inbox. It has been transferred back to our office. And I can't, how do I say this? Please take into consideration how many people are here saying that they need me and how many needs there are here.
So that's why I'm asking.
Delegating the authority. So by government code, the county auditor delegates their authority to its staff, their staff. All of my staff have been delegated the authority of the auditor controller within the parameters of their job description. I've had only one payroll specialist. She has been working with the transition team, learning alongside me. She might know more than I do about some areas. I might know more than her in other areas. It has been just the two of us. And we have been responding. HR has been responding. I don't agree with the characterizations that have been expressed here today, but it could be something as simple as, I see a 6, you see a 9. Which one is correct? And I also don't think it's in the public's interest that we sit here and say, well, I have this email, because I could generate an email too. When do we move past this? At what point do we become the leaders that we need to be and move past this? If there's a specific request of me, what is the request? But please keep in mind that I have the same 24 hours. And please keep in mind that we heard one department say that they have 4 staff in their department generating work. So if one department has 4 staff generating work and the central service department has 2, automatically there's a delay right there. And when you have 19 departments feeding information to one central department with just 2 people, of course there's going to be delays. What I'm struggling with is reconciling how these issues are have existed for a long time, are now being forgotten or made to look like they just started recently. Because no, I mean, what Supervisor Madrone talked about earlier, those documents that were stolen, that happened in 2018, that happened in 2017. The whole W-2 file that was sent to one Gmail outside the county network, that happened in 2018. What I'm hearing here is, if I put the personal away and I just look at professional, What I see is just frustration because everyone is frustrated, everyone is overworked, everyone is stressed out. We've all been in this pandemic for who knows how long now, almost 2 years. But lashing out at each other or trying to center all of this county's dysfunction on one person, that's a disservice to the public. You know, saying that I don't like the pace with which you're doing things, so you are automatically wrong. Fine, I mean, can you come do it faster? Can you come sit with me, help me do it faster? No, then you've got to give us the room and the space to work. I don't know how to respond to.
So Karen,
but I thought we were also in a rush.
So when you, thank you for that kind of, but could I get any answers? So when you say you've authorized your staff when they email for payroll help, whoever is helping the person or answering the email, do they sign it so that they know who they're communicating with? Or is it just say AC staff, AC?
Nope. Always, every time. The policy in the Auditor Controller Department is that we all operate out of the shared inbox, but we all sign our name. You will always be able to identify who when the Auditor Controller is providing you a response.
Okay, and then IT plays a part. Thank you for that clarification for me. And then IT also plays a part, as you said earlier. So have you authorized IT to be able to change things, or do they have to come through you first to go into, like, what was it, like the executive portion, executive time? So do they have to, like, who changes stuff if it needs to be changed in there? You, IT, and how does it get done?
We both. IT is able to make the changes, and for the most part, they have been because they have the most experience doing so. So
they have to get your authorization first, or how does that work?
No, they make correction. They will tell me that a correction is necessary. So they know the system far more than we do on our end. And when something happens in executive time, they're the first ones that hear about it. And they tell us that it's something they can fix or they can't, and then it comes to us.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think what's a brief question, then I'm going to go to the public comment. And maybe this is something you can answer later. I think we heard from folks and did before we moved it over. I understand that. And Karen, Auditor Paz-Dominguez is actually for you. Yeah, I don't blame you for I'm thirsty too. But so, we heard a lot about how people weren't consulted or the department heads weren't part of this. And I know there was conversation about when they were going to be brought in. And I think we're hearing that perhaps earlier, or sooner rather than later would be good. Have you have any strides been made in that effort to get everybody in the same room at the same time? Have you do you meet specifically with our CAO Alicia over this? I think I think there's a lot of that can be gained from, actually meeting with people. And I know you wanted to get the process right, but I'm thinking you probably already started reaching out to department heads to meet, but I did want to ask you just to be sure.
So in the last year, I have made several attempts at different ways, different methods of reaching people. A few months ago, I reached out to 3 directors, Sheriff Hansel, District Attorney Maggie Fleming, and Public Works Director Matson. And I asked them if they would be willing to serve as a kind of a think tank, an AC advisory committee. We had a meeting and I told them, here are some of the issues I'm dealing with. Help me, can you give me some input here? How can we address this? And all 3 of them were more than happy to attend the meeting and help. And this goes back to what the sheriff's employee said about there was going to be import templates. That was part of the work that I did with that AC committee. The challenge I have there is I can't move further than I have because I depend on IT. In that situation, IT was unable and did not support the idea of opening up the access within Finance Enterprise to let users just go in and start doing things. that was not a priority. It needed to be added to a project list, and there were many other priorities. This was communicated to the departments. I'm sorry, I want to do this. I just can't let anybody in the system. There's no secure way to allow that kind of access. We still move forward with building those import templates, and now we use them every day. It's what allows us to post hundreds of transactions all at once, at a time. I'm hearing all the frustration, and it sounds like people are more just concerned that, well, I wasn't involved, so there's something wrong. I would encourage everybody to kind of take the personal out of it, because nobody is being excluded purposefully. When it comes to payroll, everyone had the opportunity to give buy-in into payroll when it was the ADP project. I wasn't part of that sponsorship committee initially, so I can't speak to all of the efforts that were made to bring everyone together specifically to address the payroll situation. But I do know that there were focus groups. I know that there were training meetings, there were buy-in meetings, all about payroll. By the time I got a request to help, it was no longer a let's look at our options. It was, we are in crisis mode. If auditor controllers staff don't take over payroll right now, payroll will fail. And I believe that was communicated to each of the supervisors in one-on-one meetings, in preparation meetings ahead of time. Supervisor Bohn, I wish you had asked me any questions at those meetings or shared any insight, because we could have addressed it rather than bring it up at the public board meeting. But were made. At this point, I'm hearing what everyone is saying, that they want to be involved, they want to have meetings, they don't like my emails, I don't send them emails. I hope that everyone got their opportunity to let it out. Now we just need to move forward. So I'm going to work with the HR director. She's got extensive experience in conflict resolution, in bringing people together, in improving processes. And that's where I'm going to invest my time. I'm going to defer to her leadership because she is the most experienced in this arena. You want to talk numbers? I can do that. But when it comes to dealing with personalities and people, I would much rather work through the HR director. So when I have these meetings with the HR director and she's going to propose, let's have these meetings with these people, I will make an effort. I'm committed to improving this communication dysfunction. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept full responsibility for the communication dysfunction. It takes a team. And for every email that didn't get answered, there's 10 that did. For every project that I couldn't go to your meeting for, I was helping you with another one. This is usually when I pick up my son, but I'm here. Director Ford, I understand he was dissatisfied with certain things, but you know what? I met with his team to issue the tenant relocation payments for the ORIC project. That just happened. So I think we all probably just need to take a deep breath, accept that this is where we are, and try to move forward. And I'm committed to doing that. I don't think you want me to sit here and start, viewing every single point and mischaracterization and pulling up emails. I don't think that's going to benefit anyone, unless the goal is to just continue the fight.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And we do have some.
I appreciate that, Honorable Auditor Controller. My concern is when we did this vote back in August, we're almost talking about the same things verbatim. And I'm just wondering, how is, and I know before the vote was taken, I remember we all got in agreement because we knew Cheryl Dillingham was good because she'd worked in both offices, was going to help. Is she still helping you with this transition and helping you over there?
No, I believe she was taken off that assignment recently. How
recent?
Wants to join, she can. I would love to work with her.
Okay, all right. So she was working there and then she left?
She participated in a couple meetings in preparation for the one-on-ones we had with the supervisors and in preparation of the first biweekly report that we were going to issue. She joined us and provided input on what kind of information we could include in those reports. As far as the weekly meetings, no, and I'm not sure that she works on Mondays, which is when we have those check-ins.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
But I'd be more than happy to welcome Cheryl Dillingham to the transition team.
That's what we said 3 months ago. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment while I can. And we have a few different hands in the queue here. I think we'll start. I think this is Thomas 3053. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have your 3 minutes. Are you there? You're
Hello,
unmuted.
Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify you can hear me.
Now we can, yes.
So I don't know. I mean, we've been talking as a county board of supervisors, kumbaya stuff for about 12 months. And then the moral of the story is you have issues attracting and retaining employees. If I was someone in this public listening to this meeting, I would run far from any job posting from the county because it seems like dysfunction. So as a taxpayer, I look at it as from a taxpayer perspective, what's really going on with the county? Why are we spending dollars to save pennies? That's the underlying over thing that I see with payroll, all these other functions. There's constant deflection, constant pointing, or this is what we're doing, or that's what we're doing. Can we just all sit down at a table and be like, these are the problems. Who cares whose fault they are? Let's get the issue done rather than, I don't have time to sit down with the department head, but I have time to respond to the Lost Coast Outpost. I don't have time to do this, but I have time to do that. I just heard, it's not personal, but it's 2 o'clock, Sometimes we got to work long days and we don't have time to pick up our children. It happens to me often. I'm really, really thankful that I volunteer my time for the county because I probably, from the sounds of it, if I was actually getting the stipend, which I refuse to take, probably wouldn't even got it by now from the way I hear everyone. So as a taxpayer, I know a lot of it's out of the Board of Supervisors' control, but when can people sit down and stop deflecting? And if you know what, you are not capable of doing the job, walk away. Walk away. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you. And our next speaker is 5433. Press *6 to unmute. And if you're watching this on the screen at home, turn your volume down so you don't get lost in the time delay. Okay, welcome. I see you're unmuted.
Good morning. It's afternoon now. My name is Jessica Bradbury Maciel. I'm the Budget Specialist for Public Health Financial Services in the Department of Health and Human Services. I've worked for the county for almost 7 years. First, I would like to thank your board for giving me this opportunity to speak and to express my concerns. The past 3 years working in financial services at the County of Humboldt have been incredibly challenging, exhausting, and frustrating. The current impact of the auditor controller's failures to complete necessary financial functions for the county and total lack of communication with departments has reached a point at which state and federal funding is at risk and departments are unable to make financial decisions. Given the time constraint, I'm just going to touch on a couple of the critical impacts to public health at this time, but feel I must say that it is incredibly soul-crushing for staff in public health that are still very deep in the COVID response, often still doing several jobs, to continually hear the Auditor Controller's Office blame their mismanagement and shortfalls on the pandemic and staffing shortages. We are still held to all of their deadlines and meet those despite the additional workload of the pandemic. Public Health runs a program that provides rental and utility assistance as well as case management services to clients living with HIV and AIDS. The Auditor Controller's Office developed a process with us to request these payments as a rush if they are past due and submit with a requested pay-by date. The Auditor Controller's Office missed this pay-by date on several occasions, so we began sending all requests as a rush so that clients didn't lose their housing or utilities. This issue was detailed by me in a log that was released to the public in the Lost Coast Outpost on July 9th. This log detailed the issues our department has experienced with the Auditor Controller's Office. After the release of this log, the Auditor Controller emailed me in response to one of these requests, stating that her staff would process these requests as soon as they are able and would no longer allow us to send rush requests. It's hard to believe that this is not retaliatory due to the release of the log. We continue to see delays in the processing of these assistance payments, which is stressful for my staff, the case management staff, and most importantly, the clients who should be able to focus on their health. In addition, the Public Health Laboratory has been essential in the COVID-19 response, which highlighted the inadequacy of the facility. A lab expansion has been in planning stages for several years, and now with the opportunity for grant funding needs to move forward quickly. Postponements in rolling public health fund balance since fiscal year 1920 and delays in posting transactions have made it impossible for staff to accurately determine the financial position of our operating fund. In this case, I cannot tell administration how much funding is available for this incredibly important project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And before I go to the next speaker, I did want to just ask people, since the item is payroll we're talking about, I think if you can refrain, well, it depends what you're saying in your comments, but you probably would, I think we'd like to hear how the switch to payroll to the auditor's office negatively impacted something. So not just everything that has gone wrong or not going right, and I think most things can you do that. I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of, we're talking about payroll being somewhere, and I think I heard you talking about some things that maybe have gone by the wayside because the office was doing other stuff. So I'm going to keep calling on them. I just want to make sure we kind of try to relate whatever someone's saying to the payroll of some sort. So we have 6295. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. And welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, and you have 3 minutes. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
And you have 2 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. So I prepared a statement before you made your statement just now. So, however, I do believe it's related to payroll because that is additional tasks that have been put on the office and it's affected the work that's being done aside from that.
Yes,
My name is Tammy Wandel. Okay, thank you. I'm an administrator.
I'll start you 3 minutes over. I didn't want to, you were trying to explain. Okay, we can start. Tammy.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. My name is Tammy Wandel, and I'm an administrative analyst in public health financial services in DHHS, and I've worked for the county for 9 years. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I feel that our voice as county employees working in financial services has not been represented when it comes to issues that we are experiencing with the Auditor Controller's Office. These issues have created extra work and undue stress for every single member of my unit. Given this, I would like to share with you a couple of examples of the issues we are facing, particularly with our state and federal funders. The CalWorks Home Visiting Programs allocation was recently cut by nearly $60,000 due to underspending, which was in part the result of the late posting of motor pool, internal service fund, and cost allocation plan charges, which we were not able to claim to the state, and now will have to cover with other funds. The delay in posting these charges is an issue for many of our programs, as most of our invoicing is due to the state within 45 days after the end of the quarter, which for fiscal year 2020 would have been August 15th. Despite misrepresentation on this subject in a previous audit committee meeting by the Auditor Controller, public health grants do not work the same as the Social Services County Expense Claim because we will not have the opportunity to claim the costs at a later date. Additionally, we will be receiving an audit finding in our program audit for our Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program due to the fiscal year 1920 single audit not being completed. And finally, the Auditor Controller's Office posted several transactions to fiscal year 1920 after repeatedly telling us that the year was essentially closed. Because of this, staff are going to have to spend several weeks preparing new invoices for fiscal year 1920 for our Medi-Cal Administrative Activities Program. However, if funding is due to us, the state will not provide more. So their time is just to correct our audit record and pay the state back if necessary.
I anticipate this effort will cost the county approximately $10,615 in staff time while taking staff away from their normal duties, thus putting them behind, all of which could have been avoided had the Auditor Controller's Office communicated this was going to happen. Again, these are just a few of the issues we have been experiencing, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the matter. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for calling. All right, so the next speaker will be 5511. If that's you, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi,
Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Jamie, and I'm a payroll personnel specialist with DHHS Employee Services. I thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I will keep it brief, as many of the department heads and other staff have spoken on the points that I would like to make. On August 24th, a statement was made that only county HR and the auditor's office do payroll for the county. However, what was failed to be mentioned was that DHHS Employee Services payroll and personnel specialists account for 50% of the county, in which we process their payroll, including time cards, inputting their data, processing corrections, and even more. The finalizing steps of issuing the checks and looking over the payroll fell on the auditor's office. It was mentioned earlier that 75% of the county employees are DHHS and SO, which have experts in the field of payroll within their own programs. We were told today by Karen that the reason we are upset is because we were not involved, that this is something that's outside of our purview or outside of our scope of expertise. That is not true. This is within our expertise. This is something that we have done for several years. We have more than 30 years of experience in our office alone. So taking the personal out, I would like to say, include us, because our processes are important. We have staff that contact us on a daily wanting to know where their step increases are, why their supplemental checks are not being issued, or why it takes 30+ days to get a check that was sent to an incorrect address. We get calls that want to know why corrections are not being reflected, or why they were not paid out correctly on a supplemental check when they've left employment with us, and it takes weeks upon weeks to get that paid out, although they have left employment with us quite some time ago. So I apologize if this is repeating some things, but I just want to say that we do matter, and yes, we do want our voices heard, because we are not only the Office of Employee Services, but we are also the employees of the County of Humboldt. And it's hard to take our personal out when our personal matters, and so do all the other county employees, especially when we are the ones that get those phone calls and represent DHHS. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So our next speaker is 5506. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Thank
Welcome.
you for letting us call and speak with you today. As an employee of the county and as someone who works with the Auditor Controller's Office daily, I believe it's important to talk about our interactions with the AC Office and the effects some of their actions and lack of action are having, as well as the costs incurred. So our communications with the AC Office is only through email, and understandably due to the understaffing and other issues. However, emails cannot be immediately answered, but some issues do require immediate attention, and those are being put on the back burner. These issues are then compounded by the AC Office changing process without contacting employees or departments that are affected by the changes to instruct on the new process or even inform that there is a new process. This was illustrated on Friday when the AC Office overpaid 2 employees who are now separated from the county, a total of 171 hours with no leave credits to recoup these funds. How are we to collect these funds, or is this a gift of taxpayers' money? This happened when the AC Office changed the process for issuing severance checks for separating employees. These 2 employees mentioned earlier were to be paid their banked leave balances and hours worked, but the AC Office decided to change the process and not issue these checks. We were not notified of this change, and when we inquired after these missing checks, we were told the process was changed, but we were given no further direction on these 2 employees. On Friday, November 5th, these employees were paid a total of 240 salary hours without any way to recoup 171 of those hours, as mentioned previously. Our emails for direction on this and other processes have yet to be answered. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, so the next person is 0668. Press *6 to unmute. press star 6. There you go. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Catherine Lorenzo. I am the county's payroll manager, and I'm currently on leave, and I'm going to try to get through as many of my points as I can because I know I'm limited to 3 minutes, so I'll go ahead and get started. I would like to address the presentation made by Karen Paz-Dominguez today, but first I feel the need to briefly address some comments made by a board supervisor. Mr. Madrone, prior to you and Karen representing the county in your current elected positions, the payroll division made significant strides to move the county away from antiquated processes and using the system's technology. This process began when I took the payroll manager position in late 2014. However, the system was selected many years before I joined the county in 2008, and the organization has always struggled to use it in the way that was needed. I understand the two of you are not able to see the progress that has been made, but it has been made nonetheless. Additionally, I do not appreciate the claims being made that payroll processes and general payroll information was not documented. Payroll processes were very well documented. There is an entire electronic folder dedicated to this documentation and instructions. Maybe these were not documented in the way that Karen would like them, but claiming that internal knowledge was not documented is absolutely false. And you are correct, if the payroll division and even the AC office as a whole had been better staffed many years ago, these improvements would have happened much sooner. Karen has mastered the ability to create PowerPoint presentations with rhetoric that aims to convince people that she is making improvements and progress, yet the outcome fails to match her messaging. Today's presentation made it very clear to me that the elected auditor controller does not have the ability to manage the responsibility of the payroll function. During today's presentation, Karen made excuses for multiple current shortcomings, claiming that previous setups were not correct, such as executime. Yet, the issues she describes were not issues prior to the AC taking responsibility for the payroll function. And many departments have shared today that the situation is worsening. Karen chooses to point out mistakes made by employees who have been separated from county service for several years, but insists we shouldn't focus on the current mistakes of her office. For example, there were several issues with the AC office not issuing payments timely to child support and other garnishing agencies prior to payroll moving to the AC office. I think that it's important to share this, as it seems the impression is being given that this is the result of the transition. And that is simply not the case. The AC claims that she didn't know how to process child support payments. The child support payment is documented in the payroll documents folder titled Instructions.
Sorry, Catherine, I have to be consistent. Sorry, Catherine. Okay, let's see, we have 5501, press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I work in a unit that processes payroll, and part of our job is to help fellow employees obtain information and solve concerns employees have. On September 24th, we received a call from an employee whose promotional pay raise was not on their most recent paycheck. From September 24th to October 22nd, we were contacted 3 times by this employee, and 3 times we reached out to county payroll to inquire why their pay raise had not been applied to their paycheck. 3 times our emails went unanswered, and after that we learned that the employee personally contacted county payroll. I'm going to read the short email responses that we received. I'm going to read the email response that we finally received from the county payroll's office on October 27th to give you an example of the type of correspondence we have had and continue to have when we receive any communications at all with the county payroll office, specifically Karen Paz-Dominguez. I choose to keep everyone anonymous as there are feelings that retaliation in speaking up is not an unfounded fear on our part. So first I'm just going to read the short emails that we sent to county payroll asking about this person's pay raise. The first one simply said, hello, our employee would like to confirm that her step increase hours for the dates of her step increase going from 1A to step A have been implemented. She is anticipating a step increase around this time. Thank you. No response. Second email was sent. Our employee was hired full-time. We give the date. They completed their probation period. We give the date. I do not show any unpaid leave on our records. Is so-and-so still at the 1A step as of certain dates? and the paycheck that was issued on 10/8/21 should have reflected a pay raise, or please let me know if they're not eligible for this step increase or if this will be processed and I can let the employee know what to expect with their pay. Thank you. Our third email was sent and it simply said, I'm not able to locate any responses to our previous emails. The employee is in receipt of her direct deposit receipt, and this morning she noted that she still has not received the increase that was due to her on 8/22. Is county payroll or HR or the auditor able to provide any response to our inquiry at this time? This is the response that we got from Karen herself. Good afternoon. We received a phone call from the employee referenced in the emails, and she expressed that DHHS told her that county payroll had not provided any response or direction regarding their issue. I am not sure what your department is saying to employees about the auditor controller's office, but I've noticed a pattern of negativity being relayed to us by DHHS employees, as well as an uncouth tone in emails to us from some DHHS employee services staff. I understand that certain DHHS employee services leadership is upset about the payroll transfer, but it is my hope and expectation that personal feelings are not translated to unprofessionalism at the expense of employees. It is a disservice to DHHS employees to suggest to them that the county is not looking out for their best interests. And on that, I would just like to make the note that our emails that were sent in trying to help an employee figure out where her pay raise is, they were not sent with any malice, they were not sent in a disrespectful tone, and they were not influenced or sent by our leadership. We are simply trying to do our jobs and to the best of our ability to serve the employees of DHHS. And I think on that note, I will go as the ding has gone.
All right, thank you for calling in. All right, so how about 4224? If you are 4224, press *6 to unmute and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I have had the horror of listening for the past 3 hours while the AC bloviated about how great a job she and listened to 10 to 12 department heads, employees say how hard and horrible it is to work with the AC's office.
Excuse me, sir, hold on just a second. Can you speak louder? We really can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, okay, there you go.
I have then listened to 10 to 12 department heads and employees say how hard and horrible it is to work with the AC office actually is. I think you need to listen to the majority of complaints, get the books closed, and lay accountability where it needs to rest. Since the AC has been elected, she has done nothing but obfuscate, confuse, deflect, and complain. She makes nothing but excuses. You are the elected official. The buck stops with you. You sound like a beginning employee trying to learn your job, and we need a competent professional, not an insecure amateur. As a taxpayer, I have no confidence in you. I have heard nothing but excuses and the inability to take accountability. This is not the job for you. You create problems that are not there and are looking for reasons why you can't do your job. You are clearly over your head and out of your league. Nobody wants to blame anyone here, but I do. I am a taxpayer and I can blame you as the elected auditor controller. I urge the county supervisors to cast a vote of no confidence today in our auditor controller. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person is 3443. And if that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Hello there. My name is Jim Hussey. I'm supervising accountant auditor at the Auditor Controller's Office. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. First off, I wanted to circle back to something that was discussed early on in this item. One thing that I've noticed throughout all of these discussions and all of the updates we've provided to the Board of Supervisors, and actually this goes back for many years, is the issue with like the fraud and the errors, and that the people think that we are, or that the office of the auditor controller is accusing people of fraud. And by using the word fraud, it upsets people. And the thing that I wanted to say was Karen was very, the auditor controller was very, very specific about saying that it's the opportunity for fraud. It's risk. It's all about risk. And we are right along with the Honorable Rex Bohn. We believe in the employees here at the county. We trust them, but trust yet verify. That is our job as auditors. And so it is very important to us that we verify. And it's just like you lock your door. You don't lock your door because you're afraid someone's going to come in your house by accident. You do it because you're afraid someone's going to come in and steal your things. That's why you say these policies are there to stop fraud. It also stops accidents, but your main concern is fraud. And that's the reason we want to use the word, because that's what the stakes are. That's what's important. I also want to thank the Honorable Madrone for mentioning that this situation that we are currently in is not the fault of the Honorable Auditor Controller. It's not the fault of the board. It's not the fault of any of the department heads. It is the fault of boards past who ignored the Honorable Joe Mellett's requests for more staff over and over again. It's in the public record. Anyone can look. And I also want to thank Chair Bass for her attempts to try to rein in the conversations that have been happening today. But the fact is, several people have decided to take this conversation about payroll.
I apologize, Jim. I'm sorry, Jim. I have to keep it consistent for everyone on the phone. I apologize, but thank you. All right, so 0151, Dottie, I think it's you. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. So it seems to me, this is Dottie Russell, and it seems to me as a business owner myself that there's a lot of confusion as to what's going on and a lot of fingers being pointed at who's doing what wrong. I think that's kind of a waste of time. And instead, maybe you should contact Humboldt Mediation Services and ask if they can compile the information of what's going wrong and find a solution. So it's also a good time to have the Ethics Committee reinstated for the Board of Supervisors. I think that would help a lot if we just shift from everything that's wrong and how awful this county is to what we can do better, how we can love one another in kindness and work together. Because what I'm seeing here and listening to for hours is the same thing that's happening all over the county. It's a beautiful place to be, and we can all find a way to let bygones be bygones and work together peacefully, nicely, and just listen to each other what we need to do. We're having a hard time. There's not one person in this county that couldn't give you 100 things that are not going right during a pandemic, and with the whole cannabis thing falling apart and the whole economy falling apart. So there's lots of pain, there's a lot of suffering. And for these people that are calling in and having to make part of the reports about it, you can hear in their voice that it's too much. So let's let all this too much stress dissipate a little bit, work together, find whoever you need to find to peacefully just listen, find a solution. And if this is a state of an emergency, then it's a state of an emergency. Call the feds, ask them for help, because we all deserve to live in peace. And the only way that can be done is if we listen and ask for help when we need help. So that's just me. I'm not anything special, but just me. And I'd be happy to help listen to some people and make notes if it'll be of any help. But I do know that peace is what we're all striving for, and that can only happen when we all work together and listen to each other. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dottie. And we are nearing the end of the hands up. Our next speaker is 5607. Please press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. 5607. All right, well, we're going to go to 0668. We'll come back to 5607. So 0668, if that's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Am I permitted to speak a second time?
No, I'm sorry. Not on this item. I apologize. Okay, 9089. Press *6 to unmute. All right. 9089, are you there? Okay, welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, and I just want to say, and I'll let the next person know, 5607, you're going to be next, so be ready to unmute. Okay, yes, please proceed.
Hi there. My name is Katie Collender. My passion is public service, and I was a dedicated county employee for over 5 years until very recently. I love the people I worked with and would still be there if not for the toxic environment created by the auditor controller. I separated on Tuesday, 10/19. My department submitted paperwork that very day, well before the 10/22 deadline for the supplemental that I should have been included in on 10/29. I was not contacted, and neither me or my department could get a hold of the auditor's office via either her county auditor or county payroll emails. I did not call since the email bounced back, so they wouldn't be responding to voicemails. When I did get a response, it was a deflection and responsibility to HR. And when I followed up on the request for a confirmation of the date I'd be paid, the auditor herself emailed saying that she was removing this from the general inbox. This is thousands of dollars that I'm owed and relying on to pay bills. As one of the staff that signed the letter sent by fiscal and payroll staff citing concerns about situations just like this arising as it was transitioned to an already understaffed office, we offered our assistance and collaboration in hopes of better outcomes for the employees we serve. We experienced a drastic shift in treatment from the auditor's office after that letter. And as others have mentioned, I have to wonder if the auditor is not issuing my final check as a form of retaliation for this. And I hope the board will take action as a sign of support to its well-intentioned, hardworking employees. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we've got 5607, press *6 to unmute. Five, 607. All right, we're going to go to 2905. Press *6 to unmute. Anyone that's watching this on TV and trying to call in, please turn your volume off on your TV or your screen because there's a time delay. I'll try one more time. 5607. Press *6 to unmute if you're there. And 2905. Between the two of you, hopefully someone will press *6 to speak. Well, okay, there's one. 2905. Welcome. You have 3
Hello.
minutes.
This is Danny Hart calling. Can you hear me?
Barely. Can you speak up a little more?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Danny Burkhart calling. I am hearing the calls for help that everything is understaffed over in the AC, so I just finished submitting
my application to be one of the extra help positions there. So I'm hoping I'll hear back from that soon, since they're understaffed and need help, and I happen to be available to help. So I'm really excited about that one. And the other thing I'd like to mention is, Virginia, I appreciate you trying to keep the conversation on topic to payroll, and specifically payroll, instead of it continuing to be a parade of people from DHHS slandering and bashing our...
Oops. Your call kind of dropped there for a second, Danny. I stopped your time, so hopefully you'll... Oh, there. You there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sorry, we lost you for... I turned off your speaker. I turned off your timer while we lost your connection with you. So please continue. I just didn't want to lose you.
Apologies. Really grateful for the opportunity to speak on this topic, and I'm rooting for the people who expressed an interest in teamwork and collaboration that have spoken thus far. I think those are the people who really have value to the county and to the taxpayers and to the people who have voted to, keep this machine going. Bravo to the people who are actually wanting to come to the table to do the teamwork instead of do a parade of the blame game. I think everybody's pretty much sick and tired of that. So if there's anybody else on the line who wishes to participate in that, you might want to rethink that. But, let's get together. Let's collaborate. Let's take this opportunity that we're being offered as a county to do the work and make the county thrive all together. Let's do it. I'm putting that call out there. Let's do this teamwork, guys. Do it. Those who are interested in doing it, let's do it. Get on it. Put your truth behind your words and your actions there too. I'm coming back. I'm going to come help. So I hope you guys are all ready. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you, Danny. And looks like we're one hand left. 5607. That's you. Try one more time. Press *6 to unmute. Okay, I apologize, but nothing has come through yet all the times we've asked. So we will go down to, we have one more, 5607. Whoops, 5607, press *6 to unmute. Okay, everybody that's watching, please turn your volume off if you're watching this on video or screen, because we're having a lot pop in now. Let's go to 5439, press *6 to unmute.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes, Kent.
Was this actually an item that was pulled off of consent? I haven't seen anything ever in my history here. Seen an item pulled from consent to be such a topic. It just kind of seems like this seems to be political. I'm going to talk about payroll. I think it sounds like a whole bunch of people that can do it better than they feel the auditor controller can be. And they say they have the staff, they have the knowledge, they have a desire, it sounds like, to go ahead and take over payroll. Now, of course, I think that the auditor controller would have to be held harmless and indemnified because she has certain fiduciary duties which would need to be assumed by DHHS. They want to help. They say they can do it. I think give them a chance. It sounds like you've got somebody here, obviously, who is politicking, running for the position, as announced as the auditor controller. And I think that person might be a good person to put in charge of payroll. Let's see how that person does, and let him show, and let him shine. Let him show he can fix the problem, and then, of course, he'd win quite easily in an election. Other than that, it's kind of a little disheartening to see what's happened today. And on consent item like this, on a payroll item, it seemed to be extremely prepared by everybody, in that we've been here for a couple hours now, which I've never even come close to seeing, and I'm a little disappointed in it. I want to say, as far as handling payroll, there are two people that I feel have the honesty and integrity that would have my full trust to handle anything in the county here, and that would be Maggie Fleming and Karen Paz. And John Bartholomew is right up there with it. We have a lot of wonderful people, but I really, it's disheartening I mean, it was pulled away. As was mentioned, this was not a perfect department. At Trinity County, with all the payroll information up there, something was wrong in the past. It's been dysfunctional, as you say, for a long time, and now it's being taken back. And I'll be honest with you, if I was auditor control, I would have not taken this hot potato back under any circumstance. But I think her honesty, integrity, wants her to be able to fix the payroll project. And it sounded like people like Tom Madsen and the sheriff and some other people feel that we're making progress. On the other hand, if it's within your power to just go ahead and turn that over to DHHS, I highly recommend you go ahead and do that. That's just my thought as far as dealing with this payroll matter on consent today. It's going to be a long meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this consent item pulled from consent.
Great, thank you. We're going to make this our last speaker, 0556. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
hold on just a moment, ma'am. I'll start your time in just a moment. I'm going to tell everybody, if you are listening, press *9 to raise your hand, because we're not going to go to the very last person and keep going to the next one when one pops up. So in the next 3 minutes while this person is speaking, raise your hand, pressing *9 if you want to speak on this item. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Monica, and I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak and just to voice my experience in our department. I'm very frustrated that our judgments continuously questioned, our submissions are dismissed. We are continuously asked for supporting documentation to justify what we are submitting to payroll as if we were criminals, yet often our submissions are changed by payroll without any supporting documentation on the auditor's end. When changes are made, we are never contacted to provide clarification. Changes are just made, often incorrectly. We have repeatedly asked for guidance, but our requests go unanswered. We have had employees who have not been paid, and when we contact payroll, we do not hear back from them. We have employees who have been paid out of the correct banks, or employees that were paid with that should not have been paid. Employees who are requesting final deposit slips that we cannot provide to them because we can't get a hold of the auditor's office when we email. We are honestly, I feel like we're held hostage to some degree because of the lack of communication. I respect the checks and balances that Karen is providing and implementing, but respect works two ways. Despite her claims of communicating, we have not seen this yet. The only way that this can be done is to start working collaboratively. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we've got 5383. Press *6 to unmute. And 5383. Welcome.
Chair Bass.
Welcome.
Hi, Supervisor Bass, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Michelle Stevens calling, Assistant Director for Health and Human Services. I just wanted to say that I think what you're hearing between all of the staff that are calling in is a desperate plea for more communication and better collaboration. I think what the root of the problem that as I see it is a fundamental lack of skill and change management. This is not a personal attack by any means on the auditor controller. It's just an observation that I've seen in trying to implement changes. The changes that the auditor controller's office wants to make are not necessarily inherently bad changes. I think it's just a matter of how you go about implementing widespread changes across a giant system such as a county. You meet with leadership, you meet with department heads, you ask questions, you understand processes before implementing what those changes are going to be, and you communicate what those changes are. You get feedback. You ask what implications or what consequences, what unintended consequences might be happening as a result of implementing those changes, and that's just what we're not seeing. That's the concern. So our staff are ready. We are ready to be at the table and say, here's what we think. This is how this would impact us. This is how we think we can find solutions to that. But in the auditor controller's comments today, I'm not hearing an intention or a commitment to start working with department heads and staff on the changes that the AC's office wants to make. I'm hearing a commitment to talk to the new interim HR director, which is great. And where are the department heads and department county staff in those conversations because they're the ones with the expertise on county payroll. They've been doing it the way that they've been instructed to do it over the years. So as always, we're always ready to implement changes, but we need to first provide insight into how those changes are going to affect us. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see the problems that we currently have with staff getting paid, not getting paid, and various other problems. And our staff are just trying to help other county employees out. So I think it's really just a fundamental lack of change management. And voters wouldn't necessarily know that unless you worked in the county system and experienced it firsthand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have 8736. Star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Bass and members of the board. My name is Olivia Wilder. I'm the manager of the Social Services Finance Unit. I was hoping the report today would have included an update on the impacts to the other functions of the Auditor Controller's Office. I am concerned because our accounting system is not current. We have transactions that are still pending from December of 2020. I want your board to know that the issues in the Auditor Controller's Office is impacting financial reporting, sound financial decision-making, our ability to seek reimbursements, payments to our community partners, and the services to the people of our community. How can we effectively move forward into another year without accurate accounting records? Accounting records need to be kept up to date for reporting, planning, and seeking reimbursements. We continue to have a lack of communication with the Auditor Controller's Office, as our only option for contacting the office is through the county auditor email inbox. Not only when requesting information, seeking input so that we can be proactive on working on solutions together, but there's also serious delays and requests that require action for everyday operations. One such example is the delay in creating a vendor number for a security deposit and first month's rent for a local youth to attend college in another county. Unfortunately, due to the time delays in the Auditor Controller's Office in creating a vendor number, the youth ended up living in their car homeless for more than 3 weeks in another county. We need the ability to be able to communicate and work collaboratively with the Auditor Controller's Office to help improve processes. We need to have updates on the progress of our fiscal year 2021 closing and the single audit for fiscal year 2019-20. Thank you for this opportunity to share and hearing all of the staff's voices who have called in today.
All right, thank you, Monica. All right, 5607. There you go, welcome.
Hi, I am the employee whose situation was brought up a couple of comments ago. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about my situation. It might be repetitive and it might touch on a lot of themes that a lot of other employees have addressed. But I reached out to Employee Services after guidance from my program manager. I went through all of the different communication channels before arriving at that. And after not receiving my scheduled raise, and I had not gone on leave, I had a positive performance review. My program manager instructed me to reach out to Employee Services. I reached out to Employee Services and they went through their proper communication channels on how to get questions answered about this scheduled raise. And I was not in any rush. I knew that, and I had confidence that any pay would be sorted out, and I had confidence that the office would sort that out. I again looked for guidance after a month and a half of not receiving my raise. And the Auditor's Controller Office told me that I would need to email them as no one from payroll was available to talk to me. And I said that was fine, but that I had emailed them a month ago and a month and a half ago at this point and had not heard back and had not even received confirmation of my email being received from the office. And at this point, I decided to reach out to my union rep since it had been a month and a half and I had been offered a new position, and my new position start date was going to be undetermined if my step raise was not figured out. And at this point, it had been 2 months since I had not received my raise, which was fine. Again, I understood that they're in a transition period, but I had no communication whatsoever from the Auditor Controller's Payroll Office at this point. And it wasn't until I reached out to my union rep and called, again, I had to be the one to reach out to the Auditor's Controller's Office on the 3rd, 2 days before our pay date of the 5th, just to see, again, what the status of my raise was and if I would be able to start my next position on time. And finally there, I was confirmed that they started working on it because my union reached out to them. So it was just disheartening to hear claims during this meeting that payroll has been available to employees when that was not my experience at all. And along the way, I want to say that no one ever spoke negatively about the Auditor Controller's Office. Contrary, what I would hear was an outpour of support from employee services and even from our union rep that the Auditor Controller's Office was currently in a transition period, which I completely understood. But that's all I have to say. That was my experience. And as a new employee to the county, it really did not inspire confidence.
All right, thank you for calling in. All right, we're gonna go back to the board because we're out of hands up. As chair, I don't like to run out and take a quick break. So I'd like us to take a break. Does anyone, has everyone eaten meal? I have a feeling lunch has already been eaten in the sly, right? Everyone's been eaten. No one's starving? Rex? Okay.
Let's just do what you're gonna do. Let's go.
I need a bio break. Give me at least 5 minutes.
Oh no, I wash your hands.
Okay, give me 7 then. All right, unless Mike, you want to take over, but otherwise I'd say come back. Actually, everyone probably needs a little bit of a break. Come back at 2:45. That close?
Go.
Go. I'm going. Supervisor Bushnell, you had pulled this item, so I'll go back to you and see where you want to go with this.
Okay.
Supervisor Wilson's leaving.
An apple.
It's just a little chilly in here.
So thank you through the chair. I think through today's conversation was difficult, and I'm sure no one had fun hearing or listening to it. It's not pleasant to be in this position for anyone. I do want to recognize that through the conversation today, one thing was heard throughout that the communication lines are not open well enough for people to feel that they can get answers to their questions or accomplish their jobs. I know that another part of this report was to how payroll is affecting the AC office, other departments of the AC office, which we heard a little bit about today, but that was part of the report today. So we were, I think, well within our agenda item to discuss those. The one thing I would want to ask, if Ms. Paz Dominguez could come back on, is that during the agenda item that put this item on consent, there was a discussion that we come up with some matrix and that she worked with the CAO's office to come up with those matrix to determine that our board could be assured that things in the AC's office are moving forward and that we're not being stagnant. And I wanted to reach out to CAO Hayes and ask if that conversation has happened and if you guys have accomplished that list so that it could be reported out. So with comparables and matrix, so that we as our board can be assured that things are moving in the right direction.
Sure, Supervisor Bushnell. Cheryl Dillingham was serving on that transition team, and I have since swapped her out for Sean Quincy, Deputy CAO in my office. There has only been, since your board gave that direction, one meeting for which Sean was able to attend. And Karen Paz Dominguez was not present at that meeting. Frankly, it's my understanding that she did not want to participate because my office has a presence there. So, seizing this opportunity, I would certainly say to the auditor controller that I have resources and knowledge and information to offer, and leadership skills and communication skills as well. And I would gladly work closely with her to help her improve the common themes that we're hearing across our organization on the challenges that our staff are having.
Thank you, Alicia. I see that Karen hasn't came back on, or Ms. Paz Dominguez, I'm sorry, there she comes. So I want to recognize from the board also that, you know, today's discussion has been difficult on both sides. I think, however, with giving what we've heard, I would like to make a motion that we move the written report and to please have Karen speak with the CAO's office to come up with comparables and matrix so that we can be assured as a board that things are moving in the right direction and that we move this report to departmental and in-person once a month. And I think given the direction with all the comments today, that clearly the communication problem is a huge aspect. And my hope would be that by doing this, that it can, it'll be a clearer path where people can ask questions and that we don't get another discussion like today with the blame game going on. And,
Second.
Thank you.
I would like to ask staff if that's clear direction in the motion. Do I ask Tracy or Nikki?
I can restate it without so much jumble.
I said, where is everybody?
Yeah, if you don't mind restating it, I think I have it, but just to make sure.
So I would like to make a motion that we require once a month a verbal report, departmental, and that the AC's office work with CAO's office to come up with some metrics and comparables so that we as our board can be assured that the AC's office is moving forward in all departments.
Wait, Rex, Supervisor Bohn.
And as the seconder, can I add, I mean, I know that I don't know what Jim Hussey does over there, but I noticed he said that he came on and spoke. And I think one of the most concerning things we have in any auditor controller's office is unaudited financials. And we heard that from multiple departments that the unaudited financials are creating financial issues. And I mean, we had people willing to, I mean, it wasn't just, you couldn't talk your way out of it. They wanted to put it on paper and show us. They didn't come prepared, or we didn't ask for that because it wasn't part of it. But somewhere in there, can we add that we can get an update on where we are with our unaudited, or maybe we should bring MGO, because I think MGO is doing those. So I don't know. We got to have answers.
As the seconder, I think that my motion covers that, working with the CAO's office for comparables. Okay. Alicia, would that be part of that?
Are you asking the CAO's office?
Yeah, that can certainly be part of it. And I would agree with Supervisor Bohn that that's sort of the most urgent item on the list. In the past, Ms. Paz Dominguez in our office were meeting to help prioritize tasks. So, I'm also willing to continue those conversations. The resources are clearly thin. They clearly need to finish out the rest of their staffing plan. And so in the meantime, we have this urgent priority and we've got to identify what can be streamlined, what can be processed more efficiently and effectively in order to get to the audit. And that is a huge metric to be included in this reporting requirement.
Thank you. And I think that my motion covers that.
That's fine. I'm comfortable with that. And the only other question I'll have for our CAO, do we have enough money in our MGO contract? Because I know it's getting because it was only $800,000 to the AC's office. Are we going to have to relook at that so we can make sure that, I think this is too important to not get this done?
So our contract for the external audit is actually with Clifton Larson Allen. And as your board may recall, they withdrew from engagement and said that provided we provide all of the documentation by the end of the calendar year, that they would pick the audit up in February. So I think at this point in time, staff needs to focus on making sure that we have met all of the informational requirements. I did speak with Rich Gonzalez of CLA yesterday, and he indicated that there is a significant amount of work to still be provided, one of which being the working trial balance and the cash reconciliation. So until those documents are provided, they're not even able to begin this work.
And then the only other, Supervisor Bushnell. And the only other thing I noticed one or two department heads, I noticed a lot that said a lot of it was communication and not being able to get a hold of anybody. And then there's phone numbers that don't work anymore and emails that don't work anymore and things like that. Is that office going to open back up? Because I know open doors always work really well. So are we going to put any staffing over there? Because I don't know. I think they might be the last one that isn't taking any people in their office.
I think that would be a question for Ms. Pogs Dominguez on her plans for opening forward-facing services. But I would like to offer that many departments have been very successful in creating a liaison system. My office uses it, Human Resources uses it, and it allows for departments to create relationships with a staff member who learns their processes and can help to decipher some of their tripping points to help them improve their processes. So I think that the single depository for communications has proven to be very difficult, and I would encourage the auditor controller to explore some alternate mechanisms for staff to communicate with their office, and one of which could be opening forward-facing services.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It was repeated concerns, and I really don't want to talk about the same stuff in 3 months.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to ask for clarification on the motion. I think it's a motion to receive the report, and if I can summarize, just so it's basically requesting that the auditor controller work with the CAO to improve department communication and payroll transition reporting. Is that in essence what you're asking for?
Say that again, please, Supervisor.
It's basically requesting that the auditor controller work with the CAO's office to improve department communication and payroll transition reporting.
So no, not exactly. So my motion was to move the payroll report that's on consent to a departmental item so that it could be a public or a personal discussion, and to work with the CAO's office to come up with metrics so that our board could be assured that things are moving forward in that office. And Nikki, can you read it back?
Nikki?
Sure. So I got move the report that is on the consent staff that over for, I'm working out the wording, but I got what you said. Payroll to move the item to departmental so it can be a discussion for the AC office to work with CAO's office to come up with a matrix. And then I was, sorry, that one, metrics. That's what I have written down. And to have some comparables in the discussion. I'm trying to work the wording out here, so I didn't really have it down.
So I'll help you with that. So
Thank you.
The metrics and the comparables would be to make sure payroll and the other functions of the office are moving forward.
Perfect.
And this motion, Supervisor Wilson, was my hope is that we can improve communications and not get this kind of a conversation 5 hours or however long it's been because we'll be able to have, a discussion, an open discussion as a departmental item.
Yep, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you for the clarification. A couple things. One is first, apologize to Travis earlier on. I didn't intend to actually cut him off in what he was going down, whatever he was talking about. I just wanted to make clarification with staff with relationship to the subject matter, because obviously there was some confusion, at least on my part, about where we were in terms of like the subject matter, and making sure we were holding to the what was on the agenda. And yeah, there's a lot here that wasn't gone over, so I'll try not to get too deep into it, but I will say that going back to the August 24th, and I think Supervisor Bushnell had mentioned it, with relationship to the decision for moving the payroll to the AC's office, the other choice was not doing that. And I want to point out that at that moment in time, we did not, there was zero confidence in the ability of the department it was in, that it might not make it another week or two before catastrophic collapse. And I'm not really in terms of payroll, and I think that we can't underestimate that if that had happened in the way that it could have, the fallout from that could be also very, very, very significant. And I don't really feel like I haven't seen that the trajectory that staff is worried about, and I think legitimately have really strong concerns about with relationship to like the journal postings and those things and what could happen, whether or not there was an acceleration after August or whether or not it's still a steady decline. I have no metrics to analyze that for, other than what people feel like it is. But nonetheless, we made that decision knowing that we were trying to avoid one catastrophic event and then also looking at another. There was no good decision in that place where we were at. And as we mentioned at that time, they're just, both paths looked like a storm we were heading straight into. And so we picked one storm over another storm. And I think that we're basically looking at what the one we're in right now, and I'm hoping and that we can, the staff and the CAO's office and the department heads and the AC's office can really up everyone's game on communication and get us through this. I think it's not impossible, but I think it's going to be hard work. Again, we said it back then, this is not going to be rainbows and unicorns moving forward from August 24th, and it certainly wasn't. And I'm really thankful and for everyone's hard work. And I want to say that I really feel the pain and suffering on everyone at all levels. I mean, this is both from our constituents that are having to live through this turmoil, as well as staff and department heads. This is tough, and I appreciate everyone sticking with it, because ultimately everyone wants to provide services. That's what that's what this organization does. That's what it's supposed to do. We're supposed to be a team that provides services for not just our constituents, but society as a whole. We are the core of civil society in our little corner of the world, and we're going to do our best to hold it together. And these are trying times, so I appreciate everyone's patience on that.
Thank you. I have a question for the CAO. You mentioned that Clifton Larson will take up the audit again, like in the beginning of the year or something. So if this is the single audit, what does that do to the challenges that, the financial concerns of losing funding? Or does it have, I'm just trying to figure out what's the impact on that. Because this is what it is, but I'm just curious if there are ways to try to smooth that over.
It's difficult to say what the ultimate outcome will be, but staff is providing the different funding agencies a copy of the letter from Clifton Larson Allen, which indicates that we do have an end goal in mind, and we're hopeful that that will be accepted, but we are, I think, all still working through that negotiation process and trying to develop communications with those agencies to do what we can to ensure that those dollars come down to us.
Okay, thank you. And I did receive a brief text from one of the directors while we were on break, and I think they may have a suggestion. Director Mattson, did you want to share that? I mean, sorry, you didn't raise your hand, but since you asked, I thought I'd call you.
Well, I didn't want to be rude and just jump in when it was board time, but I do have an idea to throw out there for the auditor controller. One of the biggest issues facing us all in the end game right now is the posting of journals. I have a staff member, and I'm assuming other large departments have staff members that are very experienced with posting journals. And I would offer up Charlotte to the auditor's office, even if she was posting other departments' journals, to keep a firewall between posting our own journals. But if 3 or 4 of our departments could offer up that, maybe we could move forward rather quickly and clear up all the posting of the old journals and lead us closer to year end. And then the auditor can come back and spot check some of those to make sure we did them. But if we're all doing different departments and we all got qualified people willing to help, I would offer that help on behalf of Public Works.
Thank you, Tom. Director Beck?
Hold
on. County Council has his hand up, so that always makes me.
Sorry to sound like a broken record, but I think we're getting off agenda here. We're talking about journal entries, and we're not talking about payroll at all anymore. So I think it needs to link back to that discussion. That's
Okay,
we're on.
Okay, I appreciate that. I took that as payroll being overwhelming and journal entries not being able to get done. So there's offer for help, but that's just my creative thinking. So thank you, Director Mattson. We will notate that. And Director Beck, do you have something that's along the lines of the payroll comment that Jefferson brought up?
I'm very agreeable to what Tom was saying, and it does align with payroll, because while the auditor controller is working on the payroll transition, that seems to be where the time is being focused right now. Let's all please get those journals done so that we can actually get reimbursed for the expenditures that we have. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And thanks, Tom, for bringing it forward.
All right. So do we have any other board member comments? We do have a motion and a second. I'm not seeing any hands go up. So Nikki, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. I have to say, I think that was the longest consent calendar I've experienced. Supervisor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I really want to thank all the department heads, Ms. Paz Dominguez, and our staff for, we rely on information from our department heads and staff, and a lot of what was said today was, I want to help you, please let us help, please let us be part of the solution. And I just really want to recognize that of all of our staff and electeds that work with us.
All right, thank you. So now we'll move on to our first department head report. And this one comes from the Board of Supervisors. And it's due to the appointment of the 2022 delegate and alternate to RCRC, which is actually known as Rural County Representatives of California. So Kathy, Ms. Hayes, clerk for the board, did you want to go over that?
Yes, Madam Chair. The item before you today is for your board to
make an appointment of a delegate and alternate to the RCRC and Golden State Finance Authority boards of directors for the 2020-22 calendar year. Each year, RCRC requires confirmation of the appointed member county's appointed delegate and alternate prior to their annual meeting that happens in January of the next calendar year. So this item is for your board to make those appointments.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Bohn?
Well, 9 years ago, I got the county to join RCRC. We'd never belonged before, and I would like to keep serving, and I would like to offer, if she would, Supervisor Bushnell to be my alternate, knowing that she went to the annual meeting this year and was quite involved in all the meetings, and with her background and things like that. And later on down the time, you know, she can be more than involved. So that's where I'd like to be, but I don't know. I'll make that motion. I'll nominate myself with Supervisor Bushnell being the alternate.
Okay, well, we have well, then we have a motion. Is there a second? And then I'll go to Supervisor Madrone for.
Can we hear what Supervisor Madrone would like to say?
Sure. Usually we try to get a second before we have the conversation, though.
Oh, okay.
Steve, are you willing to second?
I'll second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll second.
Reserve the right to change that. Supervisor Madrone.
Thanks, Chair Bass. Yeah, you know, I think Rex has done a fantastic job. I don't think he misses a single meeting. So as an alternate, there's not a lot of work to do, but it doesn't mean you can't participate. And I know Michelle has been, but also Virginia, Chair Bass has also participated quite a bit. And I remember a year ago when we had this conversation, she had mentioned that it has been, kind of a situation where the person that was a CSAC rep had an alternate, and then a different person might be the RCRC rep, and then the CSAC rep might be the alternate. You know, those aren't certainly not set in stone of any kind of policy whatsoever. Just sometimes it has worked that way. I'd be comfortable either way. I think if Chair Bass would like to be the alternate, I would support that first. You know, like I said, I've enjoyed participating. I've gone to a couple of meetings, but because Supervisor Bohn is so attentive and engaged in that group, it leaves very little work for an alternate. But again, it's great to participate, alternate or not. So I can support the motion that's on the table, but I also wanted to see if Chair Bass was interested, and if so, I would support that. And so what I'm offering is to give up my position as the alternate. I do later in January want to see about moving up and being a member in a number of other positions, but that's not on the agenda today. And so I'll just stick with the item that's in front of us, which is RCRC. Thank you.
And I'd say thank you very much for the opportunity. I mean, and last year I would have, you know, I have to think that it's good to just to spread the experiences around. And I think with Supervisor Bushnell having a pretty rural district compared to my district, you know, I think that conversation that she can bring to the table is good too. But I also know that I can, you know, I will go and participate in RCRC whenever I can on other things. But I do appreciate it. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. But I think that Supervisor Bushnell, because she's an alternate with CSAC, she'll be an alternate here. One of these days, she's going to knock one of us off. Or one of us only.
Well, I'll go ahead and third that motion then.
Okay. Any Supervisor Wilson, did you want to get in on the
Just
action?
a clarifying question. Do we have to do two separate motions for the two separate organizations? And I'm just kind of wondering, they actually function.
It's the
they have
same
kind of different
organization.
functions. So
How about let's ask Supervisor Bohn? Aren't they usually in the same? Isn't it the same person, whoever the rep is?
Yeah, the meetings are at the same time. Though actually they follow, or they're during our RCRC meetings. So it's always been. So I think you could bundle it just as easy. without any problem because we have our GSFA meetings at the same time. So.
And I think Supervisor Wilson might be asking about process, but are you okay with this, Supervisor Wilson, from what?
Yeah, if we're bundling, I just wanted to just make it so it's clear and that the receiving organizations think that that's fine and aren't requesting separate. But also at some point in the future, I mean, I just want to say it's like that the Gold State financing. I have an interest in that organization in general because of the good work they do related around helping to provide housing and those sorts of things. And so I just think it's and it's also kind of just underappreciated, I think, in terms of the value that organization brings. And I think that Rex and Michelle will do a good job representing us in that regard. And hopefully, they'll do even more work than that. Thanks.
We are a member county with GSFA. I mean, a separate outside City of Arcadia, City of Eureka, Fortuna, they all belong. And so they're available for first-time home buyers, monies. And now we do multi-unit housing numbers, veterans housing. So we've got pretty good representation in Humboldt on GSFA. I mean, people that belong to GSFA.
Well, as a separate question, then, is there separate seats then for member jurisdictions, or is it only for through RCRC that this happens?
It's only through RCRC because it's a JP. It's a subsidiary. Basically, it's part of RCRC.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Let's move forward. We've done a lot today. We have more to go.
Okay. All right, so let's go and see if there's any public comment on this item. There is no public comment, so we'll go back to the board. We have a motion that's been seconded and there's some discussion. Any more discussion, or shall I ask Nikki? I think we'll take a roll call vote. Wait, hold on. Supervisor Madrone's hands up.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just wanted to thank you, Chair Bass, on your very benevolent statement about sharing the opportunities. I think that's a great way for our whole board to kind of grow together in getting these different experiences with different boards as time goes along. And as I'm entering my 4th year, I look forward to some of that sharing of those opportunities and responsibilities. So thank you for that benevolent comment.
Well, and I would say in most things, the alternate has just as much opportunity to take part. The only thing they don't have is the voting power generally. So, but alrighty. So Nikki, I think we're ready now.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So our next item comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding multifamily rezone project and resolution authorizing the rescope to Humboldt County's local early action plan grant program application. That's a mouthful. Welcome, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Michael Richardson and also Michelle Nielsen. I'm just going to give you a real quick overview of this, and if you have questions, we're all here to answer questions. There are 2 components of this. First is to request your authorization to resubmit a grant program to use money that we have not spent yet as part of the local early action planning grant that we received. A lot of that was originally allocated to be used for the Article 34 work. That's now done. We have money left over. We'd like to apply that to a project that we're calling the multifamily rezone project. And that's intended to accomplish 2 important things. One is to replace units that are not available as a result of the traffic mitigation fees associated with the Martin Slough Interceptor not being adopted. And secondly, to expand the number of multifamily properties that we have available to provide housing. So with the money from the LEAP program will get us through this year, the funding needs that we have. We will return next as part of the next budget cycle for next year's budget to include the environmental work that needs to be done associated with this. So really all you need to do, the ask for you today is to simply authorize us to modify the LEAP grant, and then we will also then accept the report that we're also working on the multifamily rezone project. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Wilson.
Appreciate this. Thank you very much. Director Ford, I mean, I think that these are great ways to move forward. I'm just kind of wondering, is our approval of this stake limits then that? Because I mean, as you know, we're losing housing as well. We keep talking about creating housing and creating zoning, but we're losing housing to short-term rental conversions without, we have no cap on that in the county, and it just keeps happening more and more. And we don't even have an assessment of the amount of housing that we've lost associated with that. And the impact to try and replace that housing is really very, very expensive relative to the net benefit overall. And I don't mean, that all short-term rentals are bad, but we do have a significant impact, and we're seeing it all over the place. And so I'm just kind of wondering, is this a place where we might apply resources to take a look at that, or is there somewhere else we might do that?
To the Chair, Supervisor Wilson, that is an important question. We have moved work on the short-term rental ordinance that needs to be adopted up on a work program. And that is looking at next year. If you want it sooner than that, we're happy to receive that direction from the board.
Well, it's not on the agenda today, so you're not going to receive that direction in this moment, but I appreciate that very much. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, this is the first time I'm hearing about this, so if you could indulge me. When it says that the director to act on the county's behalf to reallocate the funds to a high priority activity, what does that mean if it doesn't qualify for your intent? What other priorities would it
need to be related to housing programs that are intended to provide housing or create housing and build housing? And we think the best use of that right now is for the multifamily project. We believe that will be approved. We just like to have a backup in the event that for some unforeseen reason the grantor doesn't accept that proposal, that we're not just stuck without an option. So some of the priority focuses that we've had recently is on development of accessory dwelling units. And so we're placing a lot of emphasis there. If there's additional work that needs to be done there, we could reprioritize money to that. We could also reprioritize money on doing something that Supervisor Wilson just brought up, which is to identify how many housing units are actually being lost. And then also the other thing is to explore how many housing units are in danger of being lost due to lack of maintenance and neglect, and developing a plan to make sure that those don't disappear. So it's those kinds of things that we would reallocate funds to.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bass. Director Ford, as you know, there's some other projects around the county that we've identified, like the one in McKinleyville on Murray Road, where we could literally take a pretty rundown 70-year-old old Coast Guard barracks units that are low income and really pretty bad shape. And instead of once again trying to rehab them, we could literally restore, rebuild, add twice as many units. Instead of 20, have 40 with twice the space, with a better community center in the center through a redesign and that kind of stuff. So there's a number of projects around the county where we can add units, and I know you're aware of that. I like this, what you're doing here to preserve the stock, and I'm going to go ahead and make the motion basically to accept staff's recommendation, but because in our board rules, we said we would read these out so at least the public knows what that means. I'll just very quickly give the highlights. One is to adopt the resolution that authorizes the submittal of this rescope to our LEAP grant application to do the environmental studies and other documentation that's necessary for that. And two, to authorize the planning and building director or designee to sign the rescope application on behalf of the county. And number three, should that be determined to not be eligible, as was just discussed, to allow for the funding to go to other high priority LEAP type activities. So I'll make that a motion.
We have a, excuse me, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. We do have one hand up in the public, so we'll go there now. If you are 5439, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Can you hear me, Virginia?
Hey, barely. You might want to speak up.
Okay, I'll get closer to a window. I don't know, I guess it sounds like you have a specific project, multifamily project, and sometime the public would like to maybe kind of know what and where that project is and who the beneficiary is. In a grant, it's always great to have the opportunity to diversify and go in other directions on it. I think that's a fantastic idea. Just a little input, if you're going to assess how many houses have been converted to vacation rentals, that same study should be used how many motels, which is a kind of not apples and apples, but close to it, have been converted to residential. And I'm thinking, from what I've seen, it's a possible thing that you're actually having just as many, if not more, affordable residential situations for motel conversions as you are having the vacation rental, especially lately here. So that would be maybe an expansion of that particular request should you go that direction. And you might find that apples and apples are just coming out even on that one. But always good to have diversity in what you're doing. And I appreciate the other thing. It sounds like maybe the tiny homes and some things of that might end up being on the thing. And that, of course, many people feel is the future as far as housing, affordable housing plus another law units people are doing this. Those are all good work things. So go for it.
Great, thank you. All right, no other hands up in the public, so we'll go back to the board. I don't see any hands up at the board either, so Nikki, can we have a roll call vote?
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now we're going to move to our closed session items, and I would like to ask our County Counsel Billingsley to brief us on those.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 5 items. The first is a conference with their labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 to meet with their negotiators, Kelly Barnes, Alicia Hayes, and Jack Hughes, to give them direction for the various employee groups listed in the agenda. The next 3 items are all conference with legal counsel to discuss existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. The first is Stewart versus County of Humboldt, case number 2100062. The second is North Coast Environmental Center versus County of Humboldt, case number CV 2100518. And the last is Martinson versus County of Humboldt, case number CV 1901131. The last matter is to discuss potential litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2 and E3 to discuss written communication that was attached to the agenda regarding actions of the Humboldt County Auditor, Controller, and Board of Supervisors.
All right, thank you. I do not see anyone have their hands up in public comment. So with that, I think we can adjourn to closed session. All right, we got 3. County Council Billingsley, do we have a report out of closed session?
Thank you, Chair. On items M1, 3, 4, and 5, there's no reportable action. On item M2, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Office of County Counsel to defend the action.
All right, thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.